Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1. In the outskirts of starred forest, deep within the dense woods, an ear-splitting roar resonated through the air. Suddenly, a massive, lion-like soul beast emerged, measuring nearly 3 meters long, with a shoulder height that surpassed 1 meter. This male flame lion king sported a magnificent mane, and its fiery red fur appeared even more striking against the flames that encircled it. Its muscular build was clearly defined, and its brown-yellow eyes radiated a chilling intensity. This was a flame lion king with an impressive cultivation age of 500 years, though it was currently in a dire situation. Its nose was broken from a powerful blow, its tail was severed, and a horrifying wound extended from its left ribcage to its abdomen, blood gushing from the injury and soaking into the ground. Surrounding the flame lion king stood 4 soul masters, bracing themselves for a confrontation. At that moment, flames erupted from the beast, forming a flame clone identical to its body, which charged at a tall, muscular man in front of the group, who was wielding an iron shield. This was the flame lion king's innate skill, flame clone strike. The man with the shield, adorned with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring, illuminated his shield with yellowish light. In an instant, the shield clashed against the flame lion king's fiery clone. While the flames dissipated, the force of the impact pushed him back, turning the shield red with heat. Amid the tumult, a young man towering over 7 feet stepped in, clutching a black knife. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes complemented his striking features. In that fleeting moment the flame lion king unleashed its soul skill. The young man seized the opportunity. His blade glimmered brilliantly, yet no soul rings activated, showcasing his profound control over his martial soul. He swiftly drove the knife into the flame lion king's abdomen and teleported 3 meters away. As he retreated, the flame lion king erupted into flames, clearly indicating that had he been even a moment slower, the consequences would have been dire. However, the already weakened flame lion king was now in an even more precarious state. The young man's strike had inflicted severe internal damage, leading to a likely internal bleeding that would soon prove fatal for the creature. In a desperate position, ready to charge and fight fiercely against its human adversaries, the flame lion king found itself briefly entangled by a middle-aged man with a yellow soul ring glowing brightly. Before long, with the combined efforts of the 4 soul masters, the flame lion king's body collapsed to the ground. As they approached slowly, the last member of the group, a seemingly ordinary man in his 20s, said, "All right, you all stand guard while I absorb the soul ring. I'll share the rewards afterward." With that, the ordinary man, presumably the employer, ended the flame lion king's life, and a circle of yellow soul rings slowly gathered around its lifeless form. He retrieved a cushion from a basic bracelet-style storage soul guide and began the absorption process. While he focused on this, the other 3 kept watch, moving around him. The tall man with the shield looked over at the flame lion king's carcass, preparing to skin it. The lion's fur, long shielded by flames, had dispelled moisture and was highly coveted by the nobility, making it quite valuable. Just as the tall man was dragging the Flame Lion King's body closer for skinning, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A brilliant red light shimmered beneath the skin. The man swallowed hard, but quickly calmed down, covering the fresh fur and turning the beast's body to hide the light's glow. He then called to his teammates, Li Si, Chen Feng, come help me out. Don't think you can slack off. Hurry up or you miss out on the gold soul coins from selling this skin. The middle-aged man, who had just entangled the Flame Lion King with vines, interjected, you think you can hoard all the loot for yourself, Zhang-san? We're on our way. Chen Feng frowned, sensing something was off about Zhang-san. Historically, Zhang-san rushed to harvest the spoils, often keeping parts of the soul beasts for himself. As Chen Feng's suspicion deepened, he approached Zhang-san with cautious intent. Noticing Li Si approaching quickly and Chen Feng lagging behind, Zhang-san grew anxious. He was the sole soul master of their group, with a level 32 soul power, yet remained on the weaker side among the soul masters, featuring 1 white and 2 yellow soul rings. Zhang-san felt unease. Among the trio, Chen Feng was the one he feared most. Recently turned into a great soul master, Chen Feng possessed a soul power of level 23, superior soul ring configuration, and had dealt nearly half the damage to the Flame Lion King. Zhang-san, having recently reached soul respect at nearly 30, felt both envy and resentment. Li Si, whose martial spirit was divine, had an even lower talent than Zhang-san, struggling at level 29 and showing little progress. Soon, Li Si reached Zhang-san's side, pulling out a knife to begin the skinning. Given Zhang-san had just adjusted the position of the Flame Lion King, Li Si remained oblivious to the glow of the soul bone for now. However, as skinning continued, it was only a matter of time before Li Si discovered the gleaming bone. Meanwhile, Chen Feng took his time, feeling a tightness in his chest as he watched Zhang-san urge him to hurry. What scheme is Zhang-san cooking up? If he gets suspicious, I'll just take my knife and deal with him. Staying alert, Chen Feng maintained a friendly front. I'll be there in a second. As Zhang-san noticed Li Si inching closer to where the soul bone lay and then glanced at Chen Feng nearing striking range, excitement bubbled within him. He schemed to exploit Li Si's and Chen Feng's unawareness to launch a surprise attack, eliminate them, and then seize the soul bone for himself. Closer. So close. At that moment, Li Si, busy skinning, caught a glimpse of the red light and exclaimed, "What is this?" In the blink of an eye, Zhang-san summoned his martial spirit, activated his second soul skill, Earth Power, and his third soul skill, Iron Armor Shock. Before Li Si could react, Zhang-san launched an attack, 2 yellow soul rings lighting up around him. He slammed the iron armor shield onto the ground, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outwards. Li Si, caught off guard, was propelled back, coughing up blood. As he gazed at the mesmerizing, shiny bone beneath the fur, Li Si managed to utter his final words, "Soul bone." Then, pain pierced through him as he turned to see Zhang-san, his face twisted with greed, the world around him fading into darkness. Chen Feng, remaining vigilant, stepped back just as Zhang-san unleashed his soul skill, narrowly avoiding the attack. Zhang-san then spotted the employer, engrossed in the soul ring absorption process, and while gripping the iron armor shield tightly, he swung it down hard onto the employer's neck, ending his life instantly. Zhang-san's eyes glowed with malice as he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, someone he viewed as a rival. "You, Chen Feng, with your talent, don't deserve to live." Calmly, Chen Feng replied, "Why act so grand? We all know you just want to corner the soul bone and silence witnesses. Let's settle this, winner takes all." A sharp aura radiated from Chen Feng, sending a shiver down Zhang-san's spine. In a flash, Chen Feng surged forward, and a glint appeared on his knife as he invoked his first soul skill, Blade Sharpening. This skill increased his attack power and the sharpness of his soul-breaking knife by 50%. With that, he lunged toward Zhang-san. Zhang-san eyed Chen Feng's weapon warily, realizing he wouldn't withstand the onslaught like the Flame Lion King did. He remembered how the beast had fallen to a single blow, and he wasn't keen on testing his resilience against a similar fate. He also recalled Chen Feng saying his second soul skill required a 5-minute cooldown and consumed significant soul power. As Zhang-san gripped his iron armor shield tighter, he figured that as long as he blocked Chen Feng's initial teleportation attack, he could gradually outlast him in terms of soul power. The clash of the knife and shield echoed fiercely as they exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Chen Feng's soul-breaking knife proved exceptionally sharp, each strike deepening gashes in Zhang-san's shield. The bond between a soul master and their weapon was profound. Zhang-san felt each hit resonate through his spirit, causing him immense pain, comparable to needles pricking his mind. Zhang-san growled, "That Chen Feng is something else, every strike feels like it's aimed at my very being." I can't delay this any longer. He yelled, Chen Feng, die. Iron armor shock. The iron armor shield crashed into Chen Feng's broken soul blade, radiating a stunning golden light as a shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Chen Feng realized that while his offensive capabilities were formidable, his defensive ones were lacking. He couldn't withstand Zhang San's third soul skill in a direct encounter. Quickly, he began to retreat, but the shockwave surged forward faster than he could back away. Just before it hit, he managed to teleport 3 meters away. Zhang San laughed wickedly, haha, Chen Feng, you're finished. Without your teleportation, how will you evade my earth power? A yellowish light surged toward Chen Feng. This earth power could be employed for both offense and defense, marking it as an invaluable skill. In an instant, Chen Feng stepped forward, leaving Zhang San gaping as he felt the long blade pierce through his chest from behind. Disbelief washed over his face. Why can you still use teleportation? Zhang San gasped weakly. Chen Feng's complexion turned pale as he tightened his grip on the broken soul blade, twisting it viciously and destroying Zhang San's heart. Why would I reveal my soul skills details to you? You'll never have a chance in this lifetime, better think a bit more in your next one. With those heart-wrenching words hanging heavy in the air, Zhang San choked on old blood and breathed his last. Chapter 2 Chen Feng brandished the broken soul knife and swiftly severed Zhang San's head with a single strike. Given Zhang San's willingness to harm teammates, Chen Feng had no qualms about ensuring he wouldn't survive. In a flash, blood poured from the severed neck, and Zhang San's lifeless body crashed to the ground, staining the earth beneath him with crimson. Although Chen Feng's second soul skill could be activated consecutively, using it repeatedly would double his soul power expenditure. After wielding it twice, he found himself with barely any soul power left. If Zhang San had been wiser and held off on using his third soul skill, Iron Armor Shock, Chen Feng would have thought twice about carelessly teleporting close to him. After all, while his teleportation range was only 3 meters, Zhang San's Iron Armor Shock extended 5 meters. A reckless teleport could have meant a quick end for Chen Feng. As he surveyed the 3 corpses and the blood-drenched soil, a frown creased Chen Feng's brow. Even though they were on the outskirts of the starred forest, danger still lurked nearby. Quickly, Chen Feng unearthed the soul bone of the Flame Lion King. The moment his palm brushed against it, something deep within his soul reacted. Inside his very being, he envisioned a colossal, ancient furnace embellished with intricate patterns. This furnace bore a striking resemblance to the small ancestral furnace he enjoyed tinkering with before arriving in this world, only this one was vastly bigger. The instant Chen Feng glimpsed the furnace, a flood of knowledge rushed into his soul. This magnificent furnace was known as the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. Its purpose was straightforward: you would place an item inside, channel spiritual power into it, and the furnace would refine the item, eliminating impurities while retaining its essence. In the past, Chen Feng hadn't encountered anything that would activate the furnace until today, when he came across the Flame Lion King's soul bone, which finally sparked a response. Alongside this revelation, a technique called Yin-Yang Decision was transmitted into his mind. However, being in the starred forest, he had no time to delve into it. Chen Feng pondered, is my presence in the Douluo continent tied to this furnace? Unfortunately, no one was around to answer his inquiry. As his consciousness returned to the present, only a brief moment had passed. He gazed at the magnificent soul bone glowing red in his hand and the lifeless figures of his employer and teammate, feeling neither happiness nor sorrow. Chen Feng swiftly removed the storage soul guide from his employer's wrist and donned it himself. He stowed the Flame Lion King soul bone along with the gold soul coins from Zhang San and Li Si before hastily making his exit from the starred forest. The scent of blood would soon draw carnivorous soul beasts, tidy up this mess for him. Furthermore, since the deceased were merely ordinary soul masters without influential backgrounds, their deaths would go unnoticed. In his previous life, Chen Feng graduated from university at the age of 23. He enjoyed reading novels after work, but suddenly found himself reborn in the Douluo continent. After losing his parents during a soul beast hunt when he was 5, he was left to fend for himself. Upon awakening his martial soul, he discovered he had undergone a mutation. While his parents possessed a very ordinary knife martial soul, which had low innate soul power, it transformed into the broken soul blade, having a spiritual attribute, in Chen Feng's case. This blade was about 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide, jet black, long and sleek, exhibiting a faint blood groove. It was plain and unadorned yet strikingly solemn. When used to injure an opponent, the broken soul blade inflicted spiritual damage and held an innate soul power level of 5. However, while this talent was decent, it meant he would likely never achieve titled Douluo status, and reaching the Soul Sage realm was probably his ceiling. Yet, Chen Feng was determined not to remain mediocre. He aspired to reach the pinnacle of strength, to be immortal and invincible. Through hard work and exploration, Chen Feng recalled the journey of the sword fanatic Jijuken from the original tale and decided to carve out his own path. At the Royal Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, Jijuken started with an ordinary sword as his martial soul and only a level 3 innate soul power. His cultivation method involved merging his soul with the sword, turning his martial soul entirely into pure energy rather than a physical weapon, perfecting his synthesis into a celestial iron sword. The man became one with the sword, indistinguishable from it. Ultimately, Chen Feng summarized his insights and took an approach that was completely different from Jijuken's. While Jijuken merged with the sword, Chen Feng aimed to master the knife, viewing it as an extension of himself rather than his entirety. The knife represents me, and I remain distinct, wielding it with a powerful spirit that allows full control, achieving an unparalleled connection. After 2 years of cultivation and exploration, Chen Feng successfully integrated and mastered the soul-breaking blade through the strength of his spiritual power. From this point on, his cultivation speed skyrocketed, matching even the most gifted individuals with full soul power, and his combat abilities far surpassed those of his peers. Chen Feng continued on his path, fighting countless battles, and by now, he had already been tempered by experience. Just 4 months shy of turning 12, he had already reached a soul power level of 23. This was mostly because he had spent extensive time discovering his unique path, otherwise, his soul power would be even higher. The reason Chen Feng ventured into the Starred Forest was not just to earn some extra resources but also to familiarize himself with the terrain. His main goal was to seek the elusive million-year-old dream ice silkworm. Passing up such an opportunity would be unwise. Chen Feng also planned to apply to Shrek Academy. He had managed to secure a recommendation letter ahead of time, and given his remarkable talent, he would surely gain strong support and protection there. Although the Academy's teaching methods were somewhat lacking, its reputation for strength was undeniable. As one of the continent's top 3 forces, Shrek Academy boasted vast resources of soul bones, elixirs, and various enhancements. The professors in Shrek's inner court shared a variety of powerful secret techniques that were sought after by ordinary soul masters, rightfully holding the title of the best martial soul system on a continent, like Ma Xiaotao's multi-soul skill fusion and Ling Luoxing's linked and instant activation of multiple soul skills. As for the Sun Moon Empire, Chen Feng hailed from the Heavened Empire, going to a rival nation? That seemed outrageous. The Sun Moon Empire would merely take advantage of you, why would they invest in cultivating someone from a competition? It's akin to a neighboring kingdom fully nurturing someone who might betray them. Although Chen Feng's cultivation journey felt liberating, akin to a wandering soul, he recognized that acquiring resources at such a slow pace posed a significant handicap, as he had to gather everything on his own and faced numerous dangers in doing so. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to attend Shrek Academy to navigate through this vulnerable phase. Despite its shortcomings, it was undoubtedly the best choice for him at this moment. Securing a recommendation letter was not a daunting task. For many city lords, arranging a handful of recommendation letters involved little effort. In fact, many city lords viewed this as a lucrative opportunity. They would offer you a recommendation letter for money, and passing through Shrek Academy's entrance examination was not their concern. One evening, in Xingluo City, near the White Tiger Duke's mansion, Chen Feng stayed in a hotel room. This was his temporary home. At that moment, he retrieved the Fire Lion King soul bone he'd obtained that day from his storage soul guide. The Fire Lion King soul bone glowed a bright red and was a torso bone. Chen Feng regarded merging with it, 100-year-old soul bone, as beneath him, so he promptly sent it into the furnace. Activating his spiritual power, he infused it into the furnace. With a surge of energy, the ancient and mysterious furnace began to operate. The intricate designs etched into the furnace shimmered with light. After some time, Chen Feng had consumed more than half his spiritual energy, but finally, the furnace refined the Fire Lion King's torso bone. When the furnace opened, 2 small spheres resembling dragon eyes appeared in his hand. One was red, the other white. The white sphere pulsed with a notable wave of soul power, while the red emitted a delicious aroma, making Chen Feng eager to consume it. Without hesitation, Chen Feng swallowed the white sphere. As he sat cross-legged, the moment it entered his stomach, the white sphere transformed into a rush of soul power, flooding into his meridians and finally gathering in his danshan. After an hour, Chen Feng opened his eyes, elated to find his soul power had surged from level 23 to level 25, saving him a significant amount of time. Next, he swiftly consumed the red sphere. The surge of heat made him feel exceedingly warm. The energy contained within was intended not to enhance soul power but to fortify his body. Chen Feng sensed his resilience increasing, his strength amplifying, and his endurance improving significantly. When time came to absorb soul rings, he would be able to handle higher-aged ones. In his view, his physical constitution now rivaled that of Zhang San, whom he had slain earlier, indicating he had reached soul master level in physical quality. Chen Feng then set to work practicing the yin-yang technique. Though he currently lacked a partner, which limited his ability to fully utilize part of the technique, refining the world's vital energy and circulating it through his meridians was far superior to any prior meditation techniques he had used. Using the method of energy circulation, he worked with the 8 extraordinary meridians, the 5 organs and 6 bowels, as well as the smaller and larger circulations. This technique was significantly more advanced compared to the typical meditation methods found in the Douluo continent. The usual meditation merely directed the energies of heaven and earth through the meridians to the Danshan, typically overlooking the 8 extraordinary meridians. No wonder a certain god king can dominate everything with just a single Xuanshan skill. Chen Feng reflected, the Douluo continent truly lives up to its reputation as a fantasy realm. Its cultivation methods are so primitive. After practicing the yin-yang technique, my soul power recovery speed, the strength of my soul power, and the overall quality of my soul power have improved dramatically. It feels like moving from shooting birds to firing cannons. Chen Feng felt confident he could easily defeat his former self who hadn't practiced any cultivation techniques. 3 days passed. In a gilded palace, a small figure quietly slipped out the back door of a grand mansion. A boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a well-proportioned physique dressed in clean, simple gray fabric, carried a small bundle on his back. His short, neat black hair framed a small face that radiated determination. Gently closing the back door, the boy took a few steps before stopping abruptly, turning back to gaze at the Duke's mansion. A flicker of deep hatred shone in his blue eyes. "Mom, please watch over me from above. No matter how much effort it takes, I will one day return and reshape everything here. From now on, I will take your surname and go by Huo. After saying this, he cast one last look at the Duke's mansion before turning away and heading out without hesitation. At that moment, Chen Feng was watching Huo make his way toward the starred forest, suppressing his own excitement. Also bound for the starred forest, Chen Feng knew the route from Xingluo City to the forest well, and with his cultivation level far exceeding Huo's, he reached the forest in just 1 day. Chen Feng aimed to arrive at the starred forest first. If his involvement altered the narrative and the heavenly dream ice silkworm appeared sooner, he would be left with nothing but regret. As the sun set, casting a golden-red hue over the woods, the birds returned to their nests among the branches. Suddenly, as steady footsteps crunched on the dry leaves and twigs, birds scattered in alarm. "I've finally made it." The figure was Chen Feng, who had traversed several hundred miles from Xingluo City to reach the starred forest's edge in a single day. Thanks to his remarkable physical condition, comparable to that of a soul master, he was only slightly winded. While practicing the yin-yang technique, he found that the soul power he expended while traveling was restored faster than he consumed it, leaving his soul power fully charged. Chen Feng thoroughly appreciated the efficacy of the yin-yang technique. It comprehensively outperformed any rudimentary meditation technique. Looking around, he noticed a weathered wooden sign cloaked in moss. 50 kilometers ahead is the entrance to the starred forest, where soul beasts roam. Please exercise caution. Chen Feng mused, yes, this is definitely the right place, and pressed onward. Soon, he spotted several dark figures. They were baboons, about 1 meter tall, sporting brownish-yellow fur and brown eyes. Their unusually long arms ended in sharp claws, and their teeth bared as one launched a surprise attack at Chen Feng. 10-year-old wind baboon? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Image of Huo nearly perishing against such a beast flashed through his mind. But for Chen Feng, there was no challenge, he could easily dispatch it. With a quick movement, a flash of white light cut through the air as Chen Feng swung his black broken soul blade, cleanly severing the wind baboon's neck as if slicing through tofu. Blood sprayed forth from the baboon's neck like a fountain. Enraged by their companion's demise, the other wind baboons charged at Chen Feng. With 3 more swift flashes, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed. Bang, 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 several headless corpses tumbled down from the surrounding trees. Meanwhile, Huo was unhurriedly continuing his journey towards the starred forest. 3 days later, Chen Feng kept a watchful eye on the outskirts of the forest. Although he hadn't ventured deep within, even in the perimeter, he encountered several thousand-year-old soul beasts and an abundance of hundreds and tens of years-old beasts. Despite his strength, after 3 days, Chen Feng was looking somewhat worn out. His once smooth hair was now tousled, giving him a disheveled appearance with a rather haggard, handsome face. After these 3 tiring days, his mental state had been under constant duress. Even with his exceptional mental fortitude, fatigue was creeping in. Just as he prepared to leave the outskirts for some much-needed rest, a powerful mental force suddenly surged within his mind. "Don't go. Save me, brother. I can make you a god." An unexpected wave of mental energy washed over him, accompanied by an urgent voice that reverberated in Chen Feng's thoughts. Chapter 3 Wow, my brother really has had a tough time. finally managed to escape those fierce beasts for a bit. A chilly breeze wafted up from the cracks in the ground, and Chen Feng could feel the temperature dropping around him. The crack widened, growing to over 5 meters in diameter, and the golden white light finally revealed what was hidden within. It was a round, chubby head, looking soft and fleshy, measuring over a meter across and stretching more than 7 meters long. Its body was a beautiful white jade color, crystal clear and spotless. It looked a bit like a silkworm, with a glowing halo pulsing beneath its skin and a pair of sparkling golden eyes on its head. Starting half a meter from its head, golden patterns spiraled around its body, forming 10 golden rings from head to tail. The Dream Ice Silkworm. Chen Feng kept his cool. He tightened his grip on the broken soul blade, his knuckles turning a bit white from the pressure. Oh no, the plot has shifted. Talk about a butterfly effect. Chen Feng felt a wave of gratitude for being cautious. If he had followed Hueco, he might have missed out on the Dream Ice Silkworm entirely. Just as he was feeling relieved, the Dream Ice Silkworm's golden eyes locked onto him, sparkling with a hint of excitement. I can't believe I've found a human with a spiritual attribute martial soul here. You're so young, yet your soul power is already at level 25, top-tier talent among soul masters. What's even more impressive is that your physical strength is strong enough to handle more of my original power. It must be fate that you're here to save me, or maybe it's fate that I'm here to guide you. The 10 golden halos around the Dream Ice Silkworm pulsed with life, and suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth from its body, leaving behind a thin layer of pale golden membrane. This dazzling golden light was its original and spiritual power. Separating it from its body meant there was no turning back. But it didn't feel regret at all. In fact, it felt a sense of relief and joy at having survived a crisis. Its original plan was to find a soul master with a spiritual attribute martial soul and willingly transform into a wise soul ring. And Chen Feng, with his exceptional talent, was the perfect choice. A ball of golden light zoomed toward Chen Feng. Although the Dream Ice Silkworm wasn't a fighter, its million years of cultivated spiritual power was something Chen Feng couldn't handle at that moment. As the golden light collided with him, an intense chill spread through his body, making his consciousness blur. The 10 golden halos quickly wrapped around him, waves of white light flowing into him. An invisible spiritual force began to radiate outward from Chen Feng as the Dream Ice Silkworm's original and spiritual powers surged into him. This overwhelming spiritual force quickly covered every corner within 100 miles. The spiritual shock wasn't destructive, but it could leave all living beings momentarily dazed. Your physical strength is impressive. This allows me to share more of my power with you. Heaven truly favors me, the Dream Ice. Huh? What's happening? Why can't I see your memories? In Chen Feng's sea of consciousness, his soul stood tall, closely connected to the sea of consciousness, reflecting the strength of his spirit. At the center of this sea, Chen Feng's soul, eyes closed and leaning on a black knife, radiated an indescribable sense of calm elegance. Unbeknownst to anyone, a furnace quietly burned within Chen Feng's soul. The crystal-clear silkworm looked at Chen Feng in surprise, a bit taken aback. Just moments ago, it had wanted to peek into its host's memories to understand him better. To its astonishment, it found itself completely unable to access those memories, leaving the Dream Ice Silkworm quite shocked. As it was processing this, a pair of pitch-black eyes slowly opened in a pure white space. Chen Feng stood in the sea of consciousness, holding the broken soul blade, his deep black eyes fixed on the puzzled silkworm. At that moment, as the Dream Ice Silkworm's immense spiritual essence merged into Chen Feng's sea of consciousness, the entire space transformed dramatically, filled with countless points of light that seemed to stretch endlessly, as if he could see every corner of this realm. The golden rays converged into 10 massive golden rings floating in midair, making all the light points around them grow larger. The rings began to rotate slowly, and within each one, a milky white halo emerged, growing stronger and gradually transforming into 10 enormous light spheres hovering there. The entire space expanded significantly. At the same time, the light points in the air fell, gathering into a pale golden ocean that supported the 10 massive golden white spheres. Chen Feng gazed at this magnificent sea of spirit, marveling at the vast spiritual source of the Dream Ice Silkworm. It was clear that Chen Feng had gained incredible benefits. Even a soul saint wouldn't be able to match his sea of spirit now. He tried to activate the furnace deep within his soul but realized his current strength was still too weak. The energy required to activate it was beyond his capacity at the moment. What he could do was protect his soul from outside threats under the furnace's shield. With a blank expression, he addressed the Dream Ice Silkworm. Hey, big bug that's wandered into my sea of spirit, aren't you going to introduce yourself? I'm Chen Feng, what about you? Chen Feng decided to keep things friendly with the Dream Ice Silkworm. Despite its seemingly gentle demeanor, it was still a million-year-old soul beast. In the original story, before it fully merged with Hueco, the Dream Ice Silkworm was no pushover. Pointing at the out-of-control Ma Xiaotao, who was struggling with the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Chen Feng, as a great soul master, knew he couldn't take on the Dream Ice Silkworm just yet. Plus, having the Dream Ice Silkworm around would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Without its help, it would be tough for Chen Feng to make the Ice Emperor his second martial soul. While Chen Feng was confident that he could become an unparalleled powerhouse with just his soul-breaking blade, having the Ice Emperor's assistance would undoubtedly smooth the path to becoming extraordinary. Moreover, the furnace was a mysterious secret hidden deep within him, making it undetectable to the Dream Ice Silkworm. Even if Chen Feng was discovered using the furnace, what could a single soul ring do? It was all up to Chen Feng. The Dream Ice Silkworm hoped he would become a god, and the stronger he got, the happier it would be, as that would allow it to exist alongside him as a wise soul ring. Who's the big bug? I am the embodiment of heroism and righteousness, the king of soul beasts, a perfect blend of wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled powerhouse, cultivating for 1,000,000 years and setting the highest lifespan record on the Luo continent, the Dream Ice Silkworm. You can call me Brother Dan, the crystal-clear silkworm baby proudly introduced itself to Chen Feng. Do you see these 10 light spheres? They represent the essence of my 1,000,000 years of cultivation, my source power and spiritual power. This energy can elevate your 10 soul rings to the 100,000-year level and make your spiritual power the strongest in the world. Plus, I'll give you an ice attribute second martial soul, making you a once-in-a-lifetime genius with twin martial souls. The Dream Ice Silkworm puffed up its plump head, looking quite adorable. The Dream Ice Silkworm grinned. Aren't you surprised and excited? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Really? Then why do you want me to save you? The Dream Ice Silkworm cleared its throat, avoiding the question, and said, I want to become your soul ring, the first wise soul ring in Luo continent's history. Of course, you're not at your bottleneck yet. When you reach level 30, you'll feel my power. As a 1,000,000-year soul ring, I can give you a full 4 soul skills. Chen Feng looked at the Dream Ice Silkworm and asked, if you're so powerful, why do you want to become my soul ring? Just call me Brother Dan. Alright, Dream Ice Silkworm, Chen Feng replied casually. Humphrey, I won't hold it against you this time. I'll definitely charm you into calling me that in the future, the Dream Ice Silkworm muttered, not dwelling too much on Chen Feng's response. Then it began to share its unfortunate past. As the Dream Ice Silkworm rambled on, Chen Feng had no intention of staying immersed in the sea of spirit. Only the Dream Ice Silkworm's frustrated and mournful voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Don't go. I haven't told you my story yet. Aren't you curious why a 1,000,000-year soul beast like me is here in the starred forest and why I chose to become your wise soul ring? Chen Feng's consciousness returned to his true self, feeling refreshed, as if the mental fatigue from 3 days of exploring the starred great forest had vanished. A layer of light golden membrane appeared beside him, a remnant of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's 1,000,000-year cultivation. This treasure was powerful enough to bind the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm continued to chatter in Chen Feng's mind. Realizing it wouldn't stop until it finished, Chen Feng said, Go ahead, I'm listening. He stood up and began to explore the starred great forest, still hoping to seize an opportunity. Alex. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, lamenting its fate of becoming a power source, asked, Chen Feng, why are you still wandering around the starred great forest? Chen Feng casually replied, I plan to practice for a few days on the outskirts and hunt for some valuable items. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm insisted, Chen Feng, that's too dangerous. I need to add another layer of protection for you. With that, it began to mobilize its mental source, aiming to elevate Chen Feng's first 2 soul rings to 1,500 years. Chen Feng, being meticulous, thought about whether the purple soul rings were. But then he suddenly remembered the extreme northern lands and quickly found a solution, so he didn't stop the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Soon, Chen Feng paused and summoned the soul rings he rarely called forth. 2 light purple soul rings glowed with a noble purple light. The first soul skill, Blade Sharpening, which originally increased his attack power and the sharpness of his martial soul, the soul-breaking blade, by 50%, was now upgraded from 100 years to 1,000 years, doubling the effect to 100% increase. The second soul skill, Instant Teleportation, also improved from a 3-meter teleportation to 5 meters. Chen Feng's strength surged. Even the mental damage from the soul-breaking blade became much stronger due to his enhanced mental power. Previously, the mental damage from the soul-breaking blade only caused minor harm to weaker soul masters, but now, even top-tier martial soul masters would suffer severe mental trauma and faint if they took too much of the soul-breaking blade's attack. If Chen Feng landed a solid blow, it could directly inflict mental trauma on the opponent. Compared to physical injuries, mental damage took longer to recover from. Chen Feng truly felt the benefits brought by the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. As long as it continued to assist him well, after he became a god in the future, the heavenly dream ice silkworm would gain immortality alongside him. With the soul-breaking blade in hand, Chen Feng continued to explore the outskirts of the starred Great Forest. The heavenly dream ice silkworm fell into a deep sleep. With his newfound strength, Chen Feng felt more confident. The soul beasts in the outskirts of the starred Great Forest could no longer pose a threat to him. However, he still prioritized safety in the outer areas of the starred Great Forest. As for venturing inward, Chen Feng wasn't going there. Life is precious, and one shouldn't court danger unnecessarily. Meanwhile, over 300 miles away, Hueco was still making his way toward the starred Great Forest, taking his time. A few days later, in the morning, the starred Great Forest was adorned with a layer of dew on the lush vegetation, sparkling in the morning light. The fresh air felt invigorating. Unfortunately, Chen Feng had no intention of enjoying the scenery. Just as he was preparing to continue his exploration, he spotted 3 figures approaching from a distance. He turned to see a girl walking in front. She looked around 15 or 16, with long black hair tied in a ponytail cascading behind her. Dressed in a light blue outfit, her youthful figure radiated vitality. With large, lively phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and an almost perfect oval face, this girl wasn't flawless, but she had a charming aura that made her quite appealing. Following closely behind her was a boy of similar age, tall and slender, with deep blue short hair that shimmered like a gemstone in the sunlight. Though still young, he exuded an elegant demeanor. His handsome face wore a lazy, gentle smile, but when he saw Chen Feng, he immediately withdrew his smile and became slightly guarded. The blue-haired boy was already striking, but the next to Chen Feng, he seemed to pale in comparison. These two were none other than Tanya and B. The last of the trio was an 11 or 12-year-old boy with a well-proportioned figure, dressed in simple gray clothes. This was Hueco. The charming Tanya couldn't help but steal a few glances at Chen Feng, drawn in by his sharp aura and handsome appearance. Meanwhile, B, noticing Tanya's interest, felt a twinge of jealousy and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. Tianming sealed the source of its spirit in Chen Feng's spiritual sea, waiting for the right moment to transform into a soul ring, just like Yu. Chapter 4. Chen Feng took a quick glance at the lovely Tanya but didn't linger. A brief look is just a way to appreciate beauty, but staring too long can come off as rude. After spending years on his own, Chen Feng had developed a demeanor that set him apart from the average person. He wasn't easily distracted by a pretty face. As fate would have it, the 4 of them crossed paths, and Chen Feng caught a snippet of the playful banter between Tanya and the blue-haired boy. "You're not feeling jealous, are you?" Tanya teased, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Isn't it exhausting to keep up that act?" "Zhaoya, that's called cultivation," B replied, his expression turning serious as he shifted his gaze back to Chen Feng. Tanya put her hands on her hips, adopting a mock-serious tone. "You should call me Teacher Zhaoya." "All right, Teacher Zhaoya," B said with a resigned smile. B studied Chen Feng, thinking that a person wandering around the starred forest alone, without any teachers or companions, must have some serious strength and should be approached with caution. But Chen Feng's attention drifted past him to the unassuming, medium-built, slightly undernourished black-haired boy standing behind. That boy was none other than Hueco. Chen Feng felt a spark of recognition and met B's scrutinizing gaze. The air between them grew a bit tense. "Hey, is there something you need?" "You've been staring at me for a while," Chen Feng said, breaking the silence. B felt a bit sheepish. After all, staring at someone in the starred forest wasn't exactly polite, especially since they were all strangers. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. In the starred forest, one had to be cautious not just of the dangerous soul beasts but also of other humans. Who knows, the person might be a predator looking for suitable prey. "My name is Tanya, and this is B. We're both students at Shrek Academy," she introduced cheerfully. Before B could chime in, Tanya flashed a charming smile and added, "I just couldn't help but look a few extra times because you're so handsome. Sorry if it seemed weird." She playfully stuck out her tongue, her cute antics making Hueco momentarily lose his train of thought. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at Tanya's lively compliment. Just like that, the previously tense atmosphere lightened up. However, B still tugged at Tanya, his gaze toward Chen Feng now a bit more cautious. He wasn't jealous, he just knew that revealing one's identity in the starred forest could be a risky move. With their eyes on him, Chen Feng's smile grew wider. "So, it's Senior Tang and Senior B. I'm actually a new student at Shrek Academy this year. My name is Chen Feng, and I'm from the Heavenly Soul Empire." "You're a new student at Shrek Academy? From the Heavenly Soul Empire?" Tanya's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's awesome. B and I are also from the Heavenly Soul Empire, we're all from the same place." They started chatting casually, and while Chen Feng engaged with Tanya and B, he kept a part of his attention on Hueco. Suddenly, A strange psychic force field enveloped them. Tanya and felt dizzy right away. Hueco, unable to handle it, collapsed to the ground. Only Chen Feng, thanks to his strong spirit and the protection of the soul furnace, remained completely unaffected. He released his spiritual power outward, with the expansion of his spiritual sea thanks to Tianmeng's ice silkworm and part of Tianmeng's spiritual source. His spiritual power had reached a level that rivaled a soul sage or higher. Chen Feng's spiritual power quickly locked onto a soul beast hiding in the woods. It was a creature about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, resembling a wolf but smaller than an ordinary one. Its striking purple fur and tiny, somewhat mischievous eyes made it stand out. Its front legs were short, barely supporting its body. This was a 300-year-old purple spirit beast, a spirit-type soul beast. Its innate ability, weakness, could affect the central nervous system of those hit by its mental waves, causing dizziness and weakness without diminishing their soul power. Seeing a human unaffected by its influence, the purple spirit beast was immediately frightened and prepared to flee. Chen Feng quickly stepped in front of it. Despite the beast's decent mental power, its short legs made it weak in close combat, and it stood no chance against Chen Feng. With a broken soul blade in hand, Chen Feng struck down with a swift, beautiful arc of light, severely injuring the purple spirit beast and causing it to lose consciousness. By this time, Tanya, who had initially been affected, had shaken off the beast's control and rushed toward it, only to find that Chen Feng had already taken care of it. Tanya's face lit up when she recognized the purple spirit beast. Chen Feng, you really hurt this purple spirit beast. Can I buy it from you with gold soul coins? Chen Feng understood her intentions. She clearly wanted to give it to Hueco. Since you asked, senior sister, just take it. There's no need to discuss compensation for a 100-year soul beast, Chen Feng replied. He figured that even if he hadn't intervened, the purple spirit beast wouldn't have stood a chance against Tanya. Plus, he had no use for it, so it was better to let it go as a favor. Hueco, hurry up and act. This purple spirit beast's soul ring will be perfect for you. With Chen Feng's approval, Tanya waved to Hueco. Thank you. Hueco finally snapped back to reality and expressed his gratitude. His mother had always taught him to be polite, but standing in front of the handsome and powerful Chen Feng made him feel a bit small. As a new student at Shrek Academy, he still needed help from his seniors to obtain a soul ring, while others could easily take down powerful 100-year soul beasts on their own. This gap left Hueco feeling a bit frustrated. Hueco, from now on, absorbing the soul ring is up to you. Just stay focused, Chen Feng encouraged. Thank you, senior brother. Hueco nodded, adjusting his mindset, and began to draw in the soul ring with his soul power, taking his first step toward becoming a soul master. While Hueco was busy absorbing the soul ring, approached Chen Feng, his demeanor less guarded than before. However, feeling a bit protective, he still kept a watchful eye on Chen Feng, who was not only handsome but also incredibly powerful, worried that Xiaoya might take a liking to him. Chen Feng smiled and looked at Is there something you need, senior Chapter 5. I can see your soul power isn't stuck at a bottleneck. I'm curious about what brings you to the Starred Forest, Bai said, sporting a somewhat pretentious grin. Not long ago, their group had been caught off guard by Xiling, which had affected both him and Xiaoya, while only Chen Feng came out completely unharmed, leaving Bai feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. Noticing Bai's guarded expression, Tanya crossed her arms and remarked, Bai, there's no need for Chen Feng to explain his reasons for being in the Starred Forest. After all, he gave us the Xiling spirit ring, and we should be thankful for that. You're being a bit rude. Bai stumbled over his words at Xiaoya's comment. It was true, Chen Feng wasn't obligated to explain anything to him. Observing the exchange, Chen Feng interjected, Senior Tanya, you can't hold it against Senior Bai. It's only natural to be cautious when meeting someone for the first time in the Starred Forest. Hearing Chen Feng described as handsome, strong, understanding, and mature, especially after just getting her a spirit ring, Tanya felt her admiration for him multiplying. She turned back to Bai. Come on, Bai, you really went too far just now. You need to apologize to Junior Chen. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing situation, saying, Senior, how can we make Senior Bai apologize? He was just looking out for you. Tanya found herself liking Chen Feng more and more, impressed by how young yet mature he appeared. However, the more Chen Feng spoke, the more she hoped for Bai to apologize. With a glare directed at Bai, she noted his hesitation as he looked back and forth between Chen Feng and her, recognizing her intent to defend Chen Feng. His charming smile faded, and he awkwardly said, Junior Chen, I'm sorry, I was in the wrong. Chen Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, Little Bai, are you trying to get one over on me? He then shifted the conversation to Xiaoya. As Chen Feng shared the sorrowful tale of losing his parents to soul beasts when he was just 5 years old, and how he had to fend for himself while honing his skills, Zioya's eyes grew misty. She felt a pulse of empathy for his story, recognizing their shared experience as orphans, each having lost their family legacies to others. For a fleeting moment, Tanya felt that she and Chen Feng truly connected on a deeper level. Looking at him, despite his youthful appearance, she felt an overwhelming urge to offer a comforting hug. Tanya reached out her delicate hand and held on to Chen Feng's firm grip. "Everything will be alright. We'll take you to Shrek Academy ourselves, and from now on, I'll look out for you. If anyone dares to cross you, they won't recognize themselves afterwards," she playfully declared, shaking her tightly clenched fist as she spoke. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at the lovable Tanya, responding with, "Thank you, Senior Zioya." As he watched the two becoming increasingly comfortable with each other, Bai felt a pang of concern. Oh no, Chen Feng's charm might just sweep Zioya off her feet. Quickly, Bai joined the conversation between Chen Feng and Zioya, to which Chen Feng simply offered a friendly smile. Meanwhile, Hueco, who was in the middle of fusing his spirit ring, appeared to be at a critical juncture, trembling uncontrollably. With only basic innate soul power, Hueco's physical abilities were quite limited. His meridians were narrow, fragile, and even tangled. As a result, he was experiencing intense pain as the power from the soul ring pressed against his blocked meridians during the absorption process. In Chen Feng's mind, the Dream Ice Silkworm commented, "This guy has a spiritual attribute martial soul, but his talent is remarkably poor, level 10 soul power, weak innate ability, and a fragile body. Honestly, I'm lucky I met Chen Feng first. If I had followed him, it would have been a tough journey." Satisfied with his choice, the Dream Ice Silkworm went back to resting. Bai and Tanya watched Hueco's pained expression with concern, but they couldn't interrupt his absorption. That might lead to severe injury or deter him from being a soul master. Bai understood that despite Hueco's limitations, he managed to make it this far. It was surprising that even a 300-year soul ring was challenging for him to handle. Moreover, Bai was impressed that Hueco had cultivated himself to the realm of a soul master. It spoke volumes about his perseverance and determination. On his side, Chen Feng quietly watched Hueco, acknowledging that without the Dream Ice Silkworm, it would be nearly impossible for Hueco to grow strong. Reaching Soul King level with only innate level 1 was already a significant achievement. Chen Feng held no resentment towards Hueco and was fine with him being just a passing acquaintance. He sighed, reflecting on how the smallest changes could bring about significant differences. The Dream Ice Silkworm had arrived ahead of schedule, while Alex seemed to have vanished. Ultimately, Hueco managed to complete the fusion without injury, stabilizing his condition as he entered a cultivation state. Curious, Chen Feng turned to Tanya and asked, "Sister Zioya, it looks like this young man is having a tough time absorbing the spirit ring. Is he also a freshman at Shrek Academy?" Chen Feng decided to address her as Sister Zioya, foregoing the earlier title. "His name is Hueco. Yes, he'll be joining us at Shrek Academy. Even though his soul power doesn't quite meet the standard, our Tang sect does allow one student each year to enter without examination," Tanya replied with a smile, leaning in a little closer to Chen Feng, the faint scent of her presence making itself known. "Impressive, right? Would you consider joining us?" As the leader of Tang sect, Tanya immediately saw an opportunity to recruit Chen Feng. "Sister Zioya, I think I'll hold off on joining a sect until after graduation," Chen Feng tactfully clarified, indicating his lack of interest in the Tang sect. Hearing that Tanya wanted Chen Feng to join the Tang sect, Bai internally panicked at the thought of him spending all his time with her. No way, Chen Feng cannot join the Tang sect. "Sister Zioya, since Chen Feng said that, let's drop the subject. I think Chen Feng isn't particularly impressed with the current Tang sect." Bai tried to steer Tanya's thoughts, wanting to highlight that Chen Feng's disinterest suggested he held the Tang sect in low regard. Tanya's spirits visibly dropped upon hearing Bai's words, clearly feeling affected. Bai recognized his mistake when he saw her disappointment. Taking note of her sorrow, Chen Feng offered comforting words, and gradually, Tanya's sadness transformed into joy as she began to ignore Bai, laughing and chatting animatedly with Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Bai thought, "Tanya seems really annoyed and doesn't want to talk to me, Humphrey." Bai slapped his forehead, berating himself for being so foolish. Chapter 6. Bai took a deep breath to center himself and continued discussing Zioya and Chen Feng. After another hour, Hueco finally emerged from his meditation. In his deep blue eyes, a flicker of golden light shone, and vibrant yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Overwhelmed with joy, he leaped up and exclaimed, "I did it! I've truly become a soul master at last." But when he noticed Chen Feng and the others staring at him, he quickly came back to earth, lowering his head in embarrassment. Thank you, senior brother, Teacher Zioya, he said. Zioya beamed at Hueco, stating, Xiaoyao, that purple spirit beast is quite rare in the starred forest. If it weren't for Chen Feng, we probably wouldn't have acquired such a valuable soul ring this time. No need for thanks, Chen Feng replied with a smile as he approached Hueco. I'm Chen Feng. Senior sister Zioya mentioned that you're also a new student at Shrek Academy this year. We might be classmates, so I'm looking forward to getting along well in the future. Why you? Hi, I'm Hueco. Please take care of me, Hueco responded quickly, feeling a bit shy. Tanya turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, I came to Starred Forest to hunt soul beasts to strengthen my soul rings. If you don't mind, how about we team up? Once we finish hunting, we can head to Shrek Academy together. Senior sister Zioya, I initially intended to casually hunt a few soul beasts in the outer area of the Starred Forest to gather materials to trade for living expenses. Having someone to look out for each other sounds great, but I have other plans afterward, so I can't go to Shrek Academy with you, Chen Feng explained, revealing that he planned to visit the extreme north first to obtain the Ice Emperor as his second martial soul before heading to Shrek Academy. With an ultimate martial soul and a twin martial soul, Chen Feng would be among the top students at Shrek Academy. He intended to stay in the Starred Forest a bit longer, but if he couldn't locate the remnants of Ilk's consciousness, he wouldn't waste any more time. After all, the plot had shifted significantly due to his minor actions, and while he was uncertain about encountering Ilks, being with Hueco and the others was the best choice, especially since the original host was right there with him. With this in mind, Chen Feng glanced at Hueco beside him. Let's get moving, time is precious. Tanya exclaimed, her excitement about obtaining soul rings shining through. No soul master could resist the lure of progress. So, with Chen Feng and Tanya leading the way, Hueco in the middle, and Bai bringing up the rear, they set off. After acquiring his first soul ring, Hueco felt a marked improvement in his cultivation level, particularly in his physical condition, which made traveling easier. With his first soul ring, he gained a weak support soul skill, putting him in high spirits. The world seemed more vibrant, the sky bluer, the grass greener. As he looked up, he saw Teacher Zioya and Chen Feng chatting and laughing, but when he turned to senior brother Bai, he noticed that the gentle smile had faded from Bai's face. Hueco pondered, what's happening? Why can't I grasp it? Tanya needed a 1,000-year soul beast, so they ventured deeper before stopping near a mixed area to explore. This mixed area was too perilous, they could encounter 10,000-year soul beasts, so everyone was cautious about taking risks. Along the way, Chen Feng stretched out his spiritual power, creating a perception circle. Senior sister Zioya, I found the soul beast you're looking for, he said, using his keen spiritual sense to locate a 1,000-year model snake several hundred meters away. Tanya's eyes lit up with joy. Chen Feng, what soul beast is it? Chen Feng replied, a model snake, with an age between 1,000 and 1,500 years. That's perfect? How awesome! Tanya responded, jumping with excitement, her face glowing with happiness. Quickly, the group made their way toward the model snake. The 1,000-year model snake was 3 meters long, its body a lovely peach pink, with a small flower-like protrusion on its forehead. Bai's demeanor turned serious. Facing a 1,000-year soul beast was still a considerable challenge, even for a soul master. He looked at Chen Feng, having sensed earlier that Chen Feng's perception abilities were impressively sharp, though he also wielded a sword martial soul. Bai surmised that Chen Feng likely possessed a soul skill related to perception, and the idea of someone with soul sage-level spiritual power was beyond his imagination. Xiaoya, please keep a close eye on Bai instructed, casting a reassuring glance at Chen Feng as if to assert his strength. The first soul ring on his right arm lit up, summoning a dragon claw made of blue-purple lightning, striking toward the model snake. That was the Thunder Dragon Claw, Bai's first soul skill. The crafty model snake, which had been coiled on the ground, sprang into action just as Bai attacked, its tail sweeping through the air as it lunged toward him. Instead of backing away, Bai advanced. Crouching low, he executed the ghost shadow mysterious steps, dodging quickly. The Thunder Dragon Claw he had launched surprisingly changed direction midair and chased after the model snake. At the same time, his second spirit ring activated, causing countless electric snakes to grow larger and morph into lightning arrows, filling the air. They formed a dense thunder net that surrounded the model snake. The initial Thunder Dragon Claw was merely to draw the model snake out, the thunder net was the real trap. Once caught in the electric web, the Thunder Dragon Claw would catch up from behind. Even if it couldn't inflict severe damage, it would still put them at an advantage. However, the model snake was no pushover. As the electric net closed in, it released a cloud of pink mist from its mouth, exuding a sweet fragrance far more potent than before. The lightning arrows from the thunder net splashed against the pink mist, fracturing like they had been splashed with water. Although their power was still present, they quickly became scattered. Chen Feng, Tanya, and Huo hastily stepped back, wary of contamination. Concern etched Tanya's delicate features. Chapter 7. The Modula snake showed its fierce side, suddenly lunging into the air and crashing against the electric net, creating a surprising gap in the thunder net. As it broke free, the snake's tail whipped around, its tip glowing bright pink as it struck the pursuing thunder dragon claw, effectively shattering B's first soul skill. Nevertheless, B's efforts weren't wasted. With one of the strongest beast martial souls, his attack power ranked among the best for soul masters at his level. Despite the Modula snake's ferocity, after overcoming two powerful thunder soul skills, it found itself cloaked in a layer of fine electric light and could no longer continue its attack upon landing. Seeing B struggle against the Modula snake, Chen Feng turned to Tanya and said, "Zhaoya, let me take care of this Modula snake." Tanya looked worriedly at Chen Feng, expressing, "But Chen Feng, that's a 1,000-year soul beast." She remembered their previous chat, where she'd learned that Chen Feng was just a great soul master, and this 1,000-year soul beast was a challenge even for soul respect experts. Chen Feng smiled confidently, saying, "It's just a 1,000-year soul beast." With that, he exuded a sharp intensity, activating the first soul skill of the soul-breaking blade, called Sharpening. Chen Feng was so skilled that he could unleash his soul skill without revealing his spirit rings. The soul-breaking blade in his hand shimmered with a fluorescent glow. In that moment, after a collision between the Modula snake and B, the snake landed on the ground. Chen Feng sprang into action, using instant transmission to appear behind the Modula snake, slashing at it with his blade. Tanya gasped as she witnessed Chen Feng disappear from her side, shortly followed by a pained scream. Turning quickly to find the source of the cry, she spotted a young man with black hair and striking features, his hair flying wildly as he wielded a black blade, radiating a sense of authority and strength. On the ground lay a large piece of pink snake flesh, with blood gushing from the Modula snake's abdomen that had let out the scream. Even though instant transmission was a divine skill, it took time to position himself behind the snake, swing his blade, and land the strike. Chen Feng aimed for the snake's vital point, but it twisted away just in time to avoid a fatal hit. Still, the spiritual impact of Chen Feng's strike sent the Modula snake into a frenzy. Soul beasts typically had weak spiritual strength, and his attack nearly shattered the Modula snake's spiritual sea. With the soul-breaking blade in hand reflecting the sunlight, Chen Feng swung again, cutting through the air with a chilling yet powerful aura. The blade sparkled in the light, almost seeming to dance to its own rhythm. With a flash, the upper half of the Modula snake was severed, and Chen Feng's gaze was as calm and cold as a winter lake. As she watched Chen Feng striking down the Modula snake with such grace, Tanya felt a spark of admiration ignite in her eyes. B stood there in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Am I the soul master, or are you?" The broken soul blade in Chen Feng's hand was now stained with blood, which he shook off, letting a line of crimson pool on the ground. Huo, hidden at the back, couldn't help but swallow hard. So strong, truly strong. Watching this mature, powerful peer, he felt a deep longing to possess such talent and strength himself. In truth, Chen Feng was also taking advantage of the moment. The Modula snake was caught off guard, initially focusing on when Chen Feng suddenly teleported in for a surprise attack. Moreover, the soul beast's spiritual power was inherently weak, especially constrained by Chen Feng's broken soul blade. Otherwise, even a soul master at the same level would not be easily overwhelmed. Of course, Tanya had no clue about Chen Feng's true capabilities, they simply witnessed him swoop in and take down the Modula snake in an instant. Looking at the stunned onlookers, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Sister Zaya, don't you need the Modula snake's soul ring? Hurry up and act." Realizing what was happening, Tanya glanced at the nearly lifeless Modula snake and quickly delivered the final blow. A circle of purple soul rings began to rise slowly from the Modula snake's body. Unable to contain her excitement, she threw her arms around Chen Feng in a big hug. "Thank you, Chen Feng. Sister Zaya, there's no need to be so polite. We're all students of Shrek Academy, helping each other out. And besides, you really like this." Chen Feng chuckled lightly, his demeanor calm and steady, without unnecessary movements. While Tanya may not have had the maturity of an older sister, her lively spirit and charm were equally captivating. Hearing Chen Feng's teasing, Tanya's face turned a bit red as she quickly pulled away, playfully scolding, "Not at all. I see you as a little brother, you can't have any inappropriate thoughts about your sister. Zaya, get ready to absorb the soul ring," B said coolly as he approached. Chen Feng remained unfazed, maintaining his calm expression. He caught B's awkward glance at him and simply smiled back. If B's gaze had the power to alter his demeanor, it would have been for nothing over these years. Had it not been for his desire to wait for Ilex near Huo, Chen Feng would have long since ventured to the extreme north. Why waste his time in the starred forest? At this moment, Tanya sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the Modula Snake's third soul ring. As looked at Chen Feng's unshaken gaze, for the first time, he felt a sense of defeat. In terms of temperament, appearance, and even strength, doubted his ability to surpass Chen Feng. Moreover, being several years older made him feel even more inadequate. The innocent Huo stared blankly at Chen Feng and yet, his thoughts were consumed by the strength Chen Feng had just demonstrated. While feelings of jealousy brewed in B's heart, he acknowledged that Chen Feng had never actively sought to overshadow Xia. They had defeated the Modula Snake thanks to his assistance, hence owing him a favor. The truth was that it was Xia who had been making advances. After a moment's reflection, B said to Chen Feng, I realize now I've been out of balance in my thoughts. I want to apologize and sincerely thank you for your help. I owe you one. He regained his elegant smile as he looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng surveyed B, slightly taken aback. If he used to see B as an older person playing tricks on a child, embodying a triumph of maturity over immaturity, he now felt a newfound respect. Unfortunately, that was all. It was merely enough for Chen Feng to take B a bit more seriously. In the future, Chen Feng would blaze a trail ahead, surging forward, while all his peers could only gaze up at his retreating figure until he disappeared from view. Chapter 8. Chen Feng chuckled and said, Bai, you're giving us too much credit. We're just classmates helping each other out. As Tanya started to absorb the soul ring, the mood among the three grew a bit tense. Both Bai and Huo were really curious about Chen Feng's abilities. Bai, in particular, was on high alert, clearly seeing Chen Feng as a competitor. But since it was their first day meeting, prying into someone else's strength felt a bit too forward. As Tanya absorbed the energy from the 1,000-year Modula Snake soul ring, she seemed to transform a little, her skin became fairer and shinier, and her figure matured, shifting from that of a girl to a young woman. Her presence felt much stronger too. A 1,000-year soul ring gives a much bigger boost than a 100-year one. However, it also meant that absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring took more time. In the starred forest, danger was always lurking. During this time, Bai and Chen Feng kept a close watch on Tanya, scaring off a few soul beasts. Thankfully, no 1,000-year soul beasts showed up to cause trouble. 2 hours later. Phew. Tanya let out a sigh of relief. She had successfully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring. She finished her meditation, stood up, stretched, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was feeling great. In the Douluo continent, reaching level 30 is a big deal. Soul masters with lower innate soul power might never reach this milestone, but once they do, they're no longer seen as low-level soul masters. I did it. I've broken through to soul master. Haha. Tanya cheered, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared around her. Bai smiled and said, Congrats, Xioya. Huo chimed in, Teacher Xioya, big congrats on becoming a soul master. Chen Feng added, Way to go, Senior Xioya. Now, passing the 4th grade assessment is definitely within reach. Tanya's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Then she turned to Chen Feng and said, Thank you so much. Bai cleared his throat and said, Alright, since Xioya has absorbed the Modula Snake's soul ring and leveled up, let's get out of here quickly. The starred forest is still pretty dangerous, and powerful soul beasts could show up at any moment. The 4 of them quickly made their way out of the starred forest, retracing their steps. Along the way, they encountered a few soul beasts, but Chen Feng and the others handled them easily. Most of the soul beasts near the edge were only 100-year ones, so they didn't stand a chance. An hour later, they finally left the starred forest and continued on for several dozen kilometers. After all that, the moon was high in the sky, casting a beautiful silver light over everything. To take a break, they found a small stream. Chen Feng, who had been exploring the starred forest for quite a while, was feeling pretty worn out. Plus, he was still feeling a bit helpless since Yulaxi was nowhere to be found. But Chen Feng quickly shook it off. He had done his best, and there was no point in complaining. He walked over to the stream to freshen up, using his soul power to shake off the mist, then changed into a clean outfit from his storage soul guide. As for his old clothes, he tossed them aside. A new set only cost a few coins. Tanya came over to the stream, cupping her hands to take a few sips of water and washing off the dirt from the starred forest. Bai and Huo also took turns washing up in the stream. Huo, with his sharp eyes, spotted some fish swimming at the bottom. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Teacher Xioya, senior brother, there are fish here. Want to have some grilled fish? I can catch a few. Eat, eat, eat. Yuhao. Tanya's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but drool. Come on, Yuhao. This time, Bai and I will help you catch the fish, and you just grill them. Your grilled fish is the best, Just as Chen Feng returned from washing up, he found Huo Yuhao already grilling fish. The delicious aroma wafted through the air. Chen Feng thought, finally, I get to try Huo Yuhao's famous grilling skills. Huo Yuhao scaled the cleaned fish with a white tiger dagger, removed the insides, then skewered them with sharpened sticks, built a bonfire, and carefully turned the fish over. Before long, the mouth-watering smell filled the air as the fish turned golden brown, glistening with oil. Huo Yuhao handed the first batch of grilled fish to Chen Feng, Tanya, and Bai Bai, then went back to grilling the rest. This grilled fish is amazing. Tanya exclaimed, her mouth full. Why does it taste so much better than when I grill it myself? Bai Bai added, Yuhao, your grilling skills are on par with top chefs. After tasting, Chen Feng said, it really is delicious. Huo Yuhao shyly scratched his head and said, it's not that hard, you just have to manage the heat and timing for the seasonings. After enjoying a piece of fish, Chen Feng said, that really shows talent, Yuhao has a real gift. Hearing this, Bai Bai and Tanya nodded in agreement. Huo Yuhao felt a bit bashful and scratched his head at the compliment. Besides Huo Yuhao's grilled fish, Chen Feng and the others also picked some wild fruits, caught a few small animals, and munched on some dry rations. Once Tanya was full, she lay down and fell asleep right away. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, pushed through his tiredness and began practicing the Zhuan Gong that Bai Bai had taught him the day before. In the end, only Bai Bai and Chen Feng stayed up, taking turns to sleep. Before drifting off, Chen Feng asked the Tang I Su worm in his mind to keep watch, and only then did he fall into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Chen Feng and Tanya parted ways and headed towards the extreme north. Chen Feng had already talked with the Tang I Su worm in his mind about convincing the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion in the extreme north. Don't worry, Chen Feng, just leave it to me, ha 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 ha, the Tang I Su worm said excitedly in the Sea of Spirit. At the outskirts of the extreme north, Chen Feng bundled up in the shed skin of the Tang I Su worm on the outside and a fiery lion king beast skin coat on the inside, topped with a warm bear fur hat, as he made his way toward the core area. He knew how cold it could get in the extreme north. He didn't want to freeze like Huo Yuhao did in the original story. Chen Feng, if we win this bet, you'll be the strongest genius in the history of the Douluo continent. The Tang I Su worm said to Chen Feng in the Sea of Spirit. Our fates are intertwined, one day, I'll become a god, and you'll achieve immortality with me. Chen Feng's determination grew stronger. Lead the way, Tang, I'm ready to reach the peak. Chen Feng strode forward with confidence. Chapter 9. The Dream Ice Silkworm, nestled within Chen Feng's Sea of Spirit, buzzed with excitement at the mention of rising to the peak. Become a god. Become a god. Rise to the peak. It immediately began to scream joyfully in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng chose to ignore the Dream Ice Silkworm's enthusiasm and continued to trek through the frigid, extreme north. In the heart of this icy wilderness, Chen Feng used the soul-breaking knife to create a cozy little ice room around him for warmth. At that moment, he turned his attention to conversing with the Dream Ice Silkworm. Chen Feng, I'm going to channel my spiritual essence to draw the Ice Emperor in. Once she is here, I'll use her remains to temporarily trap her, and then we can figure out how to convince her. From my observations, she's nearing her 400,000-year limit, and it's likely she can't push past it. To survive, she may very well agree to become your soul ring. And even if she refuses, I have a backup plan that can teleport you hundreds of kilometers away. Chen Feng replied calmly, let's get started, Dream. There's no need to worry since it's foolproof. The Dream Ice Silkworm was taken aback by Chen Feng's composed manner, recognizing that the Ice Emperor, with her close to 400,000 years of cultivation, was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite its own excitement, Chen Feng's steadiness reflected the demeanor of a truly strong individual. The Dream Ice Silkworm felt it had discovered a gem. If someone as young as him couldn't become a god, then who else in the world stood a chance? The Dream Ice Silkworm exclaimed, Chen Feng, then I will begin. Golden light emanated from Chen Feng's Sea of Spirit, the lifeblood of the Dream Ice Silkworm, its core power. 9 clusters of golden light gathered and compressed, forming a golden silhouette. In that moment, Chen Feng could vividly sense the Dream Ice Silkworm's immense power. It was the most potent spiritual force in the Douluo continent, strong enough to alter celestial phenomena. The Dream Ice Silkworm, feeling its own vast power, extended its spiritual force far into the distance. Ice Emperor, I have returned. Come and welcome me, I know you can hear me. Initially attempting to tease, the Dream Ice Silkworm found itself momentarily tongue-tied. After sending its message, the Dream Ice Silkworm shielded Chen Feng with its spiritual energy, cloaking his presence to keep him hidden from the Ice Emperor. Then the Dream Ice Silkworm waited patiently, confident that the Ice Emperor couldn't resist the lure of its power. After all, it was the strongest ice silkworm on the continent. If the Ice Emperor consumed it, her strength would certainly see a significant boost, making her subsequent heavenly tribulation much easier to face. So the Dream Ice Silkworm settled down, eagerly anticipating the Ice Emperor's arrival and the success of its plan, with the golden light surrounding its spiritual body shining even brighter. The extreme north, blanketed in snow, set the perfect stage for this radiant light. Before long, a deeply terrifying aura approached. The sky above the extreme north turned tumultuous as snow swirled wildly around. The once white clouds became tinged with a dark green hue from the looming shadow of a fearsome beast. A magnificent ice-green scorpion, about 1.5 meters long, swooped down from the sky, addressing the Dream Ice Silkworm. "Dream, you lucky fellow, you're still alive. What, are you here in the extreme north to offer yourself as my meal?" A sharp voice rang out from above, causing the thick blanket of snow to lift 10 jong high. Only the area within 100 meters of the Dream Ice Silkworm remained tranquil, thanks to its powerful spiritual energy protecting everything around it. Just as the Dream Ice Silkworm was about to shower some flattery upon the Ice Emperor, Chen Feng interrupted. Through their spiritual connection, he urged, "Dream, hold off on the compliments. Once we succeed, you can chat as much as you like, but now is not the time for idle chatter." The Dream Ice Silkworm understood and quickly replied, "Ahem, got it. I'll act now." The Ice Emperor looked at the Dream Ice Silkworm and suddenly felt an ominous chill. Soul beasts at her level possess a keen sense of impending danger. However, confident in her strength and dismissive of the Dream Ice Silkworm, she didn't withdraw. The Ice Emperor needed to consume the Dream Ice Silkworm to survive the looming 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. If she missed this opportunity, she knew that survival was unlikely. With a resolute voice, the Ice Emperor declared, "Dream, I don't care why you're in the extreme north, but today, I will feast on you. Prepare to perish." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ice Emperor lunged at the golden Dream Ice Silkworm, unleashing her terrifying ice-infused soul power, honed over nearly 400,000 years, aiming to eliminate the Dream Ice Silkworm. Just when the Ice Emperor redoubled her confidence and was about to collide with the Dream Ice Silkworm, an unexpected twist occurred. The golden form of the Dream Ice Silkworm transformed into an ethereal presence. Its golden figure morphed into a vast, boundless mental force, as expansive as the ocean, enveloping the Ice Emperor completely. The Ice Emperor was taken aback but maintained her composure, her emerald eyes glinting like jewels. "Dream, wouldn't it be easier to just accept your fate? Struggling is futile. How dare you use mental power in such a way? Let's see how you revert to your real form, and no matter how hard you try, you can't change the fact that you're powerless. How long can you keep me trapped? A second or two?" The Dream Ice Silkworm regarded the Ice Emperor's scornful expression, unfazed, boasting, "A useless being will always be just that, it doesn't matter, even a second is enough." With that, the Dream Ice Silkworm summoned its ancient remains to emerge from the ice room. A gossamer white light enveloped and trapped the Ice Emperor securely. Surprised, the Ice Emperor sensed the danger emanating from the white light. It wished to break free but found itself ensnared by the Dream Ice Silkworm's mental power, unable to escape the clutches of the white light. Once bound by the white light, the Ice Emperor started to thrash violently, her soul power erupting as she desperately unleashed her soul skills in an attempt to tear apart the light that held her confined. Soon enough, the Ice Emperor realized that even her nearly 400,000 years of cultivation couldn't break free from the white light. The constraints tightened rapidly around her, causing her body to emit painful cracking sounds as she struggled. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't loosen the bindings. The Ice Emperor's elegant, crystal-like pincers were gradually overpowered, and her raised emerald tail hook was forced down against her body. This Ice Emperor, one of the top 3 rulers of the extreme north, was bound so tightly. I refuse to believe it. Dream Ice Silkworm, you're nothing but useless. No, this can't be true. Dream, how could you, a supposedly worthless being, entrap me? Dream, have you actually surpassed 1,000,000 years? The golden light drew back, and with a faint smile, the Dream Ice Silkworm looked at the bound Ice Emperor, feeling a sense of triumph. Chapter 10. The Dream Ice Silkworm raised its right hand and pointed at the Ice Emperor, and in an instant, she vanished in a burst of golden light. With a deep sigh, the Dream Ice Silkworm looked up at the sky and said, "I never thought I could harness this immense mental power after losing my physical form. Unfortunately, this is my only opportunity." A delicate white membrane of light appeared in the air once more, and the Ice Emperor was drawn into the Dream Ice Silkworm's sea of consciousness. The white membrane gently descended and enveloped Chen Feng on the ground in the ice chamber. The Dream Ice Silkworm exclaimed, "Chen Feng, check it out. I've got the Ice Emperor trapped, isn't that impressive? Worship me. Once I convince her, our plan will be a success." Chen Feng, amused by the Dream Ice Silkworm's pride, smiled and replied, "You really are amazing. But with all the noise we just made, what if other powerful beings show up? Just lead the way, and I'll sprint after you." Hee hee. The Dream Ice Silkworm chuckled, filled with joy. "I'm just so thrilled. Now hurry and run, Chen Feng." Chen Feng raced at full speed away from the extreme northern lands, with the Dream Ice Silkworm guiding him while excitedly sharing stories about its life as a sycophant. 3 hours later, they finally made it out of the extreme northern lands, reaching a place that felt safe. "Let's stop here, Chen Feng. I just checked, and it's pretty calm within 100 miles, no soul beasts in sight," the Dream Ice Silkworm announced. Chen Feng halted and asked, "How long can you keep the Ice Emperor contained?" With pride, the Dream Ice Silkworm responded, "I can easily hold her for a few more hours." Chen Feng suggested, "Let's release the Ice Emperor. We need to have a proper conversation with her. I believe she'll make the right choice." As Chen Feng sensed the Dream Ice Silkworm's mental imprint merging further with him after its separation from its body, he realized that it would now truly serve as his vassal, unable to wield such incredible powers again. A golden light cluster emerged from Chen Feng's sea of consciousness, initially a tiny dot that quickly expanded to about a meter in diameter. At that moment, a scorpion figure materialized from the golden light, and as it did, the golden light itself vanished. This scorpion was none other than the Ice Emperor. As she appeared, she immediately attempted to unleash her fury, but before she could take any action, she found herself trapped once more by the molted skin of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, unable to escape despite her best efforts. The resilience of this skin, the culmination of 1,000,000 years of cultivation, kept her restrained, demonstrating its strength that even the formidable Ice Emperor could not break. Chen Feng stood to the side, observing this powerful scorpion that had nearly 400,000 years of cultivation. Meanwhile, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, feeling quite smug, remarked, "Ice Emperor, stop struggling. You've tried so many times, you should know it's futile, ha 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 ha." It laughed triumphantly. With a cold response, the Ice Emperor said, "Humphrey, Dan, don't think this skin can keep me down for good. Once I break free, I'll definitely take you out and feast on your core." Dan affectionately responded, "If I had my original power, I would gladly offer you everything. Sadly, I can only exist now in a spiritual form. If I hadn't been incredibly lucky, I would have already faded away in the heavenly tribulation." "Ice? What?" exclaimed the Ice Emperor in disbelief. It sounded unbelievable that a heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation, yet upon reflection, it began to make sense. Soul beasts who don't transform into human forms eventually perish during a heavenly tribulation. I was fortunate to have encountered Chen Feng just as I escaped from the Starred Great Forest, and he has become my master. The Ice Emperor was taken aback, asking, "What? Dan, you've recognized a human as your master? Are you out of your mind?" The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm responded, "Ice Emperor, I'm not insane. I'm incredibly fortunate. Soon, you will see just how wise my choice was." It then began to share its harrowing story of leaving the extreme north. In a voice filled with what it believed was tragic emotion, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm recounted its tale. "You know how terrifying deadlines can be for us. There's no other soul beast in this world who has lived longer than I have. Even if you see me as useless, I am still an ancient soul. My energy has been nearly depleted by them, and I cannot survive the next deadline. After living so long, I don't want to die, and I sense you feel the same. I can tell that in less than 100 years, your deadline will arrive too. Do you think you'll survive it?" The Ice Emperor fell silent, accepting the grim reality that she too could not endure another heavenly tribulation. Noticing her silence, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm pressed on, "Neither of us wishes to cease existing. We've lived for so long, how can we willingly turn into dust? That's why I came up with the best solution." This piqued the Ice Emperor's interest, leading her to ask almost instinctively, "What solution?" With a solemn tone, the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm replied, "Creating a god." "Creating a god?" The Ice Emperor was momentarily taken aback, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by that?" After the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm laid out its ambitious plan for creating a god and the chance for immortality, it introduced Chen Feng to the Ice Emperor. "Look, Ice," proclaimed the Dream Ice Silkworm. "This is the most talented genius on the continent. He is also my master, Chen Feng. If there's anyone destined to become a god in this era, it's certainly my master, Chen Feng." The Ice Emperor examined Chen Feng, noticing his soul power at level 25, which marked him as a top genius among humans. His spiritual power was astonishingly beyond that of a soul sage, almost unbelievable. Plus, his physical strength was impressive, as he could easily absorb soul rings beyond his rank. "Dan, is he really the host you've chosen?" Such incredible talent. I have faith he can reach the level of a Douluo, but creating a god seems extremely difficult. Despite her acknowledgement of Chen Feng's immense talent, she was still skeptical about the creating a god part. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm continued to earnestly persuade the Ice Emperor. Ice, back when my body was on the verge of collapse, you know how rare spiritual type soul masters are. Meeting Chen Feng was my incredible fortune. With me supporting Chen Feng's spiritual cultivation and you giving him the ultimate ice martial soul, our chances of success skyrocket. Chapter 11. Honestly, I haven't been much help to Chen Feng so far. His immense soul power, spiritual strength, and physical prowess all stem from his natural talent. Isn't that enough proof of his potential? Promise me this, okay, Bing Bing? Together, we'll forge a new deity and enjoy endless life alongside Chen Feng. Just then, Chen Feng interrupted the Tang-Eye Silkworm, who was enthusiastically ingratiating himself with the Ice Emperor. Confident by nature, Chen Feng believed he could achieve godhood even without the Ice Emperor. The world held many opportunities, and he was sure he could find other ice attribute soul beasts. He wasn't asking the Ice Emperor to become his second martial soul, rather, he thought the Ice Emperor should be the one seeking to be by his side. Chen Feng had stayed quiet thus far, as he trusted Dan to persuade the Ice Emperor with his grand charisma. Though Chen Feng was human and there was a natural divide between him and the Ice Emperor, Dan's excessive flattery was a bit much. It felt as if he were begging the Ice Emperor to join him. Chen Feng raised his hand to halt the Tang-Eye Silkworm's flattery and decided to step forward himself. Dan, you need to tone down the flattery, it's not going to win over the Ice Emperor. Perhaps if you offered her your origin to help her evolve, she might think your powers are lacking. Turning his gaze toward the Ice Emperor's striking yellow eyes, Chen Feng spoke with a calmness beyond his years. Ice Emperor, I'm Chen Feng, destined to become a god. Chen Feng's steady, strong gaze brought weight to his words, making them sound far from boastful. Ice Emperor, you might find my assertion arrogant, but I have reasons to be. Care to guess what level my innate soul power is? The Ice Emperor scrutinized him with her crystal-like yellow eyes, mused, it's likely full innate soul power, right? Could it be that you have level 9 innate soul power? Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed, covering his forehead with amusement. Confused, the Ice Emperor asked, what's so funny? Is your innate soul power actually over level 10? At this moment, even Dan was curious, as he too was unaware of Chen Feng's innate prowess. The protective furnace hid Chen Feng's history from them, leaving them in the dark about his true abilities. Shaking his head at their perplexity, Chen Feng jokingly replied, you're giving me too much credit, my innate soul power is merely level 5. What? No way. Both the Tang-Eye Silkworm and the Ice Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. The Ice Emperor looked incredulously at the Tang-Eye Silkworm. Dan, are you telling me Chen Feng's innate soul power is only level 5? Dan scratched his head awkwardly, saying, I really have no idea. When I first met Chen Feng, his soul power was already at level 25. What? You don't believe me? I have no reason to lie, my innate soul power is genuinely level 5. But what does that matter? How can innate soul power limit me? As he finished speaking, a formidable sword intent emanated from him, filled with an unyielding dominance and an ambition to reach new heights, impressing both the Ice Emperor and the Tang-Eye Silkworm. What heaven grants cannot restrict him. The Ice Emperor, with her gem-like golden eyes, looked at this confident young human, her heart racing in surprise. In that moment, Chen Feng shone brightly, his hair whipping in the icy wind as he declared with a mix of confidence and rebellion, Ice Emperor, I want to share one undeniable truth, even without you, I will become a god. Tang helped me gain an ice attribute second martial soul, it could be you or any other ice attribute soul beast. Remember, you're not crafting a god, you're simply aiding a fledgling god. This isn't about saving me in dire times, just think of it as enhancing your own stature. Ice Emperor, I want to hear your decision in 10 minutes. With that, Chen Feng fell silent, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, calmly awaiting the Ice Emperor's response. As his words faded, the atmosphere turned a bit tense. Dan spoke to the Ice Emperor, Bing Bing, Chen Feng may come off as rash, but his talent and abilities are. The Ice Emperor interrupted firmly, be quiet, Dan, I can decide for myself. The eager Dan remained silent. As the Ice Emperor pondered, her golden eyes sparkled with indecision, reflecting her inner turmoil. She knew her own precarious situation, she was nearing the catastrophic fate that awaited her in less than 100 years. When the heavenly tribulation would arrive, reducing her to ashes. The Ice Emperor murmured to herself, I only have 100 years left. The fear of death is a natural instinct for intelligent beings. Concerned, the Ice Emperor reflected, while this arrogant young man may seem overconfident, his talent truly shines. With the Tang-Eye Silkworm's support, his chances of becoming a god are high. If I join forces with him, his potential for dual martial souls would only increase, further improving his odds of attaining godhood. Additionally, she considered that even if he failed to become a god, becoming a Limit Douluo would still be entirely feasible. A Limit Douluo enjoys a lifespan of 300 to 500 years, and with Chen Feng's capabilities, even if he doesn't ascend to godhood, he would still surpass a Limit Douluo in strength and longevity. Joining him would mean she'd still witness the world for another 500 years at the very least. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng opened his eyes and asked the Ice Emperor, "Ice Emperor, what's your decision?" The Ice Emperor's radiant eyes locked onto Chen Feng, who appeared completely relaxed and unaffected by her choices. She admitted to being impressed by his talent, but this cocky kid had treated her, the Ice King of the Extreme North, with such casualness. How embarrassing. Especially since Chen Feng's control over spiritual power was nothing short of astonishing. The Ice Emperor recognized that mastering spiritual power is often a more significant hurdle than soul power on the path to godhood. The gently falling snow in the extreme north seemed to hush in response to this moment. The Ice Emperor glared at Dan unchastised. "Living for 1,000,000 years can't compare to having a young soul fight for you. Dream Ice Silkworm, you're utterly useless." The Dream Ice Silkworm sighed, Ice, you're finally beginning to realize. How could Chen Feng become our master if he lacked such remarkable qualifications?" The Ice Emperor snapped, "Be quiet. What matters is my recognition of Chen Feng, not yours, you useless creature." Seeing the Ice Emperor come to a decision, Chen Feng stood up and warmly said, "Ice Emperor, welcome aboard. From this day forward, we're all united in this journey." Chapter 12. The Ice Emperor looked at Chen Feng with a hint of pride and said, "I really hope you can become a god one day." With a confident smile, Chen Feng replied, "You won't regret your choice today." The Ice Emperor nodded, then turned to the Dream Ice Silkworm, saying, "Dream, you lazy creature, let me out already." Okay, I promise. But you need to release your spiritual essence first. I can't just let you out without some precautions for Chen Feng's safety," the Dream Ice Silkworm replied. The Ice Emperor hesitated for a moment. Once it released its spiritual essence, there would be no turning back, especially if the Dream Ice Silkworm had any tricks up its sleeve. Noticing the Ice Emperor's uncertainty, the Dream Ice Silkworm spoke up, "By the Ice God above, I swear in the name of Ice that if I deceive the Ice Emperor and don't help it become a wise spirit ring after it releases its spiritual essence, may everything belonging to Ice be taken from me." "Alright, that's good enough for me," the Ice Emperor decided. With that, the Ice Emperor's crystal yellow eyes shifted to a deep green, and its long green tail lifted once more, now that the Dream Ice Silkworm had eased its restraints. A gentle green glow began to ripple from the base of its tail, gathering at the tip. In a flash, a small green orb separated and floated upward, while the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's eyes dimmed, losing their luster. This was its spiritual essence. Though it seemed like a simple process, releasing spiritual essence was no small feat. Only soul beasts that had surpassed their limits and reached over 100,000 years of cultivation could do it. For powerful beings like the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, it was a piece of cake. With its spiritual essence gone, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's body slumped weakly to the ground. Without that essence to control it, its body radiated a fierce energy, and a layer of green light appeared in the sky, showcasing just how powerful the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion truly was. Then, the two spiritual essences from the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm dove into Chen Feng's sea of consciousness. In that sea of consciousness, the Ice Emperor said seriously, "Chen Feng, I'm about to give you a second martial soul, along with a soul bone and a soul ring. You get to choose the shape of the soul bone. You probably won't find another like me to provide you with one in the future, so I'll give you the most important trunk bones, the vertebrae, sternum, and ribs. That's like having 2 extra external soul bones. Even though your body is stronger than most soul masters at your level, my soul ring is still quite powerful. So, I suggest you go for the bone first, then the ring, to get the most out of this. Just a heads up, though, it's going to hurt a lot, and you can't pass out halfway through, otherwise, we'll all be in big trouble." Chen Feng smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, Ice Emperor, I'm ready for it." He was confident in his pain tolerance, having faced years of challenges and injuries. Plus, his physical strength was much greater than Hueco's, so he figured the pain wouldn't be as intense. And so, the fusion began. 2 beams of green light shot out and landed perfectly on the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Its body, about 1.5 meters long, trembled violently. Especially its long tail, which oscillated with the green glow. Each hexagonal protrusion on its body sparkled like diamonds. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, as a surge of green light lifted him off the ground, while the ice blue Emperor Scorpion swam beneath him. The intense green light pulsed wildly toward the tail hook, and when the green deepened, the ice blue Emperor Scorpion's tail hook suddenly swung up and pierced into Chen Feng's tailbone. Chen Feng didn't flinch, treating it like a mosquito bite, and focused on using the yin-yang technique to keep everything in balance. I can't believe how strong Chen Feng's spirit is. This is the pain of changing bones, yet he's so calm, as if he doesn't feel a thing. Truly impressive, the Ice Emperor thought, watching Chen Feng sit there so composed. Then it sighed, saying, for someone like him, I'm willing to put everything on the line. Maybe becoming a god isn't just a dream. In the sea of consciousness, the dream ice silkworm chimed in, Ice, your choice is truly wise. Get lost. Stay away from me. The Ice Emperor looked at Chen Feng, who was merging with the soul bone, and felt a sense of appreciation. Talent, intelligence, character, perseverance. Chen Feng had it all, and the Ice Emperor admired him greatly. As time passed, Chen Feng's fusion with the soul bone went smoothly, followed by the absorption of the soul ring. A thick white halo began to bloom from beneath him, rising up and enveloping his body. The crystalline particles from the Ice Emperor Scorpion melted away, transforming into icy mist that surged into Chen Feng's body through his skin. Amidst the swirling icy mist, the Ice Emperor beneath Chen Feng quietly vanished. To a non-looker, it would seem like the Ice Emperor had melted away. But for the Ice Emperor, this wasn't melting, it was burning. Only by burning its own essence could it create such an effect. Otherwise, not even the strongest weapon could harm its tough body. A golden halo began to appear, guiding the white halo to flow into Chen Feng's body. The cold wind howled, and large snowflakes blanketed the vast ice field. Suddenly, waves of energy surged, clearing a patch of snow around, revealing a perfectly sculpted body. Chen Feng stood there, flawless and strong, with skin as white as jade, radiating a captivating glow against the snowy backdrop. He exuded a noble aura, as if he were the king of the icy realm. Slowly, Chen Feng opened his eyes, and in his dark pupils, two colors flashed, first gold, then emerald green, before being enveloped by darkness. An extraordinary sight unfolded, the snowflakes falling from the sky avoided a 3-foot radius around him, creating a vacuum in the icy landscape. Chen Feng clenched his fist, and with a powerful punch, the air exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 13. Chen Feng stretched out his limbs, feeling a bit stiff, and then activated the yin-yang technique. He could feel a surge of soul power flowing through his meridians, much more abundant than before. This energy coursed through his sternum, ribs, and spine, giving them a lovely greenish glow. As the Ice Emperor merged with him, Chen Feng's soul power broke through the level 30 barrier. Even after absorbing the third soul ring, he could feel his power continuing to grow. Not only did his cultivation level rise, but his physical strength also multiplied. After absorbing the Ice Emperor's torso bone, he felt like a whole new person. Where he once felt just a bit stronger than other soul masters at his level, he now felt like a humanoid beast. Chen Feng was confident he could handle a 10,000-year soul ring for his third one. Suddenly, a dazzling ring of colors appeared beneath his feet, glowing a striking blood red, noble and cool like a sea of blood, radiating an air of majesty. On this blood red halo, 4 golden patterns sparkled, creating a stunning contrast against the white snowy landscape. This magnificent blood red soul ring, adorned with 4 golden patterns, was the first soul ring of his second martial soul, the Ice Emperor, and it was an impressive 400,000 years old. Yes, you heard that right, 400,000 years. During the fusion, the heavenly dream ice silkworm helped the Ice Emperor break through its bottleneck, boosting the soul ring's age from 399,900 to 400,000. While it might seem like just 100 years difference, the quality was immense. It represented a leap from 3 golden patterns on a 100,000-year soul ring to 4 golden patterns. As this soul ring appeared, Chen Feng's aura shifted dramatically, radiating a wild energy that felt ancient. His body didn't change much on the outside, but a huge tattoo emerged on his back, shimmering with vibrant colors, showcasing the impressive pincers and the enchanting green tail of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. This tattoo was massive, nearly covering his entire back, with 6 long legs wrapping around his ribcage and a pair of pincers resting on his shoulders, while the long tail curled down his spine, resting on his right hip. But the most exciting change was in Chen Feng's arms, which were now covered in a layer of diamond-like particles. These particles were dense, about the size of mung beans and shaped like hexagons, giving his arms a brilliant shine that contrasted beautifully with a huge tattoo on his back. Wow, is this the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion? What an incredible beast martial soul. It really boosts my physical abilities and has this amazing ultimate ice power. Chen Feng marveled at the strength of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul. Chen Feng, from this day forward, you are the most talented person on the Douluo continent. Our plan has worked. exclaimed the tired yet thrilled voice of the Dream Ice Silkworm. "Thanks for all your hard work, Dream. How's the Ice Emperor doing?" Chen Feng asked. "The Ice Emperor is doing well and will wake up soon," replied the Dream Ice Silkworm. "After merging with the Ice Emperor, I've broken through the level 30 barrier. With my current strength, I can handle a 10,000-year soul ring. This means my soul ring setup will be quite impressive," Chen Feng explained. Understanding what he meant, the Dream Ice Silkworm replied, "Leave it to me. My Ice Silkworm clan has a natural ability for simulation, and I'm the best at it. Just watch. Do you want me to attach my million-year soul ring to your third soul ring?" the Dream Ice Silkworm asked. Chen Feng shook his head. "That would be too wasteful. Since you don't need to transform into my soul ring and can stay in my Sea of Spirit, let's wait until I reach level 70. Then, you can become my 7th soul ring. At that point, I'll have an incredible million-year soul ring martial soul true body." After a moment of thought, the Dream Ice Silkworm excitedly said, "The strength of a soul master's 7th soul skill, martial soul true body, is directly linked to the age of the soul ring. If my million-year soul ring becomes your martial soul true body, it will be extraordinarily powerful. It could even let you, a soul sage, challenge a titled Douluo. Wow, that's just too strong. Ha ha ha. When you reach titled Douluo, who on the continent could stand against you? Ha ha ha." In Chen Feng's Sea of Spirit, the Dream Ice Silkworm was bouncing around with excitement, nearly soaring into the sky. "Let's do it your way, Chen Feng. My million-year soul ring will transform into your 7th soul ring. For now, we can go with a 10,000-year Ice Silkworm for your 3rd soul ring." 3 hours later, the voice of the Ice Silkworm god, Dream Ice Silkworm, echoed in Chen Feng's Sea of Spirit. "Chen Feng, over there. That's it. There's a 10,000-year Ice Silkworm. Its cultivation is just right for you. Ha ha ha, trying to simulate in front of my ancestor? You've got a long way to go." With a swift move, Chen Feng easily defeated the 10,000-year Ice Silkworm, which had no offensive capabilities. A circle of black soul rings rose from it. Chen Feng picked up the Ice Silkworm and found a safe spot to absorb its soul ring. This Ice Silkworm granted him a soul skill called Illusory Blade. With the power of the Breaking Soul Blade, Chen Feng could create illusions at will, making it tough for others to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only could he use it to hide himself, but it was also fantastic for confusing enemies. After absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, Chen Feng's soul power reached level 33, and the 1st and 2nd soul rings were upgraded to 10,000-year levels by the Dream Ice Silkworm. As a result, his soul skills became even more powerful. The first soul skill, Blade Sharpening, which initially only enhanced his attack power and the sharpness of the Breaking Soul Blade, now also significantly increased its penetration power. Chen Feng's Breaking Soul Blade was now even more formidable. The second soul skill, Teleportation, was upgraded from 5 meters to an impressive 15 meters. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a strong urge from his cultivation method, as if it was guiding him to seek something out. With his breakthrough to Soul Master, his cultivation method progressed from being just a concept to reaching the threshold of entry. The yin-yang technique has 4 layers. The first layer is entry, the second layer is minor success, the third layer is major success, and the final layer is great perfection. The yin-yang technique requires a steady supply of yin energy from the start to keep it going. As the saying goes, lonely yin does not give birth, solitary yang does not grow, all things bear yin and embrace yang, and the vital energy is harmonized. Without this balance, the cultivation method can't improve, and progress will slow down. If the necessary yin energy isn't provided for too long, there's even a risk of madness. Unless the yin-yang technique is cultivated to major success, reaching the realm of yang extreme gives birth to yin, it will always need to replenish yin energy. Chapter 14. Shrek Academy is nestled in the southeastern part of the Heaven Empire, with a beautiful starred forest to its southeast, the Dling Empire to the east, and the Xingluo Empire to the south. It's like the heart of a bustling crossroads between these 3 great empires. After a long journey of about half a month to the far north, Chen Feng finally arrived at Shrek Academy just in time for the new student enrollment period. Shrek City, where the academy is located, is one of the largest cities on the Douluo continent, bustling with over 2 million residents. Shrek Academy holds a significant influence over the city, boasting its own impressive army of 10,000, including 3,000 skilled soul masters. The Shrek army is well known across the continent for its strength. During the holy war between the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo continent, while many armies faced defeat, Shrek Academy sent 3,000 of its soldiers to bravely hold off the Sun-Moon Empire's forces for 15 days. This gave the other countries on the Douluo continent the time they needed to rally their armies and ultimately claim victory. The loyalty of these individuals to Shrek Academy is unwavering. It's not just an academy, it feels more like a small, powerful nation. Shrek Academy is situated in the eastern part of Shrek City, facing the enchanting starred forest. The city itself is a prime location, serving as a major commercial hub at the intersection of the three great empires on the Douluo continent. Thanks to the strong presence of Shrek Academy, Shrek City enjoys excellent public order. Transactions here are not only fair but also feel safe and secure. So, when merchants from the three empires engage in cross-border trade, they often choose to do so in Shrek City. The south, west, and north city gates of Shrek City are open for everyone, while the eastern gate is reserved just for Shrek Academy. As Chen Feng approached the city gate, he noticed a lively crowd of over 8,000 people gathered outside, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Many vendors were eager to make some sales during this busy enrollment period, knowing that the new students at Shrek Academy are often wealthy or come from noble backgrounds. The enrollment event lasts for half a month, and today marks the 6th day, while Hueco had already arrived on the very first day. Since stepping into Shrek City, Chen Feng has turned quite a few heads with his striking looks, perfect features, sharp brows, sparkling eyes, and skin that seems to glow. He's definitely a handsome sight. Many women couldn't help but steal glances at him as he walked by. However, at this moment, no one dared to approach him, as a stunning young woman dressed in the red attire of an inner courtyard disciple of Shrek stood right beside him. In Shrek Academy, inner courtyard disciples hold a prestigious status and enjoy various privileges. This particular disciple was breathtakingly beautiful, making the other girls feel a bit shy and hesitant to step forward. The woman appeared to be around 17 or 18, with flawless skin and a graceful, almost ethereal presence. Yet, her demeanor was quite cool, giving off an air of aloofness, much like a delicate plum blossom. Chen Feng, with his keen perception, sensed that this woman had already reached the level of a Soul King, an impressive feat. Ling Luoxing glanced at Chen Feng's youthful, handsome face and introduced herself. "Hi there. I'm Ling Luoxing, an inner courtyard student and a level 52 control system battle Soul King. You're here to enroll as a new student at Shrek Academy, right? What's your name?" Having just returned to Shrek City after completing a mission, Ling Luoxing had noticed Chen Feng surrounded by admirers. Initially, she was just curious, but after a single glance, she found herself captivated. It wasn't love at first sight, but she felt an unusual reaction from her martial soul, which seemed to tremble in his presence. This unexpected response sparked her curiosity, and she wanted to learn more about this young man who could evoke such a reaction, especially since her martial soul was a top-tier ice element type. After hearing her introduction, Chen Feng quickly recognized her as Ling Luoxing, the talented representative of Shrek Academy in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition from the original story. With a friendly smile, Chen Feng replied, "Hello. I'm Chen Feng, and yes, I am here to enroll as a new student at Shrek Academy." As they chatted casually, Chen Feng felt no need to hide his second martial soul, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. He was eager for Shrek Academy to help him grow and develop his abilities. So, with Ling Luoxing's gentle probing, he shared that his second martial soul was the Ice Blue Scorpion. Ling Luoxing's eyes widened in surprise. Twin martial souls. The Ice Blue Scorpion. An ultimate ice martial soul. Suddenly, it clicked for her. No wonder my martial soul trembles. It's because he possesses an ultimate martial soul. At that moment, Chen Feng thought to himself, I really need to work on controlling the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion better. I didn't mean to let my aura slip out like that. Since it's a new edition granted by the Ice Emperor, I'm still getting the hang of it. I should definitely improve my mastery over it. Ling Luoxing took a moment to admire Chen Feng's perfect profile. He was undeniably handsome, and with an ultimate ice martial soul to boot, he seemed to have a bright future ahead. She couldn't help but think about how well they might complement each other in training. But then again, there was quite an age difference. Wasn't that a bit like an old cow eating young grass? For a brief moment, they both fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at the east gate of Shrek City, where the new student registration was taking place. The area was bustling with vendors and students, but as soon as Ling Luoxing appeared, everyone made way for her and Chen Feng. Wow, that red uniform belongs to an inner courtyard disciple of Shrek Academy. Look, it's Miss Ling Luoxing. I heard she usually keeps her distance from guys. Who's that handsome guy with her? This guy is seriously good-looking. Chapter 15. Chen Feng arrived at Shrek Academy and turned to Ling Luoxing, who was by his side, saying, Senior Ling, I think I'll go register first. Ling Luoxing glanced at him, her typically cold face breaking into a small smile. Since you're new around here, let me guide you through the registration process. With that, she took the lead, heading toward the registration area. Clearly, someone as gifted as Chen Feng, who had both twin martial souls and an ultimate martial soul, was someone Ling Luosheng was eager to befriend, even if there weren't any romantic feelings involved. As they walked together, Chen Feng noticed many students at Shrek Academy casting envious glances his way, probably due to his association with the inner courtyard disciple Ling Luosheng. However, with his easygoing personality, he paid little mind to their looks. Upon reaching the registration area, they found over a dozen young men and women who were slightly older than Chen Feng. They were dressed in yellow outfits adorned with green badges, representing second and third year students from the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. The most striking figures were two individuals donned in purple uniforms, which were designated for fourth and fifth year students. One of them was a boy who looked around 14 or 15, of average height with neatly styled short black hair and distinct features. He wore a friendly smile as he conducted soul power tests for the new female students. The other was a girl of similar age to him, who, although ordinary in appearance, had a good figure and was busy testing the soul power of some male students. Suddenly, a pair of striking students, a golden boy and girl, entered the registration area, catching everyone's attention. Inner Courtyard Senior. The outer courtyard students immediately stood up, showing their respect to Ling Luosheng. Senior, do you have any instructions for us? In Shrek Academy, inner courtyard disciples held a status that exceeded that of outer courtyard teachers, so it was no surprise that the students acted respectfully. Ling Luosheng responded coolly, I am here with my younger brother to register. Please expedite the process. One of the registration students quickly added, for the inner courtyard senior's brother, there's no need for testing. Just submit the recommendation letter and enroll directly. However, Chen Feng chimed in, let's do the test anyway. In no time, the student presented a crystal ball for testing soul power to Chen Feng. He handed in his recommendation letter, registered his details, and focused his soul power into his palm, placing it on the crystal ball. As he infused his soul power, a bright blue hue lit up the crystal ball. The ball radiated brilliantly, casting a stunning glow. What? Soul power over level 30? What kind of incredible talent is this? Both new students and returning ones looked on in awe at Chen Feng's results. With a smile, Chen Feng asked, so, am I qualified, senior? The registration official was momentarily speechless, nodding vigorously, qualified, definitely qualified, and after the... Before he could finish, Ling Luosheng interjected, I'll explain everything to Chen Feng later, you can assist the other new students now. Ling Luosheng turned to Chen Feng and said, come on, let me show you around Shrek Academy. Once they left the registration area, the buzz of excitement about Chen Feng's entrance began. However, he remained blissfully unaware of the stir he had caused. As they ventured through Shrek Academy, the environment was breathtaking, with lush greenery all around. Walking down the broad avenue, Chen Feng could see a variety of meticulously tended plants in every direction. After walking about 200 meters, they encountered several massive statues blocking their way. These statues, more than 10 in total and each standing 10 meters tall, were carved from granite and honored the founders of Shrek Academy, the original Shrek 7 monsters from 10,000 years ago. Ling Luosheng took this opportunity to explain things to Chen Feng, and as they walked together, they resembled a couple, drawing the gaze of many passing students. Turning left from the statues, the road was wide enough for multiple carriages to travel side by side, with a sign indicating lakeside path. Through the shaded trees to the right, a glimpse of a large lake could be seen, revealing that the statues were situated right by it. Ling Luosheng pointed out, in the center of that lake is Sea God Island, where our inner courtyard disciples study. If you encounter any issues in the outer courtyard, don't hesitate to find me there. As she spoke, she tossed a badge to Chen Feng, which he accepted with gratitude. They continued their leisurely stroll along the lakeside path, heading south for nearly 15 minutes before turning west. After walking for another 15 minutes, the path opened up to reveal a spacious rectangular square, along with a sign for Shrek Square. Behind the square, there were tall teaching buildings in various colors, predominantly white, yellow, purple, and black. In the distance, a cluster of gray buildings could also be seen. The different colors of the buildings signify various grades, based on soul ring colors. White is for new students, yellow is for the second and third year outer courtyard buildings, purple represents the fourth and fifth year buildings, while black is for the sixth year teaching building. If you finish the program in the black building, you'll graduate from the outer courtyard. The gray buildings in the distance belong to the Soul Guidance Department. Beyond the front buildings, there are many specialized teaching zones behind them, like the Soul Fighting Arena, Assessment Area, dormitories, and teachers' offices. As you spend time here, you'll get familiar with all these spots. The new student teaching building is at the southernmost point. Now, let's go take care of your tuition, assign you to a class, arrange your dormitory, and get you your new student uniform. With Ling Luosheng by his side, The entire process went smoothly, and soon Chen Feng was placed in Class 9. After receiving his dormitory key, 2 sets of uniforms, and a white new student badge, he and Ling Luoxing stepped out of the new student teaching building. Ling Luoxing mentioned, "It's getting late, I have to return to the inner courtyard now. If you need anything, remember to come find me." With that, she gracefully stepped onto the surface of Sea God Lake, gliding quickly as if walking on lotus flowers. A round ice crystal formed under her feet, sparkling in the sunlight as she made her way toward Sea God Island. Chen Feng watched Ling Luoxing move away, still catching whiffs of her lingering fragrance, stirring something within him from the yin-yang technique. Yet maintaining his composure, Chen Feng's strong mental fortitude remained steady, and he walked towards the dormitory building without a hint of hesitation. As he passed by, he spotted a notice on a nearby bulletin board. It read, "Class Teacher for New Student Class 9, Mu Jin." Chapter 16. As Chen Feng strolled between the white freshman teaching building and the yellow teaching buildings for second and third year students, he finally caught sight of a dormitory building. This expansive dormitory consisted of 4 colors, white, yellow, purple, and black, symbolizing different student grade levels. With 6 floors in total, each represented a grade within the Martial Soul Department's external academy. Upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, Chen Feng noticed a very old man sitting there. Dressed in a simple gray outfit, the man had a face so wrinkled it looked like it could crush a dozen flies at once. His dim eyes and drooping eyelids made him appear as though he was in the twilight of his years. The sunlight filtering through the building seemed to draw him into a comfortable slumber in his chair. The old man weakly called out, "The 4th floor is for the girls' dormitory, you can't go up. Anyone caught will be expelled." Chen Feng replied politely, "Understood," before entering the dormitory. This elderly man was Muan, the leader of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, a 99th level limit Douluo known as the Dragon God, and one of the top powerhouses of the Douluo continent. After Chen Feng walked away, a spark of interest flickered in Moon's dull eyes. He mumbled thoughtfully to himself, a 33rd level soul power, accompanied by a strong will. Is he finding his own path? The younger generation is impressive. I can't help but wonder if he's developed his own soul skills. Inside, the dormitory featured a long corridor lined with doors, each marked with a number. Chen Feng quickly located his dormitory with the key number 162. As he stood in front of the door and pushed it open, he found it unlocked. The small space was about 10 square meters, dominated by 2 beds. There was also a table and 2 metal wardrobes in the room. The ceiling soul-guiding lamp illuminated the cozy dormitory brightly. On one of the beds lounged a handsome young man with black hair and striking blue eyes, roughly Chen Feng's age, happily munching on snacks he'd picked up in Shrek City. He carelessly tossed his belongings onto the other bed, Chen Feng's bed, making a mess of the floor covered in trash. Spotting Chen Feng at the doorway, the young man's expression soured a bit. He frowned at the sight of his more handsome roommate and continued to snack. Chen Feng walked in and promptly dumped the young man's things onto the floor. "Hey! Are you throwing my stuff on the ground? Do you want to get beaten up?" The young man, now enraged, flung his snacks onto the floor. Unfazed, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, "You're not worth my effort." The young man, incensed by Chen Feng's dismissive attitude, swung a punch at him. In a swift motion, Chen Feng slapped the young man's left cheek, causing him to spin and fall to the ground, his once handsome face turning bright red. Dazed and reeling from the blow, the spoiled boy felt his cheeks swell and throb, overwhelmed with humiliation and anger. Undeterred by the discrepancy in their strengths, he shouted, "You dare hit me? I'll make you pay." As he yelled, 2 yellow soul rings flared to life around him, transforming his blue eyes into slits, sprouting feline ears atop his head, and turning his hands into sharp claws. A gust of wind surrounded him as he lunged at Chen Feng with his ferocious claws. Smack! Chen Feng gathered his soul power and delivered another resounding slap, landing it on the young man's right cheek this time. Now both sides of his face were mirror images of bright red and swollen cheeks, making him look utterly ridiculous. Momentarily stunned, the young man touched his throbbing face, his mind racing before he eventually glanced at Chen Feng, whose icy demeanor silenced any curses he might have wanted to hurl. Chen Feng's gaze was piercing. The boy had recklessly activated his martial soul's power. For someone less capable, the consequences might have been severe. Clearly, the boy was a spoiled brat. He had decent potential but lacked charm otherwise. Looking at him, Chen Feng inquired, "What's your name?" The boy huffed angrily, refusing to respond. "Humphrey." Chen Feng pretended to blow on his palm. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his hand, preparing to slap again. Smack. Remaining calm, he repeated, "What's your name?" After the latest slap, the young man's eyes widened, No longer able to keep up his tough facade. Covering his face, he quickly blurted out, "Wu Yu, my name is Wu Yu. Please don't hit me anymore." Boo-hoo. Seeing Wu Yu crying from the earlier hits, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Teaching a mischievous kid seemed most effective with a bit of discipline. Chen Feng settled on the bed, instructing, "Get up and clean this mess up. This dormitory isn't about to turn into a pigsty." Wu Yu pointed to himself, bewildered. "Me? I can't do that." Chen Feng raised his hand again. Wu Yu quickly protested, "Don't hit me. I can clean it." Relieved by Chen Feng retracting his hand, Wu Yu grabbed a broom and began sweeping up the trash, eventually taking it outside. Feeling a mix of irritation and determination, Wu Yu thought, "How dare he hit me? Just wait." As Wu Yu exited, Chen Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, "Let's see what else you'll come up with." Chen Feng was determined to handle his roommate all at once to avoid constant disturbances from him. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was outside, lamenting, Yu, what happened to your face?" "Guys, I was bullied by my roommate." "Boo-hoo." "What? That's unacceptable. Let's go. We'll get revenge for our buddy." Some friends of Wu Yu, young nobles enjoying their time at Shrek Academy, eagerly plotted revenge, while others cautiously eyed the swelling chaos, worried it might escalate. Just a bit later, 5 of them stormed into Chen Feng's dorm room, shouting, "You little brat! How dare you bully our friend? Let's teach him a lesson." Moments later, in Chen Feng's tiny dorm room, all 5 lay sprawled on the floor, groaning. Chen Feng seized Wu Yu by the neck and lifted him, addressing the other 4, "If you don't belong to this dorm, get lost. Otherwise, I can help you leave." The moment he finished, the 4 on the floor scrambled to escape, leaving Wu Yu all alone with Chen Feng. Seeing the unyielding expression on Chen Feng's face, Wu Yu burst into tears, "You ungrateful bunch. Don't leave me." "Boo-hoo." Chen Feng shut the door to the dormitory, and soon, the sobbing ceased. Outside, the 4 exchanged anxious glances, wondering aloud, "You don't think Wu Yu is going to get hurt too badly, do you?" "Who knows? Let's find a teacher quickly." A little while later, a teacher at the Soul Emperor level arrived at Chen Feng's dormitory, pushed the door open, and began, "You've got some nerve, don't you know Shrek Academy?" But before he could say more, he noticed both students sitting quietly and peacefully. The teacher backed out, checking the door number again, 162, "I'm in the right place." He stepped back inside, glanced at Wu Yu and Chen Feng, and after ensuring they were both safe, he prepared to leave with a warning, "If you want to settle things, do it in the Soul Arena to avoid causing trouble. If anything goes wrong, both of you are getting expelled from the academy." "Understood, teacher." Once the teacher left, Chen Feng ceased using his 3rd soul skill, the illusory blade. Wu Yu, who had appeared fine in the teacher's eyes, now looked much worse for wear, his face bruised and battered, though Chen Feng had been careful to only leave minor injuries. Still, Chen Feng couldn't resist asking, "Are you convinced now, Wu Yu?" "I'm convinced. From now on, you're my big brother." "Ouch. You looked so cool and powerful when that was happening just now." Wu Yu beamed at Chen Feng, admiration glowing in his eyes. Watching Wu Yu, Chen Feng thought, "This kid might really be a bit slow-witted after my little lesson." Meanwhile, in a different dorm, Wang Dong looked on with disdain at the furious Hueco. Chapter 17. Dormitory number 108. A striking young man with fair skin and light pink-blue hair glanced disdainfully at Hueco. Wang Dong haughtily stated, "Hueco, I explained the rules to you, and you chose to ignore them, didn't you?" Hueco couldn't keep his anger in check at Wang Dong's arrogant attitude, replying, "Why should I pay attention to you? I'm a student at Shrek Academy, not your little follower." Wang Dong scoffed, "Ignoring me, are you? It seems you've forgotten the lesson I taught you. Just a few days ago, I gave you a beating, and it looks like you've erased the memory of the pain from your mind. Today, I'll remind you." Wang Dong leapt into action, his long legs delivering a harsh kick to Hueco's stomach. Ugh! Hueco doubled over in pain, sinking to the ground as he clutched his stomach. After a moment, he raised his head, glaring at Wang Dong, his eyes filled with fury. With a sneer, Wang Dong looked down at Hueco, "You're only a level 11 soul master. I genuinely don't understand how you got into Shrek Academy. Hurry up and clean this mess, hum." Wang Dong's initial encounter with Hueco is marked by disdain. In this extraordinary world, strength truly reigns supreme. Hueco pushed himself off the ground, gazing up at Wang Dong's imposing figure, his fists tightened in frustration. Seeing Wang Dong's superior stance, Hueco's eyes turned a fierce red. The first soul ring glowing on him, he activated his soul skill, Weakness. He unleashed the ultimate technique of the Ting sect, which he had been practicing for only a few days, charging straight at Wang Dong. Wang Dong, momentarily dazed, shook his head to regain focus. Spotting Hueco's flickering first soul ring, he scoffed, "Is that all you've got? I don't even need to call upon my martial soul to handle you." With that, Wang Dong met Hueco's charge with a direct attack. Bing bang. Ah! The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, Wang Dong sent Hueco sprawling to the ground, leaving him helplessly staring up at the ceiling. In Chen Feng's dormitory. "Big brother, I brought you some snacks from Shrek City, and they're delicious. You should give them a try." Wu Yu smiled as he offered the treats to Chen Feng. Chen Feng observed Wu Yu, noting his inconsistent behavior, and felt unimpressed. This was Douluo continent, a world of extraordinary power. Strength was what truly mattered. If Chen Feng were weak, Wu Yu's attitude would likely be quite different. "Big brother, I'll be heading to Shrek City tonight with a few friends, so I won't be returning to sleep." Cough cough. "Big brother, I'm definitely not trying to avoid you. It's just that the dorm setting isn't great, and I can't get a decent night's sleep." Seeing Wu Yu's timid demeanor made Chen Feng chuckle. "Go on, have a good time. Don't hold on to our previous minor disagreements. After all, we're roommates, and we should support each other." Wu Yu recalled the moment when Chen Feng had smiled and slapped him, and suddenly felt a chill. Supporting each other, yes, supporting each other. He shivered, awkwardly smiling and nodding repeatedly. Once outside the dormitory, Wu Yu sighed in relief. Clearly, being in the same room as Chen Feng was quite stressful for him, and he began to reflect. Chen Feng is way too intimidating. Even a soul master shouldn't possess such strength. Even when several of us great soul masters teamed up, we didn't even see him use his martial soul before he took us down. Plus, even the teachers couldn't figure out his methods. This year's standout new student at Shrek Academy is undoubtedly him. As a noble heir, Wu Yu, despite his bad attitude, had faced challenges that ordinary folks couldn't imagine. He quickly understood that being on good terms with a genius like Chen Feng was essential. Such talent was bound for greatness. Resolute, he decided to foster a friendly relationship with Chen Feng. Just then, several of Wu Yu's friends surrounded him. "Yui, are you alright? Seriously, you guys are so ungrateful for leaving me behind," Wu Yu grumbled to his friends, a bit annoyed. "We were just looking for the teacher. Yui, your roommate is too scary. I didn't even realize what was happening before he had me down." A boy with a bruised jaw exclaimed, looking a little shaken. "Yeah, your roommate is incredibly strong. I recommend you get on his good side. We're all in the same class, and who knows, he might become successful and help us out later. By the way, what's your roommate's name?" "Chen Feng, the Feng from Maple Leaf," Wu Yu answered. "Alright, let's drop this. Tonight, let's hit Shrek City, relax, and shake off that fear," a rather cheeky-looking boy replied with a laugh. While Wu Yu and his friends went out to enjoy themselves in Shrek City, Chen Feng settled into a state of cultivation in the dormitory. The soundproofing in the dorm was excellent. Before starting his training, Chen Feng hung a sign on the door to announce that he was in the middle of cultivation. Unless it was something extremely important, it was uncommon for anyone to disturb him. Chapter 18. With the arrival of new students, Shrek Academy has transformed into a bustling hub of activity. The returning students are well aware that once classes commence, they will face rigorous advancement exams, and the stakes are high. Consequently, they're training hard, worried about the possibility of being cut. In contrast, the new students, unfamiliar with the Academy's strict elimination process, are lively and intrigued by their surroundings. As Chen Feng made his way through the teaching building for new students, he found himself in the expansive Shrek Square, where many newcomers were milling about in small groups. Chen Feng's striking appearance and confident demeanor made him a focal point among the new students. As he strolled through Shrek Square, several female students approached him, eager to make his acquaintance. He graciously declined their advances with a friendly smile, yet many still wished to forge a friendship with him. Chen Feng could easily see through the intentions of these young girls. Their interest was less about friendship and more about attraction. In Douluo continent, early maturation is a norm, with many individuals marrying and starting families in their teens. Moreover, soul masters often develop even faster due to their connection with soul power, sometimes looking fully grown by the age of 12 or 13, often fantasizing about exceptional members of the opposite sex. For Chen Feng, a simple gesture could have shifted the dynamics of his internal energies, but he was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Though he practiced the yin-yang technique, his approach to relationships was selective. He sought only a few exceptional female soul masters as companions. He valued quality over quantity, remaining steadfast in his intentions and desires, refusing to let them overpower him. It was unimaginable for Chen Feng to be so overwhelmed by attraction that he would become disoriented or impulsively rush to kiss someone. Besides, The girls he encountered, possessing only novice abilities, would add little to his training, so little it hardly mattered. As he exited through the east gate of Shrek Academy, he was taken aback by the vibrant scene outside. The main road that night buzzed with even more life than during the day. The lively night scene resembled a beautiful artwork. The city's lights sparkled like stars against the dark backdrop. Vendors lined the streets, their calls and haggling creating a lively atmosphere that drew many Shrek students to shop. The stalls offered everything imaginable, from delicious food to unique crafts, clothing, and accessories. Entertainment venues were thriving too, with a variety of enticing attractions where charming young ladies often beckoned, luring naive students away, who would return to the academy the next day looking a bit worse for wear. Chen Feng found a lovely restaurant with a pleasant ambience, ordered a few dishes, and looked forward to enjoying his meal before heading back to the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. As he waited for his food, his keen intuition picked up on someone approaching, prompting him to turn around. To his surprise, it was Tanya, whom he had seen recently, her delicate features brightening with a warm smile, her hand poised midair as if she was about to surprise him. "Hello, Sister Zioya." "What a coincidence," he greeted her with a smile. "Oh, you noticed me," she said, retracting her hand and playfully flicking her hair while pouting. "How did you find me?" "I thought I was hiding pretty well." Chen Feng grinned but remained quiet, responding instead with, "By the way, where's Senior B? Why isn't he with you?" As her smile faded, Tanya let out a sigh, explaining, "Since we got back from the Starred Forest, Bai has been training hard. I haven't seen him in days." "Chen Feng, you owe me dinner to cheer me up," he replied. "You should actually be thanking me. Bai's dedication is great news. And it's good I'm not asking you to treat me instead." Tanya considered this and found it quite reasonable, yet she huffed playfully, "I don't care. I'm in a grumpy mood, so you have to treat me to dinner." Chen Feng playfully teased her, but she quickly realized she couldn't outwit him. Her verbal sparring fell flat against his experience. Ultimately, Tanya ended up treating Chen Feng to dinner. As she paid, her expression was comically pained, but the restaurant owner, amused by her lively spirit, gave her a discount, and that made Chen Feng smile even more. "I promise, next time, it'll be my treat," he said with a grin. Tanya's eyes sparkled as she replied, "You'd better stick to your word. No backing out, because lying is for little dogs." The two wandered back towards Shrek Academy, engaging in light-hearted conversation along the way. Standing by Sigad Lake, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Sister Zioya, see you next time." "See you," she replied cheerfully. After parting, Tanya glanced back at Chen Feng's retreating figure, her expression a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Zhu Sanshai happened to be passing by and spotted Tanya with the impressively handsome guy. After their reluctant farewell, he was left speechless, his jaw dropping in disbelief. At that moment, all Zhu Sanshai could think was, Bai, Zioya has moved on. I need to tell him. At this point, Chen Feng reached Sigad Lake. Switching his martial soul to the Ice Emperor Scorpion, he stepped onto the lake's surface, forming solid ice with every step. With his soul saint-level spiritual power, this feat was simply within his skill. At first, he fumbled a bit, using too much soul power and creating ice that was too large, but soon he honed his technique, creating just the right-sized ice crystals, strong enough to support his weight without wasting power. Before long, he spotted Sea God Island at the heart of the lake. The island was home to numerous buildings, but the most impressive by far was the towering Sea God Pavilion, standing majestically at the center. This 6-story structure soared over 10 meters high, exuding grandeur. However, the constant mist surrounding Sea God Island prevented a clear view from the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. Chen Feng quickly made his way to Sea God Island, where an enigmatic elder studied him curiously, saying, "An outer courtyard student. Don't you know you're not allowed here?" Handing over the medal given to him by Ling Luosheng, Chen Feng replied, "Senior Ling Luosheng asked me to find her." "The little girl Ling?" The elder scrutinized Chen Feng, noticing his remarkable talent and striking looks, leading to a knowing smile. With a mischievous look, the old man looked at him as if he understood everything and informed Chen Feng of Ling Luosheng's location. Gratefully, Chen Feng thanked the elder and proceeded toward Ling Luosheng's residence. As he passed a pavilion, a figure emerged, tall, striking with blood-red hair and a chilling aura, reminiscent of a fearsome soul beast, as she approached Chen Feng with fierce intensity. Chapter 19. Ma Xiaotao's usually soft pink eyes had turned a vivid crimson, indicating her restless energy. After her training session that night, Ma Xiaotao sensed that the chaotic energy from her martial soul was building up and could soon overwhelm her. Knowing she had to act quickly, she stopped her training to find ways to calm this intense energy, as once it began affecting her mind, it would be challenging to control. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped outside, an icy sensation hit her, reminiscent of the sweltering summer heat suddenly interrupted by the sight of a refreshing, juicy watermelon. Having been plagued by her inner turmoil, Ma Xiaotao then spotted Chen Feng, who possessed a powerful ice martial soul. It was like a wolf encountering a stunning beauty. Her crimson eyes were immediately drawn to him. Chen Feng's presence felt like dazzling beauty before a hungry wolf. A wolf might withstand not seeing the beauty, but once seen, how could it resist? With flames igniting within her, Ma Xiaotao dashed towards Chen Feng, a flash of red light trailing her. Chen Feng, with his high-level spiritual power as a soul saint, quickly sensed the surge of heat approaching. Turning to look, he saw a striking woman in red, tall and proportionate, with an eye-catching silhouette that many women would envy. Despite her allure, Ma Xiaotao also possessed a delicate waist that seemed almost too slender. Her hips widened gracefully, and her well-shaped backside contrasted sharply with her lovely straight legs, which exuded a captivating elegance. Additionally, her beauty radiated, with flawless features and a passionate aura that captivated anyone's attention. In Chen Feng's mind, he realized, this must be Ma Xiaotao. I didn't expect you to seek me out before I even had the chance to find you. For Chen Feng, Ma Xiaotao's impressive Soul Emperor level and her top-tier Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul made her even more appealing, even if his own Ice Element martial soul was quite powerful. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed Ma Xiaotao swiftly leaping toward him. She was incredibly fast. Having reached the 60th level as a Soul Emperor, Ma Xiaotao's power was astonishing. Though Chen Feng could sense her with his spiritual power, his physical reflexes couldn't keep up. For Soul Masters, the advancement of soul power greatly surpassed physical abilities, and as a member of the elite Shrek Inner Academy, Ma Xiaotao, trained by the super Douluo Yanshas, possessed a collection of high-quality soul bones, giving her an overwhelming advantage. Chen Feng's only shortcoming lay in the quality of his martial soul. Although Ma Xiaotao's Evil Fire Phoenix was not as high caliber as his Ice Emperor Scorpion, it was still top tier with only a small gap between them. In the blink of an eye, Ma Xiaotao was in front of Chen Feng, reaching out towards him. After years of navigating the challenges of Douluo continent, Chen Feng instinctively activated his second soul skill, the Soul Breaking Blade, teleporting 15 meters back from Ma Xiaotao. Although he sensed no harm from her, his instincts, shaped by countless life-or-death situations, urged him to evade. Breathless and a bit frantic, Ma Xiaotao called out, "Don't run. I promise I won't hurt you." She hadn't lost her composure, she only sought Chen Feng's ice energy to help quell her chaotic flames. Like a cat drawn to blood, Ma Xiaotao lunged for Chen Feng again, mesmerized by the icy aura he emitted. Finally, she found that refreshing chill, and Chen Feng suddenly experienced a rush of warmth enveloping him, coming from Ma Xiaotao's embrace. At around 20 years old, Ma Xiaotao was radiating beauty. Her fragrant breath and flushed cheeks made her look even more enchanting. With a burst of red light, Ma Xiaotao accelerated again, and in no time, they were back inside the room. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Chen Feng realized that the rising evil energy was due to her martial soul and knew she needed to suppress it quickly. Deep within his consciousness, the heavenly dream ice silkworm chimed in, "Chen Feng, her martial soul pairs perfectly with yours. If you both train together, your soul power will definitely soar." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng focused and shut off the connection to the sea of spirituality, not wanting the heavenly dream ice silkworm to witness what was happening. "Chen Feng, let me see, let me see." The Tang-eyed silkworm lamented within his mind, but he chose to ignore it. Observing Ma Xiaotao's tight hold on him, Chen Feng felt the rising temperature and summoned his second martial soul, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, for protection. Ma Xiaotao's stature certainly made him feel slightly overwhelmed. He couldn't help but think that Xiaotao was quite modestly named, as her presence exceeded that of a simple peach. With her beauty, impressive figure, and compatible abilities, she was everything Chen Feng sought in a partner. Releasing the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul caused a powerful chill to radiate from him. The flames on Ma Xiaotao surged, and her clothing along with Chen Feng's was consumed by the heat of their combined energies, as they embraced tightly. As the intense cold infused her body, Ma Xiaotao instinctively released her flames, channeling them into Chen Feng to help quell the chaos in her martial soul. Chen Feng felt a wave of hot energy rush into him, prompting him to use the yin-yang technique to absorb both Ma Xiaotao's soul power and the chaotic flames. As her energy flowed into him, it accelerated his cultivation. Simultaneously, as Chen Feng's ultimate ice processed Ma Xiaotao's flames, not only did it boost his cultivation speed, but it also helped her contain the evil fire. As they trained together, their energies intertwined, forming a beautiful yin-yang harmony. Chapter 20. After a little while, Ma Xiaotao let out a soft sigh, her sparkling eyes fluttering open, and a sweet scent filled the air. Ever since she became an Evil Fire Phoenix Soul Master, she had never felt as clear-headed as she did at that moment. From the very start of her training, she had faced the challenges of the evil fire. There were countless times she thought about giving up or, as her teacher Yan Xiao suggested, finding another way to let off steam. But after all these years, she had stuck with it, and through her struggles, fate had smiled upon her, leading her to a soul master with the ultimate ice attribute today. She was able to channel her soul power through Chen Feng. Even though her evil fire phoenix martial soul still produced evil fire, she didn't have to worry about its backlash for now. She could finally train and fight without holding back. For other soul masters, this might seem like a regular day, but for Ma Xiaotao, it felt like a luxury. She was feeling better than ever. The fiery energy in her soul power was gradually being soothed by the handsome young man in front of her. With enthusiasm, she sent her soul power into Chen Feng's body, absorbing the energy he sent back into her own. Thanks to Ma Xiaotao's cooperation, Chen Feng's technique was working even faster. Together, they entered a state of cultivation. The yin-yang technique within Chen Feng absorbed the gentle yin energy from Ma Xiaotao's soul power, leading to a breakthrough. Before long, Chen Feng's yin-yang technique reached its first entry level. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. As the moon set and the sun rose, warm sunlight poured through the window, brightening up the room. What was once a dim space was now filled with light. The room was simple, featuring a hall and 2 bedrooms, all made of wood, including the floor. It was quite plain, with minimal decorations and just a few pieces of furniture. You could easily imagine the owner's dedication to training and the simplicity of their life. In the middle of the hall, a man and a woman sat on the floor, comfortably embracing each other. Around them, one side showed signs of burning flames, while the other hinted at freezing. After a night of cultivation, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Ma Xiaotao, like a sleepy sloth, was cuddled up to Chen Feng, her round figure resting on his thigh, her chest against him, and her head nestled on his shoulder. Chen Feng held her warm and soft form, feeling the incredible pressure and elasticity, while gazing at the stunning beauty in his arms. With the yin-yang technique now in its initial stage, a smile spread across Chen Feng's face. He could tell Ma Xiaotao was awake. With his soul saint-level spiritual power, he could easily sense her heartbeat. But Chen Feng kept his composure. The nickname Fire Demon Ma Xiaotao wasn't just for show. Sure, Ma Xiaotao was incredibly tempting, but she was also quite dangerous. If he lost control and took advantage of her, he would surely face the wrath of Fire Demon Ma Xiaotao. So, he kept his desires in check, knowing that this was just their first meeting. They were still strangers. Rushing things now would only spoil the wonderful start they had. With that thought in mind, Chen Feng leaned in close to Ma Xiaotao's ear and said, "Senior, I am heading out." Ma Xiaotao opened her eyes, her enchanting gaze tinged with a hint of shyness, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue. Leaning against Chen Feng's solid form, breathing in his scent, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, as if all her strength had vanished. As she sensed Chen Feng's hands on her waist, she felt herself being gently lifted from that cozy embrace, leaving her with a slight emptiness. Chen Feng set her down and pulled out a piece of clothing from his storage soul guide, draping it over her to cover her alluring figure. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao was a bit dazed, unsure of what to say. Her mind wandered back to the events of yesterday. Even though she had been engulfed by evil fire, she hadn't lost consciousness, and her memories were clear. Those memories reminded her that she was the one who had brought the young man before her back, and her phoenix flames had burned both of their clothes, after which she had taken the initiative to embrace him. Ma Xiaotao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This was the first time she had been so close to someone of the opposite sex, leaving her feeling a bit flustered. Looking at the young man who had taken such liberties, she felt no anger at all. He had been brought in by her, his clothes burned by her own flames, and he had even helped her with the evil fire. Throughout it all, aside from holding her, he hadn't done anything inappropriate. This made Ma Xiaotao feel both grateful and bashful, and it also made her question her own appeal. Was her figure really that unappealing? Soon after, she watched as Chen Feng pulled out another piece of clothing to put on, covering his flawless body. This made Ma Xiaotao, who was used to seeing him without clothes, feel a bit uncomfortable. She silently thought, "Xiaotao, you just met him, you should be more reserved and not scare him away." Chen Feng glanced at Ma Xiaotao, said nothing, smiled, and then headed outside. Ma Xiaotao had initially wanted to comfort him, maybe say something like "don't take it to heart," but she realized he was already walking away. He was leaving. Just as Chen Feng was about to step out the door, Ma Xiaotao suddenly remembered that she didn't know his name, so she called out, "What's your name?" As Chen Feng opened the door, sunlight poured in, casting a golden glow around him. Hearing her question, he turned back, and in the sunlight, his profile looked dazzling and perfect, his sparkling black eyes shining brightly. Ma Xiaotao found herself momentarily mesmerized by Chen Feng's profile, then heard his unique, magnetic voice that had just been by her ear. "Chen Feng, Feng as in maple leaf. With that, Chen Feng walked out the door. Ma Xiaotao tightened her clothes around her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 21. Ma Xiaotao was lost in thought, wondering about Chen Feng. This extreme ice martial soul. I haven't heard of it before. Could he be a new student? After Chen Feng left Ma Xiaotao's room, he let out a sigh. He had initially planned to find Ling Luosheng, but fate had led him to the even more intriguing Ma Xiaotao. Thinking back to their candid meeting, he couldn't help but remember Ma Xiaotao's smooth skin and her captivating figure, which made his heart race. It was clear that Ma Xiaotao had left quite an impression on him. To calm himself down, Chen Feng focused his soul power, using the extreme ice technique. He made his way to the edge of Sea God Island, stepping onto the lake's surface as he headed toward the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. After grabbing breakfast in Shrek City, he returned to his dormitory. The dorm was empty, clearly indicating that his roommate Wu Yu was off enjoying himself in Shrek City and hadn't returned yet. Chen Feng settled onto his bed, feeling confident that Ma Xiaotao would come looking for him soon. He knew that unless there was a special fire attribute material to purify Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix martial soul, it would keep producing evil energy. Chen Feng felt optimistic about his future interactions with Ma Xiaotao. He figured that making a good impression was important, and staying too long might just lead to awkwardness. After sorting through his thoughts, Chen Feng began to reflect on his cultivation progress from the night before. Even though he and Ma Xiaotao hadn't formed a deep connection, their time together had significantly boosted his cultivation speed. He realized that with Ma Xiaotao's help, his cultivation speed had at least doubled compared to when he practiced alone. This was mainly because her cultivation level was much higher than his. If he were to train with someone at a similar level, he'd be lucky to see even a 10% improvement unless he resorted to absorption techniques, which he would never do with someone he cared about. That was his principle. But with an enemy? He wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary. On top of that, the slight yin energy in Ma Xiaotao's soul power had finally helped him reach the first level of the yin-yang technique. At this level, yin and yang attract each other, making it easier to win the favor of the opposite sex. Of course, it only helps if you're not being annoying or lacking in skills. Just as Chen Feng was deep in thought in his dormitory. In the fourth-year dormitory of Shrek Academy, a senior student in a black uniform walked down the corridor with a frown. This tall guy had thick eyebrows, sharp eyes, a straight nose, and a strong jawline, definitely handsome. His furrowed brows showed he was in a bad mood, and he had quite an impressive presence. This was Zhu Sanshai? After seeing Tanya with an unknown guy the day before, he had spent the night thinking it over and decided to tell Bai Bai about it. As Zhu Sanshai walked through the corridor, fellow fourth-year students greeted him, saying, "Hey, Senior Zhu." Being one of the twin stars of Shrek Academy's outer court alongside Bai Bai, Zhu Sanshai was quite well known. Despite the greetings, Zhu Sanshai was in a foul mood, so he just nodded and kept walking. Before long, he found Bai Bai's dormitory and walked in. Bai Bai, who had been meditating, opened his eyes when he heard the door open. His dorm was empty since his roommate had been eliminated from Shrek Academy. Seeing Zhu Sanshai's grim expression, Bai Bai raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you have another run-in with Zhong Nanan?" "Ha ha ha." Zhu Sanshai replied, clearly annoyed, "Come on, Bai Bai. I'm not here to joke around. I've got something serious to tell you about your little ya." The mention of Xiaoya made Bai Bai's smile fade, and he asked seriously, "What happened to Xiaoya?" "Just hold on a second, let me finish. You need to stay calm. I'm just sharing what I saw, you can figure out the rest," Zhu Sanshai said. Bai Bai, feeling anxious, urged, "Stop keeping me in suspense. Just spill it." Seeing Bai Bai's worried face, Zhu Sanshai decided to get straight to the point. He told Bai Bai how he had seen Tanya walking with a handsome guy the night before and how they parted ways. Bai Bai clenched his fists and asked calmly, "Was he about 7 feet tall, with black hair and black eyes, and a high nose?" Zhu Sanshai, surprised, replied, "Yes. That's exactly how he looked." "So you knew him?" Bai Bai's expression darkened, and anger bubbled up inside him. "Chen Feng, huh? So you think you can steal my girl, do you?" Noticing Bai Bai's mood, Zhu Sanshai started to understand. "Looks like my buddy has a rival in love. I need to help him out. Bai Bai, what's the deal with that guy? How dare he go after Tanya? He must be asking for trouble." Zhu Sanshai exclaimed. Bai Bai, knowing all about Zhu Sanshai, replied, "That guy's name is Chen Feng. I met him when I was helping Xiaoya get a soul ring in the Starred Great Forest. And then we parted ways." Zhu Sanshai suddenly realized and nodded. "Looks like Xiaoya has a crush on someone who's more handsome, more talented, and more mature than you. Don't be sad, buddy. If you need to cry, I am here for you. Get lost. Just because Zioya walked with Chen Feng doesn't mean she's taken. Beibai shot back, rolling his eyes at Zhu Sanshai's nonsense. Seeing Beibai's mood lighten a bit, Zhu Sanshai playfully put his arm around Beibai's shoulders. Hey, I still think you should prepare yourself. If Zioya really falls for someone else, you'll be the one left crying. Don't jinx it. If that happens, I'll just go after Nan. Beibai elbowed Zhu Sanshai, causing him to yelp in surprise. Alright. You know I've got your back, right? We're like brothers from different mothers. Zhu Sanshai said with a grin. Soon, the two of them were deep in conversation, sharing their thoughts and laughter. Chapter 22. Creak. The door to Chen Feng's dorm room swung open, and in walked Wu Yu, looking utterly exhausted. He trudged over to his bed, buried his head in the quilt, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Chen Feng, sensing Wu Yu's arrival with his spiritual awareness, chose to stay focused on his meditation, ignoring the commotion. When Wu Yu finally rubbed his sleepy eyes and woke up, he was surprised to see Chen Feng still deep in meditation beside him. He couldn't help but admire Chen Feng's dedication. It made Wu Yu realize just how far behind he was in his own training. No wonder Chen Feng was so strong. Feeling inspired, Wu Yu decided right then and there that he would start cultivating too and work hard to get stronger. But 2 hours later, Wu Yu was feeling uncomfortable all over. Cultivating was just too dull. He couldn't take it anymore and quietly slipped out of the room, careful not to disturb Chen Feng. As he tiptoed out, he made his way to the next dormitory to find his friends. Not long after Wu Yu left, Chen Feng finished his meditation. A spark of light flickered in his eyes as he exhaled a deep breath, stood up, and gazed out the window at the darkening sky, realizing another day had come to an end. Meanwhile, the well-known Ma Xiaotao from Shrek Academy was unsteadily making her way into the bathroom, trying to clean up her wet and messy clothes. After freshening up, she glanced at the soaked men's clothes and felt a blush creep onto her stunning face. Trying to shake off her embarrassment, Ma Xiaotao washed Chen Feng's clothes, dried them with her phoenix flames, and neatly folded them. As she raised her right hand, her delicate fingers, resembling slender green onions, caught the light. On her index finger sparkled a large ruby, its deep red hue reminiscent of pigeon blood, absolutely breathtaking. With a flicker of brilliance, she stored the folded clothes in her soul guide. Every time Ma Xiaotao thought about the candid moments she shared with Chen Feng earlier, her cheeks flushed. After a moment, she shook her head and rubbed her cheeks, settling down to cultivate. Now that her mind was clear of distracting thoughts, she could finally focus. Later that evening, after dinner, Chen Feng returned to the dormitory. In the past, he had experimented with creating his own soul skills, blending soul power, spiritual power, and his own will. Now, the legendary limit Douluo Yuan, a master in this field, had made significant strides in developing soul skills. The dragon god Douluo's self-created skill, ruling the world, had sent shockwaves through the Douluo continent, instilling fear in many. This unique combination of spirit, soul power, and will made self-created skills much more powerful and versatile than regular ones. They could enhance not just soul skills but also weapons, fists, and swords, endless possibilities. Chen Feng recalled that in the original story, Dragon God Douluo Yuan had mentioned that his ruling the world was a special path that merged soul power and spiritual power, a unique way to create soul skills. For most soul masters, reaching at least the 7-ring soul sage level was necessary to even begin cultivating, as that was when their spiritual power could match their soul power. However, those with strong spiritual power had a much easier time, like Huo Yuhao, a soul Douluo, who learned ruling the world. Naturally, Chen Feng felt a twinge of envy at this powerful ability. When he was a great soul master, he had tried it himself, thinking that with his strong mental power and sword intent, he would succeed. But he had failed, and the reason left him speechless: his mental power was too strong, but his soul power was too weak. At that time, his soul power was just average for a great soul master. He hadn't yet cultivated the yin-yang art, so he had to put his self-created skill on hold. After mastering the yin-yang art and returning from the extreme north, his soul power had improved significantly, and he had become a soul zone with an ultimate martial soul. Now, with his soul power, mental power, and will all aligned, Chen Feng was ready to give his self-created soul skill another shot. He settled down in his dorm, crossed his legs, and began to merge his mental power, soul power, and will. Starting with just a small amount of each, he aimed for a gentle fusion, knowing that failure wouldn't harm him. Failure. Learning from it. Trying again. From that moment on, Chen Feng was completely absorbed in his cultivation. His days became a simple routine: dormitory, Shrek City, meals, back to the dorm, and more cultivation. As he immersed himself in this cycle, the Dream Eyes silkworm watched Chen Feng with great satisfaction. In its eyes, Chen Feng was simply perfect? The Dream Ice Silkworm thought, I can finally relax, Chen Feng doesn't need my help at all. When he becomes a god, I'll enjoy endless life right alongside him, haha. With each attempt, Chen Feng drew closer to success. The fierce sword intent began to swirl around him, and the fusion of his mental power and soul power became more seamless. The once ethereal sword intent gradually solidified as it merged with his soul power and mental power. During this time, Wu Yu returned to the dormitory. He had initially planned to flatter Chen Feng and build a friendship, but upon seeing the intense sword intent surrounding Chen Feng, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was too overwhelming. What's going on? Is Chen Feng just cultivating soul power, or is he working on some powerful soul skill? This is terrifying. The gap between us feels so huge, it's like the difference between a person and a dog. Are we really the same age? Feeling uneasy, Wu Yu decided he couldn't stay any longer. He believed that if he did, something bad might happen. He quickly made his way to Shrek City and found a hotel, vowing not to return to the dorm until Chen Feng finished his training. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, an old man in gray clothes lounged in a chair, a glimmer of golden light shining in his eyes. Chapter 23. What a remarkable kid. Is he really crafting his own soul skills? Such an impressive young man. He's got a bright future ahead of him. If only his background were a bit cleaner. Muan's weathered face showed a flicker of surprise before he vanished in a flash. 7 days later. Right now, Chen Feng had moved out of the dormitory and into a training room. As Chen Feng's skills grew, so did his knife intent, becoming louder and more powerful. He realized that continuing to practice in the dorm would definitely disturb the other freshmen. These freshmen were mostly just starting out as first and second ring soul masters. If they were affected by Chen Feng's knife intent, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience for them. In the training room, Chen Feng let loose. He came to Shrek Academy to show off his talent and to tap into the Academy's resources and support. Being a commoner with a clean slate, not linked to any major powers, since Shrek Academy tends to shy away from heavily cultivating those from powerful factions, Chen Feng knew that if he showcased enough skill, the higher-ups at Shrek Academy would definitely want to recruit him. Meanwhile, in the Sea God Pavilion, Muan finished reading through Chen Feng's information and casually turned the document to ashes. The details were sparse. After the fall of the Spirit Hall, no one bothered to register the awakening of soul weapons for commoners. Plus, since Chen Feng was traveling across the continent without a permanent home, gathering information was quite tricky. Still, Shrek, being the giant it is, managed to piece together a general idea of who Chen Feng was. They had a rough idea of where he came from, what he was up to, and when he was doing it. But specifics, like Chen Feng's adventures in the Starred Forest or his time in the extreme north, were hard to come by. Those areas were so remote that collecting information was nearly impossible. But for Muan, that was enough. As long as Chen Feng wasn't from the Sun Moon Empire, he felt comfortable nurturing him. Even though Chen Feng had only shown a glimpse of his talent, it was enough to catch the eye of Muan, the legendary 99th level limit Douluo of this generation. Muan was aware that his time was running short. He wanted to quickly cultivate the next generation of Shrek Academy while he was still around. He hoped they could step up and become the new guardians of Shrek Academy. Zhang Lexuan, Ma Xiaotao, his direct descendant, and now Chen Feng, who had just come onto his radar, were all individuals he was keeping an eye on. Muan was currently assessing them, planning to choose an heir from among them to inherit his dragon pill after he was gone. While he secretly favored B for this honor, he knew that B had only inherited part of his bright sacred dragon bloodline. Although becoming a titled Luo wouldn't be too hard, supporting Shrek Academy would still be a bit of a challenge. From a distance, Muan watched Chen Feng in the training room. Granting him access to a special training room was a request he made himself. As a master of self-created soul skills, he recognized just how extraordinary Chen Feng's talent was. Noticing the increasingly refined knife intent, Muan murmured, I didn't expect him to succeed so quickly. In the training room, Chen Feng was surrounded by a tangible black knife intent. Everything around him was being torn apart by this powerful intent. Now, Chen Feng's mental power, soul power, and intent had merged, allowing him to create his own soul skill. Chen Feng sighed, this knife intent is the real deal now. The once vague knife intent has transformed into something strong and formidable through the fusion of my soul power and mental power. With a thought, the soul-breaking knife appeared in Chen Feng's hand. That sharp, commanding aura was a testament to his fierce knife intent. As Chen Feng infused his intent into the soul-breaking knife, it began to emit a soft humming sound. Chen Feng's energy surged at an incredible pace. In that moment, he swung the knife. A black blade of light sliced through the air like a ribbon, creating a deep gash in the solid ground. Feeling exhausted, Chen Feng stepped out of the training room. Today marked the 7th day of his training, and tomorrow was the official opening day of Shrek Academy. After days of hard work, he was mentally and physically drained, eager to return to the dormitory and fall into a deep sleep. His roommate, Wu Yu, was startled by the sound of the dormitory door opening. Seeing his brother, who had been away for days, suddenly return, he was about to greet him and shower him with compliments when he noticed Chen Feng heading straight for the bed, burying his head to sleep. Wu Yu looked at his tired brother and thought it was the perfect time to show his loyalty and flatter him. Quickly rushing to Chen Feng's bedside, Wu Yu helped his older brother change clothes and take off his shoes. Just as he removed Chen Feng's shoes, he felt a chill run down his back and turned to meet a pair of sharp eyes. Wu Yu stammered, "Elder brother, I see you haven't changed clothes to sleep. Are you feeling unwell? Little brother can help you change." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and replied, "No need for that, school starts tomorrow, so you shouldn't head to Shrek City to play today. Just get some rest in the dorm." "Thanks for looking out for me, big brother." Wu Yu nodded eagerly in agreement. Chen Feng then took off his outer clothing, asked the Dream Ice Silkworm in his spiritual sea to keep an eye on things, and then tiredly drifted off to sleep. Shrek Academy's opening day. After a full night's sleep, Chen Feng felt rejuvenated, the fatigue from days of training completely gone. Looking at Wu Yu, who was still fast asleep, Chen Feng called him awake. With sleepy eyes, Wu Yu climbed out of bed. After both of them washed up, they changed into Shrek Academy's white freshman uniforms. Wu Yu looked at himself in the mirror, a smile spreading across his handsome face as he thought, "Not bad. Even in a standard uniform, I still look good." When Wu Yu turned to look at Chen Feng, the strikingly handsome and tall young man made his smile freeze in place. Wu Yu couldn't help but think, seriously? How can anyone be this perfect? Strong talent, hard work, and on top of that, he's incredibly handsome. Oh man, life is so unfair, boo. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Big brother, wait for me. I'm coming right now. In the teacher's office area, in a cozy little office, a beautiful female teacher, looking to be around 28, was reviewing the student roster for her class, a determined smile spreading across her face. Chen Feng, Soul Master. Ning Tian, Soul Master. Wu Feng, Great Soul Master. Old Hag Zhu Yi, this time I'm excited to see what you bring to the table. She hummed a little tune, feeling lighthearted as she made her way toward the teaching building. She was the homeroom teacher for Chen Feng's new class, Class 9, Mu Jin. Chapter 24. After Chen Feng stepped out of the dormitory, Wu Yu and a few of his friends, who had awkwardly gathered around, decided to follow him. These guys had been really impressed by Chen Feng's strength when he showcased his skills back in the dorm. "Hey, big brother. It's still early. How about we grab a bite at the cafeteria? I heard from my family that Shrek Academy's cafeteria has top-notch ingredients that are great for our bodies and help with Soul Master training," Wu Yu chimed in from Chen Feng's left side. "Big brother, I'll cover your meal from now on," said one of Wu Yu's friends, Zhao Shan, eager to impress Chen Feng. It was clear they were trying to get on Chen Feng's good side and build a connection. For these noble kids, spending a little money to befriend a future powerhouse seemed like a golden opportunity. But Chen Feng wasn't about to let anyone feel like they owed him anything over a simple meal. He politely declined, saying, "Thanks, but I can handle it myself." Noticing that a few of them seemed hesitant to speak up, he added, "Really, I appreciate the offer." These noble students were still quite young and often thought too simply. They believed that treating Chen Feng to a meal would somehow secure a future friendship. But they overlooked one important thing: why would someone as talented as Chen Feng be swayed by such small gestures? Chen Feng understood that with his abilities, there would be plenty of people wanting to befriend him in the future. All he needed to do was keep getting stronger. It was human nature to seek connections, and he didn't feel the need to accept or reject their offers. So, he simply continued on his way to the cafeteria, leaving them behind. The group exchanged awkward glances, realizing that flattering him wasn't as easy as they thought, especially given Chen Feng's cool demeanor. Wu Yu, who had a closer relationship with Chen Feng and understood his incredible power better than the others, decided to follow him. He had a feeling that Chen Feng was destined for greatness, and he wanted to be part of that journey. The rest of the group looked at each other. "Forget it, Chen Feng is too hard to approach. I'm not going to chase after him just to get ignored. He's not really in our world. We're just here for experience, while he's a true genius." I think Wu Yu's flattery might actually work for her. Yui is cozying up to Chen Feng, and we're cozying up to her, haha. "Big brother, wait for me. I want to eat with you," Wu Yu called out as he ran after Chen Feng, catching the attention of other students heading to the cafeteria. As Chen Feng made his way to the Shrek Academy cafeteria, he glanced back at Wu Yu following him. He didn't mind her company as long as it didn't bother him. At Shrek Academy, each grade has its own cafeteria located just behind the dorms. The cafeteria was spacious but surprisingly empty, with no tables or chairs in sight, which left Chen Feng a bit speechless. On one side, there was a sink for washing hands and utensils, and a window for ordering meals, with prices displayed outside. There were 8 windows, each offering different dishes, with prices going up from right to left. Plus, meals had to be eaten there, takeout wasn't allowed. Chen Feng and Wu Yu both ordered the top-tier dishes from the innermost part of the cafeteria. Chen Feng spent 50 gold soul coins on his meal, realizing he had less than 5,000 gold soul coins left in his storage soul guide. He thought to himself, if I keep eating like this 3 times a day, my savings won't last long. But he wasn't worried at all. With his skills, he was confident he could earn plenty at the Shrek Soul Arena without needing to rely on anyone wealthy. After finishing their meal, Chen Feng felt warm and satisfied. Even though the food was pricey, it was definitely worth it. Then, he and Wu Yu headed toward the new student teaching building. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the classroom for Class 9. Most of the seats were already filled. Wu Yu peeked inside and said to Chen Feng, "Big brother, we're late, all the good spots are taken." Chen Feng shrugged and replied, "It's all the same." As soon as he walked into the classroom, all eyes turned to him. The moment they saw Chen Feng, the classroom buzzed with excitement. "Oh wow, isn't that the handsome guy we saw at Shrek Square? He's in our class. Wow, his skin is flawless, and his eyes are so bright. Come on, girls. What's the point of being handsome? He might just be a pretty face. This guy is so annoying, he just stole all the attention from the girls in the class." Many female students began whispering to each other. A beautiful girl with light green hair and dark green eyes, gentle in demeanor, turned to a short-haired blonde girl beside her and said, "Ningtian, he's so handsome. He really fits my style." The blonde girl, Ningtian, looked at Chen Feng and was momentarily taken aback by his looks. But as the young master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, Ningtian wasn't just about looks, she valued strength above all. Ningtian smiled at her friend, "He is quite handsome. What's up, Yunner? Have you got a crush on him?" To Ningtian's right, a girl with short red hair and striking red eyes was so captivated by the blonde girl that she didn't even notice what was happening in class. She thought to herself, what's so great about guys? Ningtian is way prettier. At that moment, Nanman Yunner turned to Wu Feng and said, "Wu Feng, Ningtian is teasing me, what do you think of that black-haired handsome guy?" Wu Feng was about to say, "What's so great about guys?" But after glancing at Chen Feng, he held back. He mumbled, "Well, he's okay, I guess." Hearing Wu Feng's words, Nanman Yunner exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, Wu Feng, your standards are way too high. You think he's just okay? Are there any guys in this world worth looking at?" Ningtian looked at Wu Feng, puzzled. Chapter 25. In contrast to the warm and admiring looks from the female students, the male students were filled with hostility and jealousy. They were almost itching to pick a fight with Chen Feng, hoping to capture the attention of the pretty girls in their class. Chen Feng casually chose a seat at the back of the classroom and settled in, while Wu Yu, who was completely overlooked, quickly followed suit. Before long, a few of Wu Yu's friends entered the classroom and took seats behind her. Just as the classroom filled with noise, a young and attractive female teacher, Mu Jin, the homeroom teacher for Class 9, stepped up to the podium. With her arrival, the chatter in the room quickly faded, as a sense of respect and admiration for the teacher washed over the students. Unlike Zhu Yi, who often resorted to expelling students to assert his authority, Mu Jin took a gentler approach in her teaching. Chen Feng, however, showed little interest in the lecture. He quietly focused on practicing the fusion of his soul power and mental strength. At this point, he was just starting out on this journey, and his ability to condense and refine the two forces needed a lot of work and dedication. As Mu Jin stood at the front, noting how the students quieted down at her presence, she felt pleased. Her gaze scanned the room, finally resting on the 2 soul respect students in her class. "Hello everyone, I'm Mu Jin, your homeroom teacher. While I recognize that you are all highly talented individuals, let me share a bit of reality. Here at Shrek Academy, being a genius is not particularly special. I must inform you of something rather harsh. In 3 months, during the freshman assessment, Shrek Academy is going to weed out more than half, potentially 2/3, of the new students." When Mu Jin mentioned the word genius, a swell of pride swept through most students. After all, they must possess unique talents to have landed a spot at Shrek Academy. But as the reality of possible eliminations gripped the room, most students, except for a few calm ones, were visibly shaken. The thought of losing over half their classmates was indeed startling. Noting their stunned expressions, Mu Jin seized the moment. "In 3 months, less than a third of you will likely remain at Shrek Academy. However, I hope that in our new Class 9, more than 2/3 of you can succeed. Do you have confidence? Yes. The students replied, their spirits lifted. Seeing their enthusiasm, Mujin beamed with satisfaction. But having confidence alone isn't enough, hard work is essential. With that, Mujin inspired her Class 9 students before diving into the lesson. Chen Feng. When she called his name, Chen Feng paused his practice and stood up slowly. Looking over your entrance assessment scores, I see that Chen Feng has the highest cultivation level among you. Therefore, he will be the class leader of Class 9. At Shrek Academy, those who are capable always lead. However, this position isn't set in stone. Anyone who can defeat Chen Feng is welcome to challenge him for the role. Just a reminder, Chen Feng is at the soul respect level, so evaluate your own abilities before considering a challenge. Soul respect? The moment Mujin finished speaking, the previously calm classroom erupted into a frenzy. The students' eyes shifted dramatically, and even those who had less experience could understand the significance of being a soul respect at such a young age. One's talent, effort, and resources were all crucial. The female students gazed at Chen Feng with admiration, while the previously hostile male students now found their gaze lingering elsewhere. Some stubborn ones still doubted Chen Feng's capability, though. Soul power cultivation didn't always guarantee combat prowess, especially for soul masters under level 30. Those attending Shrek Academy were all skilled in martial souls. Sitting beside Chen Feng, Wu Yu watched the eager male students and silently wished them luck. She knew firsthand how strong Chen Feng really was. Remembering the beating she'd received in the dormitory, a chill of fear still ran through her. That strength was certainly not what you'd expect from an average soul respect. Even the Shrek Academy teachers who had came to inspect the dorms hadn't uncovered Chen Feng's true potential. What struck Wu Yu most was that what Chen Feng had revealed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Though Chen Feng wasn't particularly keen on being class leader, after all, what was so special about being the best among kids? He didn't want to appear rude to the accommodating Mujin. As leading the class wouldn't be too demanding, he figured it couldn't hurt to accept the role. Glancing at the eager male students, a flicker of disdain crossed Chen Feng's face. He surveyed the room and remarked, I don't have much time for playful challenges. Chen Feng's statement made the male students think he was afraid, prompting them to look down on him. But what he said next ignited their fury. With a commanding tone, Chen Feng declared, any male student who doubts me can come at me all at once, I'll defeat you all. The classroom went wild at his proclamation. Did they hear him correctly? One person against all the boys? Immediately, the male students' anger flared. They could not tolerate Chen Feng's clear disrespect. Only Wu Yu and a few others who had experienced Chen Feng's strength in the dorm remained silent, thinking, we can't be the only ones to suffer, you all should feel it too. In stark contrast to the male students' outrage, the female students were practically glowing with excitement at Chen Feng's boldness. So confident, so charming. Class monitor, how cool. So impressive. Some had stars in their eyes as they gazed at him. Mujin, taking in the enthusiastic reactions, clapped her hands at the front and called out, everyone, please settle down, settle down. Listening to her, the class finally quieted, though the male students' resentment and the female students' thrill still lingered. Mujin sighed and asked, Chen Feng, are you sure you want to do this? Chen Feng flashed a smile and replied, teacher, among my peers, no one can match me. I don't even need my full strength to handle them. Teacher, we've made up our minds today. Teacher, I want to challenge him. Let's see how Chen Feng can take down all the boys in Class 9. Chapter 26. Mujin took a moment to look at Chen Feng and said, alright, everyone, let's get up and head over to the fighting spirit area. Today, we're switching things up to some hands-on combat. At Shrek Academy, we really value practical experience. Let's go have some fun. With that, Mujin turned and walked away. Without a teacher around, the atmosphere became lively and carefree. A few bold girls quickly surrounded Chen Feng, while the boys couldn't help but tease him. Chen Feng, just you wait. Being a soul master doesn't make you untouchable. One of them shouted, while another added, you're just full of hot air. Chen Feng noticed the excited girls but skillfully slipped away from their grasp and made his way toward the fighting spirit area. Seeing him head that way, the rest of the class followed along. As they walked, the boys were fired up. Guys, we need to show Chen Feng what's what. One of them yelled. Yeah, let's take him down a notch. Another chimed in. Meanwhile, the girls were a bit worried about Chen Feng. Nanman Yuuner, with her green hair, voiced her concern. Do you think Chen Feng will be okay? He's going up against all those boys. Even a soul master can't handle that, right? Ning Tian, ever the optimist, replied, who knows? If Chen Feng is saying he can do it, he must have some confidence. Wu Feng, however, shook his head, not feeling too hopeful. As a battle soul master, He knew the ins and outs of combat. "Listen, Ningtian," he said, "a soul master can usually handle only 3 to 5 great soul masters. And everyone here has strong martial souls. Even though most of us are soul masters, there are still over 10 great soul masters in our class. They could easily hold their own against regular soul masters." Before long, the new students from Class 9 arrived at the Fighting Spirit area. This area is super important at Shrek Academy, located in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, not far from Shrek City. It's usually closed during the day and is reserved for practical combat lessons for students, free of charge. It opens up for students after school until midnight. To keep things safe, students need to register and pay a fee to use the space. Each participant in a match has to pay at least 10 gold soul coins, while spectators need a ticket costing 1 silver soul coin. If the participants are well known, the academy even broadcasts the match through soul-guided loudspeakers in the dorms to draw in more viewers. The academy keeps half of the ticket sales, and the other half goes to the winner. This area is a popular spot for senior students, not just for practice but also to earn some extra cash, all while feeling safe. There are teachers on hand to referee, ensuring everyone's protected and taken care of. Winning a match here also earns students academic credits, which help with their grades during annual exams. After reaching the 4th grade, soul fighting credits become essential for moving up. For instance, to go from 4th to 5th grade, you need at least 10 wins against opponents of the same grade. The requirements get tougher as you advance. The Fighting Spirit area is hexagonal and about the same size as Shrek Square, with a big open space in the center for competitions. Surrounding it are tiered seats that can hold around 3,000 spectators. At this moment, the female students of Class 9 and a few boys, including Wu Yu, who weren't participating, were sitting together at the edge of the area. The boys from Class 9 looked at Wu Yu and the others in the audience and couldn't help but call out, "If Chen Feng is so full of himself, why aren't you guys joining in? Don't you have any guts?" Wu Yu and her friends exchanged glances, and Zhao Shan smiled, saying, "You all go ahead, good luck. We believe in you. We're not feeling well after eating something bad yesterday, so we'll sit this one out. With over 40 of you, a few of us won't make a difference. If you win against Chen Feng, we'll treat you to a meal." The boys laughed and replied, "All right, we'll hold you to that." With that, the boys from Class 9 confidently marched toward the arena. They figured that even if Chen Feng was a soul master, with their numbers and skills, they could easily take him down. Losing? That was just not on their radar. Meanwhile, the girls of Class 9 were buzzing with excitement, chatting animatedly about Chen Feng's bold challenge against the whole class of boys. Wu Yu watched the boys step onto the soul fighting stage with Chen Feng and couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head, a playful smile on her face. They'll soon find out that Chen Feng isn't just talking big, he really means it. Just then, a curious girl next to Wu Yu asked, "Hey, do you really think our class leader can take on all those boys?" All the girls turned to her, eager to hear the answer. Wu Yu replied mysteriously, "You should be asking how long the boys can hold out against Chen Feng. You might not believe me, but just keep an eye on the fighting stage, you'll see just how strong this guy really is." "Then how strong is our class leader? Come on, spill the beans." But no matter how much the girls pressed, Wu Yu and her friends stayed tight-lipped. They didn't want to admit that they had been taken down by Chen Feng with just a few moves. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood confidently on the fighting stage, holding a black broken soul knife, calmly watching as the boys from Class 9 organized themselves. The boys were busy discussing their strategy on the stage, with defense type, attack type, and control type soul masters lined up, along with support type soul masters at the back, forming a basic formation. Since it was their first time working together, this was about as good as it got for them. To keep things safe, Mujin had brought in 2 referees, making 3 soul emperors in total to oversee the match. One of the referees looked at the crowd on the fighting stage and exclaimed, "Teacher Mujin, what's going on? Is this a free-for-all? With so many students fighting at once, it'll be tough for just the 3 of us to manage." Mujin smiled and replied, "No worries. It's not a free-for-all, it's a one-against-many match. Our class leader, Chen Feng, is challenging the entire class of boys." The 2 referees were left speechless. Chapter 27. As soon as Mujin mentioned Chen Feng, both referees turned their attention to him on the soul fighting stage. One of the referees furrowed his brow, commenting, "One person against over 40 students? While most of these newcomers are soul masters, there are nearly 10 great soul masters among them. Even 6th grade soul sect students from Shrek Academy would struggle to defeat them. This is just ridiculous." The other referee took a closer look at Chen Feng, eyes widening in surprise. "That guy with the knife has remarkably smooth and powerful soul power. It's far beyond what you'd expect from a typical soul master. and his aura is incredibly strong. Mujin, is this your class leader? Beaming, Mujin replied, yes, he is our class leader, and I can't wait to see how he performs. With that, the referees fell silent and took their places, ready to officiate. Mugen addressed the students, let me remind you all, this is a sparring match among classmates. You can give it your all, but you absolutely must not injure your opponent, understood? If I see one side gaining an overwhelming advantage, I'll stop the match immediately. Chen Feng and his male classmates from Class 9 nodded, while a few overly confident students boastfully told Mugen, don't worry, Teacher Mugen, we'll take Chen Feng down in no time. There are more than 40 of us, each with our own soul skills. We can easily overwhelm him. Chen Feng casually ran his fingers over the blade of his broken soul knife, giving a slight smile as he replied, referee, I know how to manage my strength, I'm more concerned about them getting hurt. The students from Class 9, fuming, rolled up their sleeves, ready for action. Recognizing the tension in the air, the referee wasted no time and shouted, the match begins. In that instant, the female students watching were mesmerized, their eyes locked on Chen Feng, who stood tall in his white clothing, sword in hand. His handsome looks and the powerful aura radiating from him as he faced off against 40 opponents made their hearts race. As the match commenced, Chen Feng's presence surged dramatically. An invisible pressure swept through the arena. Clutching his broken soul knife, Chen Feng unleashed a fierce aura. The intense intent of the knife engulfed the more than 40 male students, making them feel as if they were about to be crushed by an unseen force. It was alarming. They felt overwhelmed and pressured in a way they had never experienced before. To them, Chen Feng seemed invincible at that moment. The male students blanched, their eyes widening in fear as they beheld the imposing figure of Chen Feng. Even the two referees and Mugen were taken aback by the sheer intensity of Chen Feng's knife intent. Mugen exclaimed, what is happening here? Is that a self-created soul skill? The referees exchanged astonished glances, unable to believe what they were witnessing, a self-created skill. This was something even soul emperors couldn't easily achieve. In a nearby viewing area, Wu Yu, eyes alight, called out, this is it. I saw Chen Feng practicing this in the dorm. It's exactly the same. Wu Yu's friends were stunned, staring in disbelief at Chen Feng in the arena, their jaws dropped. They already thought Chen Feng was incredible, but this was a whole new level to his prowess. Meanwhile, the female students in Class 9 gasped, realizing Chen Feng was overpowering the 40 male students with sheer strength. Wow, class leader, you're amazing. What soul skill is that? It's incredible. Class leader, so handsome. Ning Danshui's blue eyes were glued to Chen Feng, captivated by his powerful presence. Beside her, Nanman Yuner sparkled with excitement, his good looks had already caught her attention, but now she was completely enchanted. Wu Feng looked at the majestic figure of Chen Feng, stunned, wondering, could it be? Could Chen Feng really defeat over 40 male students at once? On the Fighting Spirit Arena, Class 9's male students were nervously gulping. One brave soul shouted, come on, brothers, don't be intimidated by Chen Feng. His strong aura doesn't change the fact that he is just a soul son. We can overwhelm him together with our skills. Upon hearing this, the other students rallied, convincing themselves, right, no matter how intimidating he appears, he's still just a soul son. Support-type soul masters, we need your boosts. Long-range attackers, unleash your skills together. As soon as this was said, 10 support-type soul masters activated their abilities to enhance their peers. Around 30 of the male students' yellow soul rings lit up almost instantly. In a flash, a stunning array of colorful long-range soul skills was unleashed toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng's knife intent blended mental strength, soul power, and will to apply pressure on the opponent's spirits. However, relying solely on his knife intent to disable more than 40 soul masters was beyond what Chen Feng could manage. With quick determination, he closed the distance to the group of male students. His incredible physical abilities, honed to withstand a 10,000-year soul ring, combined with his soul master level soul power, allowed him to move with speed rivaling a soul sect. But now, the barrage of long-range attacks aimed at him was also looming. Although these students could be overpowered by a single blow from him, the combined might of this group was noteworthy. While one individual might not pose a threat, when dozens unite with the backing of supports, that changes everything. Even a soul sect would struggle to withstand the sheer force unleashed by nearly 30 soul masters. At this moment, the referees and Mugen were on high alert, ready to intervene if Chen Feng needed saving. But as the long-range abilities closed in, instead of dodging, Chen Feng charged forward. Just as he seemed destined to be hit by those soul skills, the two referees and Mugen prepared to step in, ensuring Chen Feng wouldn't take a blow he couldn't handle. Suddenly, Chen Feng vanished. The male student facing him, watching eagerly as their soul skills seemed set to overwhelm him, suddenly realized that Chen Feng had just appeared right in the middle of their group. The male students in the arena looked on in shock. Chapter 28. This is the instant teleportation soul skill. The expressions of more than 40 male students changed in an instant. In that moment, Chen Feng swiftly moved towards the auxiliary soul master at the back. The control-type soul masters among the male students tried to use their abilities to stop him, but to their surprise, their control skills passed right through him. This was Chen Feng's third soul skill from his 10,000-year soul ring, the Phantom Blade. The phantoms created by this skill left the new students bewildered. The illusions were so convincing that even 5-ringed soul kings would struggle to notice any discrepancies without close scrutiny. The might of a 10,000-year soul skill was truly impressive. Meanwhile, the real Chen Feng was sprinting towards the auxiliary soul master. The 10 male auxiliary students watched in horror as Chen Feng charged at them with a black knife, resembling a fierce beast. Their faces turned pale, and their legs felt shaky. The male students specializing in ranged skills hesitated to attack recklessly. After all, with Chen Feng already in their midst, any stray attack could accidentally hurt their own teammates before ever reaching him. As they stood there, Chen Feng's earlier words echoed in their minds, "Referee, I know how to control my strength, what I'm afraid of is them injuring themselves." Panic washed over all the students as they felt like they were facing a monstrous threat. Had he foreseen this moment? Within just 2 breaths, Chen Feng reached the back of the male students in Class 9, lightly throwing punches towards the auxiliary soul masters. Recognizing their weakness, Chen Feng knew that even a single punch could severely hurt them, let alone using the soul-breaking knife. With the resilience of a 10,000-year soul ring and a martial soul that surpassed that of most soul masters of the same rank, Chen Feng felt akin to a fierce tiger delicately approaching a flower when faced with the auxiliary soul masters. Therefore, he focused his blade intent, channeling it through his fists and feet. Each punch landed on the male students without causing them any physical pain, yet an overwhelming force surged through them, directly impacting their spirits. In an instant, the auxiliary students seemed to lose control of their bodies. Their own martial souls retracted, and they collapsed weakly onto the fighting arena, gazing up at Chen Feng in fear. Clearly, the force of Chen Feng's commanding blade intent had left them no strength to resist. After managing the auxiliary soul masters, Chen Feng turned his attention to the remaining male students, who were now frantically panicking. With a welcoming smile, he waved his hand and said, "Come on, continue." "Ah. Chen Feng, take my punch. Don't be scared. There are so many of us, we can wear him down." Chen Feng lunged forward like a tiger plunging into a herd of sheep, crashing into the formation of the male students from Class 9. With these battle soul masters, he was no longer gentle. Each punch and kick he landed unleashed colossal power, accompanied by terrifying blade intent. No one managed to get back up after being taken down. Although the students tried to regroup for a counterattack, Chen Feng either dodged their efforts with his instant teleportation or they ended up striking at mere illusions. Faced with the ghostly, erratic, and indistinguishable figures, despair sunk into the hearts of the male students. With each strike from Chen Feng, another male student fell. Soon, the once spacious fighting arena was strewn with fallen figures. Before long, only one male student remained standing out of the 40+. Frozen in place, this last student stared blankly at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng approached the young man slowly and threw a punch. Even before his fist connected, the student had already lost consciousness. At that moment, silence fell over the arena. The 2 referees, Mujin, and the girls in the audience were all left speechless as they surveyed the scene of fallen students sprawled across the arena. The sheer shock left them at a loss for words. It was a sheer rout, 1 against 40. Everyone's gaze turned to the striking and commanding young man in a white school uniform standing in the arena. Ning Tian watched Chen Feng with admiration, feeling a rush of excitement. She thought to herself, this is exactly the unmatched powerhouse I've been searching for. Beside her, Wu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could a soul master be this strong? Wu Yu and the others chimed in, "Aba aba aba." Chen Feng, feeling the significant depletion of his soul power, took a deep breath. Both the instant teleportation and the phantom blade consumed a great deal of energy. Furthermore, since he had to hold back his strength and avoid using the soul-breaking knife, the energy consumption was naturally greater. However, with his yin-yang technique operating effectively, Chen Feng quickly began to recover his power. Looking at the dazed referee, he confidently stated, "Referee, I won." As soon as he declared his victory, the arena erupted back into commotion. The referee shouted, Chen Feng wins." Instantly, everyone snapped out of their stupor. Cheers, excited shouts, and the adoring screams of female students filled the air. The male students still on the ground looked up at Chen Feng with awe. They were utterly impressed by his formidable strength. It was hard to fathom having such a powerful peer. Mujin, Observing Chen Feng effortlessly overpowering over 40 students, felt a surge of pride. In just 3 months, who else could come close to winning the freshman assessment except for Chen Feng? He was bound to secure the championship and guarantee her place as a senior teacher. With concern, Mujin addressed Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, why don't you go back to the stands and take a rest?" She then sought out the teacher assigned to take care of injuries in the soul fighting area. Soon, a mature woman in her 30s, with an average appearance, arrived. Upon seeing the students on the ground, she frowned and glanced at Mujin. "Teacher Mujin, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" "Teacher Wang, I'm relying on you," Mujin replied. Teacher Wang accompanied Mujin onto the field to assess the students sprawled out. "These students are alright, they just have minor injuries and some mental shock. They need to rest and they'll be perfectly fine." In the stands, Chen Feng found a spot to sit and started meditating to replenish his soul power. Surrounding female students occasionally stole glances at him and whispered about Chen Feng. With his astounding accomplishment of defeating 40 opponents all by himself, the ordinary female students hesitated to approach him, realizing they didn't measure up to his level. For a while, Chen Feng's area was quite serene. Ningtian, her blue eyes glued to Chen Feng as he meditated, felt too shy to interrupt him. Next to her, Nanman Yuuner felt uneasy at the sight of Ningtian's gaze, as she had clearly held feelings for Chen Feng first. When their eyes met, Ningtian and Nanman Yuuner locked stares, each determined not to back down. Chapter 29. At that moment, Chen Feng was busy recovering his soul power, completely unaware that a pair of sisters were at odds because of him. But knowing Chen Feng's laid-back nature, if he were aware, it would hardly bother him. Before long, the male students who had been knocked down in the soul-fighting arena sprang back to their feet and returned to their seats in the stands, looking at Chen Feng with admiration. Having nearly restored his soul power, Chen Feng glanced at the male students who were eyeing him with a hint of fear and asked, "Is there anyone here who still doubts me? If you do, feel free to speak up. Class monitor, we bow to your strength. Class monitor, you're amazing. From now on, you're our big brother in Class 9. As the male students timidly expressed their admiration, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile subtly. Meanwhile, Mujin arrived at the stands and announced to her students, "Alright, everyone, let's settle down. Since we're here at the soul fighting arena, let's make the most of it. Next, aside from Chen Feng, you'll pair off and fight each other in real combat. Wu Feng, Nanman Yuuner, you're up next." Chen Feng stayed focused on the new students from Class 9 as they engaged in soul fighting. All the students at Shrek Academy were exceptionally talented and showcased a variety of unique martial spirits. When Chen Feng had tested his male classmates earlier, he had only heard about many of their martial spirits, yet now he was witnessing them for the first time. Eager to observe, Chen Feng, coming from a humble background, was excited to learn more despite his vast experiences. Just then, a tall girl with short golden hair took a seat beside him. "Class monitor, do you mind if I sit next to you?" Ningtian said, her delicate face brightened by a gentle smile, her soft voice full of charm and grace. Chen Feng continued to watch the match between Wu Feng and Nanman Yuuner and casually replied, "Sure, go ahead." As the young master of the 9 treasure glaze style sect, Ningtian was used to being treated with respect, so Chen Feng's casual demeanor left her feeling somewhat slighted. On stage, Wu Feng had already activated her martial spirit, the Red Dragon, a top-tier beast martial spirit, though not as formidable as Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix. Wu Feng's form suddenly transformed, making her appear several years older, replicating a fully developed 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her school uniform tore apart as she unleashed her spirit, revealing a fitted leather ensemble that hugged her curves. Her long, toned legs were accentuated, while her figure became more pronounced, glowing faintly with a red sheen. Fine dragon scales began to appear on the left side of her face, extending down her neck, shoulder, and all the way down to her left arm and hand. 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath her feet. Wu Feng exuded a wild elegance, while Nanman Yuuner manifested her martial spirit, sprouting a pair of emerald green wings and transforming her hands to appear jade-like, reaching out toward Wu Feng. Observing Chen Feng as he was completely engrossed in the battle, Ningtian intended to find common ground with him through their discussions about it. Soon, Chen Feng discovered that Ningtian possessed extensive knowledge, and the two quickly struck up a conversation. After Wu Feng and Nanman Yuuner wrapped up their match, the 3 girls gathered around Chen Feng and continued chatting. The other male students looked on enviously as the 3 most beautiful and talented girls in the class surrounded Chen Feng, engaged in laughter and conversation. Other girls wanted to join the fun but felt overshadowed by Wu Feng and her friends, watching with longing as they shared their smiles with him. Before long, the morning practical class concluded. Those without combat abilities, like healers and support-type students, were paired with battle spirit masters by Mujin for 2-on-2 matches, ensuring everyone got some practical combat experience. By the end of the morning, more than half of the newcomers in Class 9 had participated in practical combat. The morning session is over. I'm letting you go a few minutes early. This afternoon, we'll continue with practical exercises in the soul battle area. Now, go grab something to eat. After Mujin's announcement, the students happily rushed off to the dining hall. Chen Feng, let's eat together, Nanman Yuuner suggested sweetly. Ning Tian chimed in with a smile. Chen Feng, let's eat together too. Wu Feng stood silently beside Ning Tian with a cold expression. Watching his friends head off with the three enchanting girls, Wu Yu felt a twinge of sadness. As Chen Feng's self-proclaimed little brother, he knew he didn't want to intrude on his moment with the beauties, so he decided to grab lunch with a few friends instead. Arriving at the cafeteria, all the new students from Class 9 lined up for food, making the spacious dining hall feel a little empty. Chen Feng and the others opted for some delicious choices: a plate of tender earth dragon meat, a bowl of medicinal soup, tiger marrow from the fire tiger, and a hefty bowl of top-quality rice, which racked up a bill of over 50 gold soul coins for him. After their meal, Chen Feng bid farewell to the three girls and headed back to the dormitory. Upon his return, he found Wu Yu making some rather silly expressions, leaving Chen Feng speechless. Wu Yu grinned. Big brother, you really are impressive, winning over the hearts of the three most gorgeous girls in the class. I admire you. Chen Feng simply flickered away to his bed, ignoring Wu Yu's antics, and said something completely unrelated. Wu Yu, you have good talent. Keep practicing hard. Wu Yu wanted to say something more, but Chen Feng closed his eyes to focus on cultivating. Wu Yu thought to himself, what a dedicated cultivator, still practicing during the noon break. The lunch break sped by, and soon Chen Feng and Wu Yu left the dormitory to head to the soul battle area. In the afternoon, as usual, they gathered for class, but news of Chen Feng's remarkable feat, defeating 40 opponents single-handedly, circulated among the female students of Class 9. As he made his way through Shrek Academy, whispers followed him, and many girls from other grades approached him to chat. Wu Yu felt a mix of jealousy and frustration standing beside him, thinking, senior sisters, you're just wasting your efforts on a clueless guy. To those girls approaching him, Chen Feng responded casually, trying to appear indifferent. He knew that managing their attention could quickly become overwhelming. Most importantly, he simply wasn't interested. Proud and discerning, his standards for women were quite high. He valued not only beauty but also aptitude and talent. The afternoon's practical combat session flew by, with all the students under level 20 demonstrating their martial spirits and abilities to determine the winners. With over an hour left in class, all the students in new student Class 9 had already completed their practical combat sessions. Class teacher Mujin gained valuable insights about her students through their battles, which was also her intention. Observing their performances allowed her to efficiently assess each student's skills and potential. At this point, she had documented detailed information on all her students in her lesson plan, noting their strengths, weaknesses, soul skills, and potential team formations for the upcoming assessments 3 months down the line. Once back in the classroom, Mujin summarized the day's events and outlined the course of study for the next 3 months. Finally, the day's classes came to a close as dusk fell, the moon rising and the sun setting. As Chen Feng walked out of the teaching building, he was welcomed by the cool moonlight and unexpectedly came across a striking woman. In the soft glow of the moonlight, she appeared like a snow lotus, cool, graceful, and elegant, with long hair flowing like a waterfall, shiny and smooth, cascading effortlessly over her shoulders. Her beauty exuded a serene, aloof quality. Her porcelain-like skin was as white as jade, delicate and pure, untouched by the mundane world. She had a strong yet graceful nose and a sculpted jawline that seemed chiseled, while her slightly upturned eyes hinted at a proud detachment, giving her an air of dignified indifference. This air of aloofness caused the male students nearby to admire her from a distance, too intimidated to approach. When she caught sight of Chen Feng, the coldness melted from her features, and a refreshing smile blossomed, lighting up her face. Chapter 30. The enchanting smile that gradually spread across the face of the elegant woman under the moonlight left the nearby male students speechless. Even Chen Feng was caught off guard for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Ling Luoxing approached Chen Feng, clearly there to see him. In an instant, the other male students looked at Chen Feng with envy. Jealousy wasn't even on the table for them. They could only sigh, realizing that being handsome and strong definitely has its perks. The female students began to speculate about the connection between this older woman and Chen Feng, secretly lamenting their own plight. They not only had to compete with each other but also with seniors. Chen Feng beamed with a friendly greeting, saying, "Senior Ling." He moved closer to Ling Luoxing. As Ling Luoxing observed Chen Feng's approach, her smile faded a little, and with a teasing hint of irritation, she said, "Don't call me Senior Ling. I told you to come find me when you had a chance, But look at you, it's been ages since I heard from you. Chen Feng recalled that their last meeting was merely a week ago. Was that really such a long time? He looked at Ling Luoxing and explained, I've been focused on closed-door training, developing my own soul skill these past few days. I just wrapped it up yesterday, but hey, senior, you're not in the inner academy uniform today? Ling Luoxing shot him a knowing glance, thinking, didn't I switch outfits just to meet you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered at all. She replied nonchalantly, the inner academy uniform stands out too much, so I opted for a dress instead. What do you think? Doesn't it look lovely? Chen Feng took a moment to admire Ling Luoxing, and he was instantly captivated. She wore a flowing white long dress that danced gently in the evening breeze, exuding an elegant and refined aura. The dress was beautifully designed, perfectly accentuating Ling Luoxing's tall figure and creating stunning curves. The fitted bodice highlighted her well-toned silhouette, while different from the bold presence of Ma Xiaotao, it had a charm all its own. Her slim waist was delicate, and the unique shoulder design showcased her graceful collarbone, resembling butterfly wings and adding to Ling Luoxing's air of nobility. The skirt gracefully covered her thighs, revealing two long, fair calves. The lace hem and golden embroidery were exquisitely detailed, and the sheer fabric almost revealed the soft skin underneath, stirring a sense of admiration. Noticing Chen Feng admiring her outfit, Ling Luoxing's cheeks blossomed with a slight blush. She playfully teased him, alright, are you done taking it all in? Is it beautiful? Chen Feng replied, the dress is stunning, but Senior Ling is even more breathtaking. Ling Luoxing's face lit up with joy, her demeanor still cool but now accompanied by a proud smile as she hummed, you do have great taste. The two continued their light-hearted conversation. Ling Luoxing had initially felt a bit irritated about Chen Feng not reaching out sooner, but when she learned that he had been training hard to create his own soul skill, her interest was piqued. As a passionate soul master, Ling Luoxing found the idea of self-created soul skills thrilling. The Inner Academy of Shrek Academy offered teachings on powerful soul skill manipulation. Many methods of using soul skills were closely held secrets by Shrek Academy, accessible only to Inner Academy disciples who had signed confidentiality agreements. However, these techniques were just combinations of several soul skills, essentially explosive techniques akin to soul skill combos, maximizing the synergy between multiple soul skills. While these techniques do offer some strength enhancement, the improvement isn't particularly substantial. Learning that Chen Feng had developed his own soul skill truly astonished Ling Luoxing. As more and more Outer Academy students gathered after classes to witness the scene, she quickly took Chen Feng's hand, urging him to leave. Ling Senior's sister. Chen Feng, alright, listen to what Senior sister says. Staying cooped up in closed-door training all the time isn't good, you need to find a balance between work and relaxation. Tonight, we won't practice, Senior sister is taking you on a nice stroll around Shrek to help you unwind. Ling Luoxing held Chen Feng's hand, feeling a little shy while her heart raced with excitement. What Ling Luoxing was truly thinking remained a mystery. At the eastern city gate of Shrek, since Huo Yuhao didn't have any money, Tanya devised a way for him to support himself. The solution? He would set up a stall to sell grilled fish. Tanya said to Huo Yuhao, let's go set up a stall at the east city of Shrek, there are lots of people there. Huo Yuhao followed Tanya outside the academy, where numerous vendors line the main road by the east gate, with many students sporting Shrek Academy uniforms also selling goods. The variety of items for sale was dazzling, particularly the food stalls, which were the most prevalent, filling the air with cheerful calls. Not far from the city gate, Tanya pulled out the needed tools for grilling fish. She prepared a metal grill, an iron rack, various seasonings, cleaned and ready green fish, and even set up a small table. Tanya turned to Huo Yuhao and said, alright, Yuhao, now it's your turn to show off your skills. Remember to save 2 grilled fish for me. Each one sells for 5 copper coins. With that, the little foodie Tanya dashed off eagerly. Huo Yuhao first checked the seasonings before getting to work on the green fish. After marinating the fish, he started his grilling venture, humming a happy tune as he worked. These moments at Shrek Academy felt like the happiest time of his life. Before this, after Wang Dong had bullied him, Tanya had stood up for Huo Yuhao. Once she learned that Tanya was the master of the Tang sect and Huo Yuhao was her disciple, Wang Dong, despite still looking down on him, had never hit him again. Moreover, B had helped Huo Yuhao clear his blocked meridians. Although they still weren't perfect, they no longer obstructed his cultivation. Today, Huo Yuhao had been overjoyed by his homeroom teacher Zhu Yi's affirmation. His heart swelled with pride, remembering how Zhu Yi had replaced Wang Dong as class monitor and appointed him instead. Just thinking about Wang Dong's sour face made Huo Yuhao feel giddy. With his martial soul activated and the enhanced vision from his spiritual eye, Huo Yuhao expertly controlled the grilling process. The grilled green fish turned a perfect golden brown, with a glistening sheen of oil, releasing mouth-watering aromas from within. Soon enough, the irresistible scent of the fish attracted a third-year Shrek student in a purple uniform, who eagerly approached to buy one. As soon as he took a bite, the purple-clad student paused, completely forgetting about the heat from the freshly grilled fish, and devoured it quickly. Seeing how deliciously the student was enjoying the fish, other Shrek students quickly understood just how tasty Hueco's grilled fish must be, and they eagerly lined up, snatching up the other 3 grilled fish he had just made. As Hueco's business boomed with excited customers, a beautiful girl stepping out of the Shrek Academy gate caught everyone's attention. Chapter 31. Just then, a group of female students in purple uniforms strolled out of the Shrek Academy gates, and the girl leading the pack instantly caught everyone's attention. She looked to be around 14 or 15, tall and slender, with long golden hair flowing in beautiful waves down her back. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes sparkled like a clear spring. She carried herself with an elegance that radiated sophistication. Her beauty was breathtaking, glowing like a crescent moon, reminiscent of flowers blanketed in snow, soft, charming, and utterly captivating. It was as if her enchanting presence dimmed the colors of everything around her. Not too far behind this stunning girl were Chen Feng and Ling Luoken, a golden boy and jade girl making their way toward the east gate. "Nanji, what's that amazing smell?" A girl with a delicate appearance asked Zhang Nanan, her nose twitching with curiosity. Zhang Nanan caught the delightful scent too and quickly turned her gaze toward Hueco's stall. With her unmatched beauty, the students gathered around Hueco's stall parted ways, allowing Zhang Nanan and her friends to step right to the front of the line. Seeing everyone making way, Zhang Nanan offered a polite smile and a nod to those who stepped aside. The male students who moved felt it was totally worth it just to see her smile, grinning like goofballs. "Hey there, how much for this grilled fish?" the lovely girl asked Hueco sweetly. As Zhang Nanan was chatting with Hueco about the grilled fish, Chen Feng and Ling Luosheng arrived on the scene. Ling Luosheng took a deep breath, her eyes lighting up. "Chen Feng, that smells incredible." She immediately pointed toward Hueco's bustling stall. "Let's go check it out." With that, she grabbed Chen Feng's hand and pulled him toward the delicious aroma. As they approached, a tall figure in a black Shrek Academy uniform, with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, rushed to Hueco's stall. It was Zhu Sanshai, Zhang Nanan's devoted admirer. Upon hearing that Hueco had dared not to sell grilled fish to his goddess, Zhu Sanshai's temper flared. "Hey, kid, how dare you not sell?" With that, he tossed a gold soul coin onto Hueco's stall with a thud. Zhu Sanshai then strode past Zhang Nanan, reaching for the last 2 grilled fish sizzling on Hueco's grill. At that moment, Hueco, without his million-year first soul ring or mental detection, couldn't protect the last 2 grilled fish meant for Tanya, and they were snatched right out of his hands by Zhu Sanshai. With the fish in hand, Zhu Sanshai turned to Zhang Nanan, a goofy grin plastered on his face. "Nanan, look. Grilled fish just for you." Zhang Nanan's expression was icy, she didn't even glance at Zhu Sanshai as she walked away with her friends. Before leaving, she shot back, "Zhu Sanshai, keep your distance. I've told you before, there's nothing between us. Please don't bother me again." "Nanan. Nanan. You look so cute when you're mad." Zhu Sanshai called after her, watching her walk away, his hands fidgeting as he felt a mix of frustration and sadness. Ling Luosheng, standing next to Chen Feng, suddenly burst into laughter. "Chen Feng, this guy is hilarious. He looks so silly." Zhu Sanshai, now fuming, shouted, "Who called me silly? Step forward." After getting shot down by Zhang Nanan, he was in no mood for jokes and turned to Chen Feng and Ling Luosheng, his eyes wide with anger. When he recognized Chen Feng, he was taken aback. "Wait, isn't this Chen Feng, Bai Bai's rival? Great, another pretty boy who's a scumbag, first with Tanya, and now with another beauty." Meanwhile, Hueco also recognized Chen Feng and was surprised, recalling their encounter in the starred forest. Chen Feng had given him his first soul ring. Feeling frustrated in love, Zhu Sanshai glared at Chen Feng, who was surrounded by beautiful girls, and snapped, "Pretty boy, your girl is nice, but with your small stature, can you really satisfy her?" Ling Luosheng's expression turned icy. If she had been wearing the Inner Academy's red uniform today, Zhu Sanshai wouldn't have dared to tease her like that. Just as she was about to give Zhu Sanshai a piece of her mind, Chen Feng squeezed her hand. Ling Luosheng's cheeks flushed, it was the first time Chen Feng had taken the initiative to hold her hand. Understanding his intention, she fell silent, watching him closely. With a straight face, Chen Feng looked at Zhu Sanshai and said mockingly, "Just a clown. How about a match in the soul fighting arena? If I lose, I'll give you 5,000 gold soul coins, if you lose, the same goes. What do you say, coward?" The students around them were buzzing with excitement, cheering, "Come on, Senior Zhu Sanshai, don't back down. Isn't his the strongest new student, Chen Feng, who can take on the whole class by himself? Quick, everyone. There's a showdown brewing. The strongest newcomer is challenging Zhu Sanshai from the outer college of Shrek Academy." Word spread quickly, and soon a crowd gathered at the east gate, eager to see the action. Zhu Sanshai frowned, realizing he was cornered by the crowd. If he didn't accept, how could he show his face around the academy? He'd be stuck with the label of a cowardly clown. 5,000 gold soul coins is too much, I can't come up with that, he grumbled. Chen Feng shrugged casually. If you can't manage that, you can use something else as collateral or pay it back in 3 months. What's the matter? Are you making excuses? I'm being pretty lenient here, and you still won't accept the challenge? Zhu Sanshai's anger flared. Damn it, who's afraid? Let's head to the soul fighting arena. I'll show you what I've got, pretty boy. Confident in his strength, Zhu Sanshai recalled mentioning that Chen Feng was just a great soul master. How could he be afraid of a second-rang weakling? He was a level 39 soul master, not far from becoming a soul sect. In the original story, B had even bet with Zhu Sanshai that he could take out 1,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 32. As soon as the crowd heard that Zhu Sanshai had accepted the challenge, cheers erupted, and before long, the entire East Gate was buzzing with people eager to catch the action. Not too far away, Tanya, munching on some snacks, noticed the commotion and, curious, swallowed her food and hurried over to see what was happening. Meanwhile, Hueco, who was at the grilled fish stall, watched in disbelief as Zhu Sanshai snatched away the grilled fish he had set aside for teacher Tanya. His opinion of Zhu Sanshai took a nosedive, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, wishing that Chen Feng would teach this guy a lesson. After Zhu Sanshai accepted Chen Feng's challenge, the two made their way to the soul fighting arena at Shrek Academy, with a throng of excited Shrek students following closely behind. Before long, Tanya arrived at the East Gate and, noticing the crowd, asked Hueco, "Hey Hueco, where are the 2 grilled fish I asked you to save for me? They're gone? And what's all this excitement about?" Hueco, trying to keep up with her rapid-fire questions, replied, Teacher Tanya, the grilled fish you wanted was... Well, it was taken." Tanya's cheeks puffed up in frustration. "What? Who took it? I need to know so I can give them a piece of my mind." Hueco quickly explained, "It was Zhu Sanshai who grabbed it, but don't worry about him, he and Chen Feng just went to the soul fighting arena to duel." Tanya's eyes widened. "Wait, why is Chen Feng fighting that guy? Hueco, tell me everything." So, Hueco filled her in on all the details of what had just happened. After hearing the news, Tanya said, "Got it. Hueco, pack up the stall and get ready to practice. I'm heading to the soul fighting arena to check this out." With that, she strode off toward the arena. Hueco, feeling pretty pleased with the money he made from selling grilled fish, was just about to pack up when something shiny caught his eye. It was the gold soul coin Zhu Sanshai had tossed to him. He quickly grabbed it, feeling delighted. As he was putting away his stall tools into his storage soul guide, a cool replica of the 24 bridge mini-Y he got after joining Tangman, he couldn't help but glance toward the soul fighting arena. Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to head that way too. When Hueco arrived at the arena, he discovered that watching the match required a silver soul coin, which made him wince a little. That was a whole day's worth of meals. But he quickly noticed that the duel between Chen Feng and Zhu Sanshai had drawn a huge crowd of students. More and more people were arriving to see the match, and Hueco, arriving a bit early, spotted Tanya sitting in the stands. "Teacher Tanya," he called out, waving happily. "Hueco, you made it," Tanya replied, surprised to see him. While they chatted, an announcement echoed from the dormitory building of Shrek Academy. "Attention everyone. In half an hour, in Soul Fighting Arena number 1, Zhu Sanshai, the strongest defense spirit master of the Shrek Outer Academy and one of the twin stars, will face off against Chen Feng, the strongest freshman of the first year. If you're interested, hurry over to watch." In the girls' dormitory, a few students from Class 9 perked up. "Wow, the class leader is going to fight. Let's go watch," they exclaimed, excitedly heading to the soul fighting area. "Sounds like the person fighting him is really strong," one girl noted. "Of course. Zhu Sanshai is a big deal around here. Even though the class leader is tough, he's still young and might have a hard time against Zhu Sanshai," another girl chimed in. "Hey! How can you say the class leader might not win?" one girl shot back, clearly a bit upset. "That's not what I meant. I totally support the class leader, but Zhu Sanshai is really powerful." Meanwhile, other first-year girls, curious about Chen Feng, were also making their way to the arena, including Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Nanman Yanner, Yuna, Kui Yaji, Zhao, and even Wang Dong. On the other hand, some first-year boys were less than thrilled about the announcement. The title strongest freshman rubbed some of them the wrong way. Dai Huabin, the second son of the White Tiger Duke, was fuming. I want to see what this Chen Feng has to offer to be called the strongest freshman. Strongest? Has he even asked me, Dai Huabin? He scoffed, storming out of the dormitory toward the soul fighting arena. Many other first-year boys shared his sentiments and followed suit. In the fourth-year dormitory, B sat cross-legged on a bunk bed, surrounded by crackling blue lightning. He had been working hard ever since meeting Chen Feng, and now, at level 39, he had just broken through the level 40 barrier. Hearing the announcement about the upcoming match piqued his curiosity, and he quickly got dressed to head to the soul fighting area. As more and more students, including seniors, heard about Zhu Sanshai's match against a first-year student, they too were intrigued and made their way to the arena. Hueco and Tanya watched as the crowd continued to grow, both surprised by how many people were showing up. Wow, Teacher Tanya, why are so many people coming to see the match between Chen Feng and Zhu Sanshai? Hueco asked, amazed. Tanya thought for a moment and then realized, Chen Feng is really popular among the freshmen, and with Zhu Sanshai being one of the twin stars, it's a big deal to see an upperclassman take on a freshman. That's why everyone's so excited. The soul fighting area was hexagonal and about the same size as Shrek Square, with a spacious center for the competitors. The stands, which could hold around 3,000 people, were already buzzing with nearly 1,000 spectators, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 33. A senior remarked, TCH, a freshman? No matter how talented he is, can he really stand up to Zhu Sanshai? Exactly, there's a 3 or 4 year age gap. Even if Chen Feng is a genius, that difference is significant. Zhu Sanshai is close to reaching the soul sect. Another upperclassman disagreed, countering, not necessarily. I talked to the freshman directly. Don't let Chen Feng's age fool you, he's a 3-ring soul master. He single-handedly took down all the male students in his class, over 40 of them. I doubt even the soul sect could defeat them all working together, yet Chen Feng crushed them. He's a real powerhouse. I think Zhu Sanshai doesn't stand a chance. This sparked a lively debate among everyone on the viewing platform. Let's stop arguing. How about we just bet on who will win, Chen Feng or Zhu Sanshai? I'll take the bets. I wager 500 gold soul coins on Chen Feng. I'm betting 300 gold soul coins on Zhu Sanshai. Hueco stood there, astonished, while Tanya explained, the soul fighting area opens every day after school until midnight. Students wanting to fight need to pay and register first. The entry fees are shared, half goes to the academy, and the other half to the winner. With so many spectators present, the victor stands to make a lot of money. If Zhu Sanshai loses, it'll be a major embarrassment for him. Being a 5th-year student who's significantly older than Chen Feng, losing would give others plenty to laugh about. Amidst the buzz of the crowd, in the players' lounge at the soul fighting area, Zhu Sanshai was resting with his eyes closed, mentally preparing himself. The stakes for the showdown against Chen Feng were a substantial 5,000 gold soul coins. A loss would hit Zhu Sanshai hard. Although the Xuanming sect behind him had funds, they weren't his own spending money was just over 1,000 gold soul coins, and while he had some pills, it wasn't a lot. While he was deep in thought, a knock interrupted him, causing him to frown before opening his eyes. He was greeted by his friend Bai Bai entering the room. Noticing Bai Bai's significantly stronger aura from a recent breakthrough, Zhu Sanshai was taken aback. Bai Bai, you reached level 40. He exclaimed with surprise. Feeling good about himself, Bai Bai teased Zhu Sanshai, look who it is. Little Zhu, still a soul master after all these days. Zhu Sanshai rolled his eyes, replying, without any distractions from girls, I can focus entirely on my training. Unfazed, Bai Bai asked, so, why did you suddenly decide to challenge Chen Feng? Zhu Sanshai cleared his throat and said seriously, as your good brother, I couldn't just sit by and let Chen Feng be insufferable. I confronted him a couple of times today, and he got angry, challenging me to a duel in the soul fighting arena. With everyone urging me on, I couldn't back down or I'd be labeled a coward. Do you know what's at stake for you? If I lose, I owe Chen Feng 5,000 gold soul coins. As he spoke, Zhu Sanshai walked over to Bai Bai, putting an arm around his shoulder and grinning, so, good brother, if I end up losing, can I borrow a little from you? Upon hearing that Zhu Sanshai was defending his honor for him, Bai Bai replied, betting that much? Alright, since you're taking such a stand, if you lose, I'll lend you 1,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? Thanks, Bai Bai, you're the best. Bai Bai suddenly smiled, saying, but now that I see you grinning like that, I know you're hiding something. Spill it. Zhu Sanshai was surprised, wow, Bye, how did you catch on so quickly? I thought I was putting on a good act. Finally, Zhu Sanshai filled Bye in on what had happened at the grilled fish stall. Bye sighed, on my way here, I overheard some freshmen saying that Chen Feng wiped out over 40 guys in his class, all by himself. And he's already a soul master, so be careful, Sanshai. Usually focused solely on Zhang Nanan, Zhu Sanshai hadn't been keeping up with first-year news. He was startled, one against a whole class? How does that work? Bye replied calmly, one against a group. A wave of realization hit Zhu Sanshai. After a moment, his expression shifted to serious as he voiced, even though most new students are soul masters, and some are great soul masters, facing off against over 40 opponents alone. Chen Feng truly is something else. Bye patted Zhu Sanshai's shoulder, saying, you'd better get ready. Based on what I observed in the Starred Forest, Chen Feng's first 2 soul skills are probably for enhancing himself and one that allows for rare teleportation. Be careful, with your Xuanming turtle shell shield, you should handle his first 2 skills easily, but I'm not sure what the third one is. You'll have to rely on yourself. Meanwhile, in his resting area, Chen Feng was discussing his self-created soul skills with Ling Luosheng, completely dismissing Zhu Sanshai's threat. Time flew by, and the match between Chen Feng and Zhu Sanshai was about to kick off, with the number of spectators climbing past 1,000. As Chen Feng stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers for him. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! This first year is so handsome, I can't help but swoon, he's definitely my heartthrob now. Wow, this junior is ridiculously good-looking. Chen Feng scanned the crowd and quickly spotted familiar faces, Wu Yu, Nanman Yu Uner, and his classmates from the new student class 9, all cheering him on. Chen Feng smiled and waved at his classmates, making the girls in the audience blush and exclaim, oh my gosh, I'm going to faint. I'm declaring that from now on, Chen Feng will be my evening entertainment. Tanya watched the swooning girls nearby and scoffed, an old cow going after tender grass, can they even see how much older they are than him? At that moment, Zhu Sanshai also made his way to the arena. A 50-year-old teacher, a soul sage-level referee, stepped to the middle of the ring. The referee announced in a deep voice, first-year Chen Feng challenges 5th-year Zhu Sanshai. If Zhu Sanshai loses, he owes an additional 40 gold soul coins. The terms of the bet are for you to work out privately. Are you ready? With confidence, Chen Feng replied, referee, let's start. Zhu Sanshai looked intensely at Chen Feng and assured the referee, I'm ready. Match start. Once the referee gave the signal, he quickly moved aside. Both Chen Feng and Zhu Sanshai activated their martial souls simultaneously. The previously noisy arena fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the 2 competitors. Chen Feng's speed in summoning his martial soul was impressive. In an instant, a 3-foot-long black blade appeared in his hand. The blade was long, about 3 fingers wide, entirely black, and had a simple, solemn look with a blood groove faintly visible. It had no extra adornments. At his feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized. This was merely an illusion created by Chen Feng's 3rd soul skill, otherwise, 3 black 10,000-year soul rings would have caused quite a stir. Zhu Sanshai felt his body tremble as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged from him. His fair skin darkened, muscles swelled, and he appeared larger. Most notably, he wielded a black turtle shell shield with a diameter of about 1.5 meters in his right hand. Zhu Sanshai boasted a powerful mutated martial soul known as the Xuanming turtle shell shield. This martial soul, with its combined water and earth attributes, offered exceptional defense and was among the top-tier beast martial souls. The awakened Xuanming shield was quite formidable. However, Zhu Sanshai couldn't harness it at will before reaching the soul sage level. He needed Zhang Nanan's stimulation. As Chen Feng summoned his martial soul, a menacing blade intent surged forth. The sharp, powerful blade intent cut smooth grooves into the ground beneath Chen Feng's feet. Zhu Sanshai faced Chen Feng, feeling the chilling blade intent sending shivers down his spine. He swallowed hard and cursed inwardly, damn, bye, your information is so outdated. Note, knife will be blade from now on, Chapter 34. In the battle arena, a fierce and commanding blade aura surged forward like a tidal wave. Zhu Sanshai felt as though he was confronting not just a person, but an intimidating blade. For the first time, that intense blade aura made Zhu Sanshai doubt the reliability of his Xuanming turtle shell shield. He had always believed that no opponent could breach its defenses. Yet, standing against Chen Feng, the chilling blade light seemed capable of cutting through anything. Zhu Sanshai began to question if his Xuanming turtle shell shield could withstand Chen Feng's assault. Tightly gripping his Xuanming turtle shell shield, Zhu Sanshai focused his intense, tiger-like gaze on Chen Feng. Chen Feng maintained his calm as he assessed the tense Zhu Sanshai. The broken soul blade, which had been resting on the ground, suddenly shifted. Chen Feng raised the blade horizontally, and in that moment, the overwhelming blade intent faded away, not vanished but rather funneled into the broken soul blade in his hand. Zhu Sanshai felt a sudden lightness, and the entire battle arena regained its tranquility. If it weren't for the blade marks left on the ground by Chen Feng, he might have convinced himself that the earlier tension was all in his head. However, Zhu Sanshai recognized that the situation was much more complicated. He observed the broken soul blade humming in Chen Feng's grip, its dark blade creating subtle ripples in the air around it. Zhu Sanshai realized that the impending strike would be incredibly powerful. With Chen Feng channeling his blade intent, the buzzing from the broken soul blade increased in intensity. Chen Feng's energy soared, bursting forth at an astonishing rate. Without warning, Chen Feng swung the blade. A black blade light shot forward like a ribbon, cleaving through the air and carving a gully into the arena floor. The blade light reached Zhu Sanshai's side in an instant, moving so rapidly that Zhu Sanshai, who struggled with speed, found himself unable to dodge, leaving him with no choice but to brace himself. Letting out a fierce roar, Zhu Sanshai's body expanded, stretching his school uniform tightly as he drove his massive turtle shell shield into the ground. The third soul ring on his body shone brightly as he activated his 1000-year soul skill, Xuanming Power, which enhanced his strength. Under the influence of Xuanming Power, his already large Xuanming turtle shell shield effectively doubled in size, with a triangular tip emerging beneath it. Just as Chen Feng's blade light approached, the shield was thrust firmly into the ground, resting against Zhu Sanshai's shoulder at an angle. Rip. The blade light crashed into the Xuanming turtle shell shield, creating a gut-wrenching tearing sound. Fueled by Chen Feng's blade intent, the blade light forced Zhu Sanshai and his shield to slide back several meters before they finally came to a stop. The crowd erupted in excitement. Zhu Sanshai, one of Shrek Academy's celebrated twin stars and its premier defensive spirit master, had been pushed back by a single strike from Chen Feng. In the stands, B shot up, astonished. No one understood Zhu Sanshai's defensive power better than B, his close friend. Especially knowing that Zhu Sanshai had already activated his third soul skill, the powerful Xuanming Power. Under its enhancement, even a soul master, or even a soul sect, shouldn't have been able to break Zhu Sanshai's defense. However, while Chen Feng's blade light didn't breach Zhu Sanshai's defense, the fact that it managed to push him back indicated Chen Feng's striking power was at soul sect level, and even among them, exceptionally formidable. B's expression turned serious as one audience member behind him complained, "Please sit down, you're blocking our view of the battle." Realizing where he was, B quickly returned to his seat. As Chen Feng started the match by forcing back the renowned Zhu Sanshai from Shrek Academy, the spectators were left in shock. While the younger students weren't yet aware of Zhu Sanshai's prowess, the seniors certainly were. One student in a dark Shrek Academy uniform stared in disbelief at the scratch marks on the battle arena floor from Zhu Sanshai's retreat, exclaiming, "No way Zhu Sanshai can be defeated by a freshman. I'm betting 500 gold soul coins on him. If he loses, I'm in for a massive loss." In an instant, those betting on Zhu Sanshai went into a frenzy while those supporting Chen Feng celebrated. The first-year boys, who had been skeptical of Chen Feng, looked on, wide-eyed, as he so easily pushed back Zhu Sanshai. Among the new students, who would dare challenge Chen Feng? Dai Huabin, the second son of the White Tiger Duke, thought back to that earlier blade light, feeling a chill creep down his spine. Realizing he wouldn't be able to withstand such a strike, Dai Huabin discarded his earlier thoughts. There was no doubt about it anymore, the title of the strongest freshman, no question, belonged to whoever could take on Chen Feng. While the crowd buzzed with chatter, the fight in the arena continued. Chen Feng regarded Zhu Sanshai, who had absorbed his hit, unfazed. As a key Shrek Academy student, Zhu Sanshai had undeniable skills. Moreover, Chen Feng's mastery of his blade and was still in its infancy, his combination of mental power, soul power, and intent wasn't fully refined yet, limiting its strength. Looking forward, as Chen Feng's understanding of his blade intent grew and he could merge even more mental and soul power, the power behind his blade would inevitably increase. This is the benefit of self-created soul skills, they aren't constrained by soul ring age and can progressively become more powerful alongside their users. It was already remarkable that Chen Feng displayed such abilities using his sword intent for the first time in combat. Now, he was preparing to get serious. As Zhu Sanshai stood behind the Xuanming turtle shell shield, he reassured himself, "Such impressive power, but you're still quite far from breaking through my Xuanming turtle shell shield's defense. Chen Feng, if you want to beat me, you might need another 2 years of training." Just as Zhu Sanshai felt his confidence returning, Chen Feng sprang into action. Chen Feng took a quick step forward, powering towards Zhu Sanshai. The earlier blade light had just been a preliminary attack. This time, Chen Feng was ready to focus fully. The sharpness of the soul-breaking blade, known for inflicting mental damage, could only be utilized in close quarters. A circle of disguised yellow soul rings around Chen Feng illuminated. As he advanced, Chen Feng unleashed his first soul skill, sharpening. His attack power surged by 100%, the sharpness of the soul-breaking blade also increased by 100%, along with a significant boost in penetrating force. With the first soul skill sharpening, the soul-breaking blade glowed a deep, dark hue. Zhu Sanshai braced himself with the Xuanming turtle shell shield as Chen Feng charged directly towards him. When Chen Feng was just about 10 meters away from Zhu Sanshai, he vanished. Chapter 35. As soon as Zhu Sanshai noticed Chen Feng disappear, he quickly understood that Chen Feng had activated a teleportation skill. Earlier, Bai Bai had mentioned Chen Feng's first two soul skills to Zhu Sanshai, so he was prepared for a tactic like teleportation. In an instant, Zhu Sanshai's first soul ring glowed with power. Thanks to the boost from his third soul skill, Xuanming power, the strength of Zhu Sanshai's first two soul skills was significantly enhanced. The black radiance on the Xuanming turtle shell shield brightened, and a strong black halo radiated from it, spreading over several meters around Zhu Sanshai like a powerful black shockwave, creating a vibration in the air. This was the effect of Zhu Sanshai's first soul skill, Xuanming Shock. It functioned as a ranged repulsion skill with a stunning effect. If the opponent had a lower cultivation level, they'd get stunned while pushed back. At the very least, it would create some distance between them. Just then, Chen Feng appeared right next to Zhu Sanshai, and the black energy from Xuanming Shock surged towards him. A smirk crossed Chen Feng's face, and he disdainfully thought, no matter how potent a 100-year-old soul skill might be, it can't compare to real strength. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled as he channeled fierce sword intent into the soul-breaking blade he held. With the power of his 10,000-year first soul skill sharpening, the soul-breaking blade reached an incredible level of strength for a soul sovereign. The blade seemed to come alive, emitting a harmonious slicing sound. Break. With a commanding swing, Chen Feng brought the blade down with fierce determination, sending forth a circular wave of blade light. The black blade light sliced cleanly through the black shockwave generated by Xuanming Shock. In a split second, the shockwave from Xuanming Shock was completely obliterated. Zhu Sanshai blinked in disbelief as he watched his skill be shattered without effort. He swallowed hard. This was the first time he had ever seen Xuanming Shock defeated so comprehensively. Then, to Zhu Sanshai's astonishment, Chen Feng launched 3 rapid strikes in succession. Enhanced basic attack. 3 beams of blade light formed a triangle around Zhu Sanshai. Zhu Sanshai felt his worldview collapse. Could such a powerful attack really be unleashed continuously? Surely there has to be some fairness in this world. The beams of blade light shot swiftly towards him. Zhu Sanshai activated his second soul ring, employing his second soul skill from the Xuanming turtle shell shield, Xuanming Shield Ray. In a heartbeat, the Xuanming turtle shell shield shattered and transformed into numerous bomb-sized shields that quickly spread out. Layer upon layer of defense formed as each mini-shield met one of the incoming blade lights in Zhu Sanshai's attempt to block Chen Feng's relentless assault. However, Chen Feng's blade light was not easy to stop. With unstoppable ferocity, the blade lights shattered Zhu Sanshai's second soul skill, Xuanming Shield Array, even after it had been enhanced by Xuanming power. Then came a flurry of swish sounds as 3 beams of blade light sailed directly toward Zhu Sanshai. As the blade lights drew near, Zhu Sanshai felt a wave of despair wash over him. So strong. Every attempt he made was effortlessly broken. Despite using all his strength and strategies, Chen Feng simply waved his blade several times, obliterating each of Zhu Sanshai's defenses with overwhelming force. Was defeat imminent? Zhu Sanshai glanced anxiously at the referee, who was ready to step in. Meeting Chen Feng's derisive gaze ignited a fierce sense of determination within him. The world's top defensive spirit beast martial soul could not possibly be bested by someone 3 years younger. Ah! In that moment, Zhu Sanshai broke free from his limitations, unleashing a formidable aura that felt as heavy as a mountain and as solid as a rock. His expression turned grave and steady, filled with undeniable dominance. The previously scattered Xuanming turtle shell shield reformed in his grasp, enveloped now in a swirling, complex dark green light. The shield's surface twisted as if some living creature was imprisoned within. Suddenly, a vivid green snake emerged from the depths of the thick shell, its bright red eyes glaring as a dark green Xuanming shock barrier materialized. A thunderous roar erupted as if a great explosion had occurred within the area, swallowing the blade light that had already penetrated his defenses. Zhu Sanshai's Xuanming turtle shell shield had devolved into the Xuanwu shield, the world's strongest defensive martial soul. While not the ultimate form, it surpassed many, channeling the divine beast bloodline of the Xuanwu. Before, Zhu Sanshai's martial soul had been sealed, he couldn't break it without sufficient stimulus himself. Now, propelled by Chen Feng's challenge, he finally broke the seal. In this awakened state, his soul skills would carry the mark of the divine beast, transforming not only their power but also enhancing Zhu Sanshai's strength to an unprecedented level. Moreover, upon awakening, he could now unleash the powerful innate skills of the Xuanwu shield. Once he felt the surge of energy within, Zhu Sanshai experienced a powerful sense of invincibility. Chen Feng, who had just caused him despair. Humphrey, let's see how he fares now. With a mixture of pride and a touch of melancholy, Zhu Sanshai addressed Chen Feng, "You've done well to bring out my Xuanwu shield. Even if you eventually lose, you'll have earned honor in defeat." Upon finishing his statement, Zhu Sanshai roared loudly as the green light surged from the Xuanwu shield and enveloped him. Infused with the divine beast Xuanwu bloodline, his body swelled, causing his school uniform to rip apart at the seams due to his solid musculature. The green light radiated from him in every direction, thickening the air in the soul fighting arena. Zhu Sanshai's third soul ring glinted with purple light, augmenting his third soul's skill, Xuanming power. Thanks to the Xuanwu bloodline, his strength nearly doubled within moments. Additionally, his Xuanming power transformed from a simple enhancement into a significant area effect. The sensation was akin to being immersed in water, as the Xuanming power rapidly condensed water elements, forming an embryonic domain. Within this developing water domain, enemies would find their movements hindered, while Zhu Sanshai would feel as fluid as a fish in water. The entirety of the soul fighting arena transformed dramatically as Zhu Sanshai, on the brink of collapse just moments ago, suddenly revitalized. The spectators, numbering over 1,000, watched in astonishment. What is happening? What a powerful presence! Is this really the true strength of Zhu Sanshai, the twin star of the Shrek Outer Academy? This is martial soul evolution. Incredible, his martial soul has evolved. Bai Bai in the stands couldn't contain his excitement as he watched Zhu Sanshai, hopeful yet glancing curiously at Chen Feng, thinking, "I want to see how you'll handle the unleashed Zhu Sanshai." An upperclassman from Shrek Academy shouted excitedly, "Come on! Zhu Sanshai, give it everything! I bet 500 golden soul coins on you, you absolutely cannot lose. Woo-wah-woo, if you lose, I won't have a dime left for the week." In contrast, those backing Chen Feng's victory grew increasingly anxious. How can he suddenly become so powerful like this? We were just about to win, and now Zhu Sanshai has exploded in strength? Students in the stands gazed in awe at the now seemingly invincible Zhu Sanshai, their opinions abandoned in the wake of his astonishing power. Zhu Sanshai now exuded an aura that rivaled a soul king. Those who were initially attracted to Chen Feng's handsome looks now looked on in concern for him. Nearby, Ling Luoxing watched anxiously, feeling worried. This guy seems so powerful, will Chen Feng be alright? At the same time, many young women shared concern for Chen Feng. As countless stand spectators feared Chen Feng was about to face defeat, Chen Feng simply smiled. In battles against peers, he often felt hesitant, concerned that using too much strength might seriously hurt someone. Encountering someone he could engage with more earnestly was a rare opportunity. Zhu Sanshai, observing Chen Feng's smile, found the excitement for battle in his eyes extinguished his own enthusiasm, making him cautious. Chen Feng declared, "Since that's the case, I'll get serious too." With those words, an icy chill radiated from him. In an instant, the misty battleground transformed into a realm of glimmering ice crystals. The water surrounding Zhu Sanshai froze into ice, solidifying like a glacier untouched for millenniums. The once arrogant Zhu Sanshai turned into a mere ice sculpture. Chen Feng wielded the broken soul blade, while his form was infused with the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul. The broken soul blade was controlled through his spirit, an extension of his will. With just a thought, the blade seemed to be everywhere. After acquiring the second martial soul, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, Chen Feng realized it amplified his physical capabilities far beyond those of the broken soul blade. Now, he combined the benefits of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion for his body and the broken soul blade for his spirit. This was his ultimate form. Surrounded by glistening ice crystals, Chen Feng soon became clad in an armor of extreme frost. Bang! Zhu Sanshai broke free from the icy restraints, shivering as he looked gravely at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, unperturbed, announced, "Round 2 begins. I hope you can withstand a few more moves." Chapter 36. Upon hearing Chen Feng, Zhu Sanshai's temper flared, and he let out a furious shout at him, "How arrogant!" In an instant, the two faced off in the arena, one cloaked in blue and the other in green. With the help of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul, Chen Feng felt immensely strengthened. Indeed, beast martial souls like his provided a significant boost compared to weapon-based souls, which offered limited enhancements. As Chen Feng activated his second martial soul, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, the arena's temperature plummeted rapidly. The soul power of the freshman in the stands faltered, causing some to shiver. Many students stared in awe as they recognized Chen Feng's twin martial soul. Could that be a twin martial soul? They murmured. What is his second martial soul? The cold is so intense that it's affecting us here. Among the spectators, Ling Luoxing watched Chen Feng intently. Is that the ultimate ice martial soul, the ice blue scorpion? My ice-based martial soul only reaches -80 degrees, while the ultimate ice can chill to -200. That's the might of an ultimate martial soul. All eyes in the stands were locked onto Chen Feng and Zhu Sanshai, an electrifying matchup truly worth witnessing in the Soul Master realm, a rarity even in the Soul sect. Chen Feng absorbed the power of his Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul. Unlike his first martial soul, the Broken Soul Blade, which had functional soul rings but lacked offensive skills, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion came with a host of powerful abilities. Its first soul skill, Ice Emperor's Claw, made his arms tough and amplified his damage in close combat, while Ice Emperor's Protection cloaked his body in icy crystals for formidable defense. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's Trunk Bone skill, Frozen Domain, Ice Emperor's Fury, represented the pinnacle of his attack arsenal. Wielding the Broken Soul Blade, Chen Feng radiated a chilling aura of ultimate ice. Balancing both martial souls required great mental strength, which he could manage since the Broken Soul Blade had integrated with his soul. Otherwise, even with spirit power surpassing a soul sage, wielding two martial souls simultaneously would have been impossible. As the battle's complexity unfolded, the audience watched in stunned silence, abandoning their previous bets. Now, they were simply eager to see which of the two would emerge victorious. With a grin, Chen Feng remarked to Zhu Sanshai, I hope you can handle this, if not, my next move might just end you. Zhu Sanshai's anger quickly turned to laughter as he processed Chen Feng's words. He remembered how he had felt powerless before awakening, but now he firmly believed no one at his level could defeat him. Gazing at Chen Feng, who emitted bone-chilling temperatures, Zhu Sanshai felt his competitive spirit heightening. Chen Feng, your arrogance will be your downfall. Today, you'll see just how strong I truly am. Determined to stand his ground against Chen Feng's pressure, Zhu Sanshai wielded his evolved Xuanwu shield without fear. Encouraged by the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's boost, Chen Feng felt his own strength swell. The first soul ring of the Breaking Soul Blade sharpened his attack, while the Ice Emperor's Claw increased his physical power. Although Chen Feng's ability could only channel the strength of a 10,000-year soul due to his own limitations, it was still impressive. His arms glistened with dazzling ice crystals, making the once simple Breaking Soul Blade look magnificent. Chen Feng had reached an extraordinary level of power. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, he sprang into the air like an arrow. From above, he rotated and unleashed a fierce blade light. A piercing blue blade descended, cleaving the arena clean in two, and raced toward Zhu Sanshai. Seeing the menacing light approaching, Zhu Sanshai lifted his Xuanwu shield high, unleashing his soul power. His 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, shone brightly. Suddenly, the rings combined into a brilliant black ring. The dark green snake on his shield stirred, a massive turtle snake phantom materializing behind Zhu Sanshai. This showcased his Xuanwu Divine Beast bloodline talent in action. With a shout, he used a combined soul skill, Xuanwu Roar. This skill caused the shield to grow larger, ready to absorb Chen Feng's assault, while the Xuanwu let out a roar that could render opponents unconscious for a brief period. Zhu Sanshai felt a wave of triumph as the Xuanwu shield grew nearly double its size. The sonic blast from the Xuanwu echoed, immobilizing everyone in the arena, even the Soul Sage referee, an embarrassing moment for him. However, Chen Feng stood unfazed, his spirit was too strong for the influence of the roar to affect him. As Zhu Sanshai prepared himself, he braced the shield against Chen Feng's radiant blade. The instant their abilities collided, a deafening tearing sound resonated, and blinding light engulfed the arena, obscuring the spectators from the unfolding chaos. Zhu Sanshai felt overwhelmed by the chill of that blade light, his shield unable to fully consume it, like a small snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Xuanwu shield howled in pain as it was cleaved in two. When the shield shattered, Zhu Sanshai coughed up blood, struggling with the realization that his linked martial soul had been severed. The blow to his spirit was far worse than any physical injury. His pride shattered, Zhu Sanshai gazed vacantly, and the referee, still reeling, failed to act. Just as fate seemed to seal Zhu Sanshai's doom, an odd old man appeared before him. Disheveled and shabby, with a worn robe and unkempt hair, he stood barefoot in the arena, a gourd hanging from his waist and a roasted chicken in hand. Despite his appearance, his bright red eyes commanded attention. Without breaking a sweat, the old man snatched the blue blade of light with ease. He took a bite of his chicken, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. That was impressive. So cold and sharp, indeed. With a light pinch, he shattered Chen Feng's blade, dispersing it into the energy of the universe before disappearing entirely. The remnants of the fight left spectators in disbelief, as Zhu Sanshai, wounded and spitting blood, processed the reality that nearly led to his demise. Chen Feng, meanwhile, remained composed. His victory was hardly in doubt without requiring his ultimate skill. If not for Zhu Sanshai's awakening into the Xuanwu shield, Chen Feng could have triumphed with mere basic strikes. Yet, the appearance of the peculiar old man concerned him. Chen Feng quickly recognized the old man, Xuanzi, the super Douluo known as the undercover agent of Holy Spirit cult. His smile widened at having bested one of Shrek Academy's top students, confident that his demonstrated talent would catch the attention of the Academy's leaders. As the Soul Sage referee regained his faculties, a flush of humiliation washed over him. He had been rendered helpless by a three-ring Soul Master. He glanced at the injured Zhu Sanshai, then reported, "Chen Feng wins." Thunderous applause erupted from the stands, leaving spectators buzzing with excitement about the wild match. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Our class leader is victorious. What strength! Is this truly what a Soul Master can achieve? At that moment, countless girls in the audience gazed at Chen Feng with admiration, like a fairy beholding Tang Seng. In the stands, B clenched his fists, pondering how he could ever stand against Chen Feng after witnessing Zhu Sanshai's defeat. Post-battle, Zhu Sanshai was rushed for medical attention while Chen Feng slipped away from the crowd of curious onlookers, heading towards the east gate of Shrek City with Ling Lu watching. Chen Feng's victory over the twin star Zhu Sanshai would surely spread like wildfire, marking the rise of a new star at Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, the 98th level Super Douluo, the second most powerful individual at the Academy, relaxed with food and drink, completely nonchalant about the commotion outside. In the meeting room, 10 individuals gathered around an oval table, Elder Mu reclining in a chair at the head. Surrounded by Elder Lin, Elder Zhuan, and various deans and vice-deans from the Martial Soul and Soul Guidance departments, the atmosphere was still until Elder Mu spoke gently. "Xuanzi, what prompted you to call this meeting at the Sea God Pavilion?" Elder Zhuan stood up with excitement, saying, "Elder Mu, tonight I've witnessed a true genius. Even more impressive than you were in your youth." Gasps filled the room. Elder Mu was widely recognized as the Academy's anchor, a pinnacle figure in the continent with extraordinary achievements. It was hard for anyone to imagine someone outshining him from his younger days. Intrigued, someone asked, "How can anyone surpass Elder Mu?" Hearing the praise for a newcomer, Elder Mu responded cheerfully, "Oh? Xuanzi, enlighten us, who could possibly be more remarkable than your younger self?" Chapter 37. Elder Zhuan turned to Muan and said, "There's a new student named Chen Feng who just joined us this year." Upon hearing that Elder Zhuan was talking about a newcomer, the other elders at the Sea God Pavilion raised their eyebrows in skepticism. A new student, and Xuanzi claims he's stronger than Elder Mu was in his youth? That seems a bit far-fetched. After all, the new students at the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy are all just 12 years old. For a boy that young to have cultivated his soul power to the level of Soul Master, with a solid foundation and some skill in wielding his martial soul, is already impressive. It's one thing to say he has exceptional talent, but to suggest he's stronger than the young Elder Mu is quite a stretch. Elder Mu's strength comes not just from his cultivation talent and level, but from his deep understanding, application, and mastery of martial souls and soul power. Could a newly enrolled boy genuinely be compared to someone like young Elder Mu? And to call a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion for him? It's worth mentioning that the Sea God Pavilion meetings are the highest gatherings at Shrek Academy and can be called in two ways, the annual regular meeting and an emergency meeting. While regular meetings are quite manageable, an emergency meeting signals a significant event at the Academy. In fact, some emergency meetings have even shaped the future of the continent. Despite the skepticism from the other elders, Muan, lounging in his chair, suddenly perked up. He was reminded of the boy who had created unique soul skills. Muan thought, if it's that boy, he certainly understands soul power and skills exceptionally well, perhaps even more than I do. Seeing the doubtful looks on the faces of the other elders, Elder Zhuan decided not to go into more detail. He described how Chen Feng effortlessly defeated the awakened martial soul of the Xuanwu shield in the battle arena, and how he was informally recognized as the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, Zhu Sanshai. He highlighted Chen Feng's dual martial souls, his ultimate ice martial soul, and his impressive, self-created soul skills. Upon hearing Elder Zhuan's account, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion were left speechless and astonished. Dual martial souls, ultimate martial souls, self-created soul skills, any one of these traits would make a boy a true genius, deserving of being selected as a core disciple for specialized training at Shrek Academy. With all these remarkable traits concentrated in one boy, the elders found it hard to comprehend. An elder clad in white exclaimed, "Is there really such an unparalleled genius out there?" The speaker was Yan Shaz, a disciple of the dragon god Douluo, who serves as the director of the martial soul department at Shrek Academy. He is also the master of Maziatao, known as the Ming Feng Douluo, and possesses incredible power at the 95th level, eventually reaching 97th level in the original. Yan Shaz, a talented disciple of the dragon god Douluo, not only had innate full soul power but also possessed a top-tier beast martial soul, the Bright Phoenix. However, when he weighed his talent against that of Chen Feng, as mentioned by Elder Zhuan, he felt his own achievements paled in comparison. Humphrey, Yan Shaz, you're already 90 years old and still so impulsive. The remark came from a striking woman, around 1.7 meters tall, who looked to be only about 50. With fair skin and neatly tied black hair in a sharp, golden-trimmed white outfit, she had an air of confidence. Despite her age, she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. This bold woman was Xian Liner, the director of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy, as well as Yan Shaz's ex-girlfriend. Her martial soul was the Azure Flame Dragon, and she was a formidable 95th level Super Douluo specializing in assault, known as the Martial God. She was also an 8th level soul engineer and a disciple of Muan, who was nominally married to Qian Duo. Upon hearing Xian Liner criticize Yan Shaz, a robust man in his 50s, whose hair was as white as steel needles but with a smooth complexion, chuckled heartily. Yan Shaz, you really need to work on your temperament. A strong person should carry themselves with dignity. This comment came from Qian Duo, the deputy director of the Soul Guidance Department, whose martial soul was the Wulong Shield. In terms of flattery, Zhu Sanshai was a minor figure compared to Qian Duo. After Xian Liner and Yan Shaz broke up, she married Qian Duo, seemingly to provoke Yan Shaz. Qian Duo had been married to Xian Liner for decades without any intimacy, so it was easy to imagine how much it would intrigue Yan Shaz if he ever found out. Yan Shaz brushed off Qian Duo's comments and frowned at Xian Liner. Liner, you. Just as he was about to respond, he fell silent. He still felt guilty towards Xian Liner, considering he had betrayed her trust with other women and she had discovered his infidelity. Xian Liner huffed and chose to remain quiet. At that moment, a beautiful middle-aged woman sitting next to Yan Shaz smiled warmly and said, "Such an extraordinary genius is bound to astonish everyone. Even I was amazed when I heard Elder Zhuan speak of this young man named Chen Feng." This woman was Chimera, the vice president of the Wuhan department at Shrek Academy and Yan Shaz's wife, tying back to their complicated history. Initially considering keeping quiet after seeing Yan Shaz back down, Xian Liner felt a wave of anger rise at Chimera's comment. Just as Xian Liner was about to speak her mind, an elderly lady seated at the main table on the right interjected, "Liner, this is the Sea God Pavilion meeting. If you continue to disrupt, you may be asked to leave." Xian Liner's expression shifted slightly, she huffed and held her tongue. Dragon God Liu Muan intervened, "Alright, everyone, let's settle down. Xuanzi, please continue." Observing the four deans of Shrek Academy at the end of the table, the elders sitting higher up appeared unfazed. However, Elder Song, who occupied the leftmost position, couldn't help but sigh at his daughter Xian Liner's behavior. To Elder Song, it seemed inappropriate that his daughter, married to Qian Duo for decades, still couldn't move on from her past with Yan Shaz. He felt a sense of helplessness, although he was one of the most powerful cultivators after Elder Mu and Elder Zhuan, with a soul power level of 97, he was well aware of his daughter's stubbornness. He thought to himself that love matters were best left for the younger generation to navigate in their own way. Chapter 38. Elder Zhuan took a sip from his wine gourd, cleared his throat, and said, "You know, this kid Chen Feng is something else. He's got this amazing talent, he can use two martial souls at the same time, and he controls them like a pro. With that combo, he's practically unbeatable among his peers. After Zhu Sanshai awakened the Xuanwu shield, he's as strong as some of the weaker soul kings, but even he couldn't hold a candle to Chen Feng. I really believe that in the next 30 years, we'll be talking about Chen Feng as the rising star of the continent." The elders of the Sea God Pavilion fell quiet for a moment, taking in Elder Zhuan's enthusiastic praise. Even those who had seen countless geniuses were left a bit speechless. Elder Mu's eyes sparkled as he said, "Dual martial souls, ultimate martial souls, creating his own path and soul skills, using both martial souls together. He's truly overflowing with talent, unlike anything we've seen before." Hearing Elder Mu's words, a few other elders chimed in. "Absolutely incredible. It's not just that there won't be anyone like him after, it's fair to say there's never been anyone like him before. This kind of talent? Even someone from 10,000 years ago would probably." Mu En looked around at the lively discussion and said, "Alright, everyone, let's settle down. This young man has come to Shrek, we need to figure out how to nurture and support him." At that moment, the elderly lady sitting at the far right frowned slightly. For someone so gifted, I honestly don't know how we should nurture him. I can't even find any flaws in this child. This lady had hair as white as snow, but her face was smooth and gentle, like a kind grandmother. She turned to Yan Shaz with a small smile and said, Shaz, since you're the president of Shrek Academy now, what do you think? Yes, Elder Lin. Yan Shaz replied confidently. Since Chen Feng has chosen to study at Shrek Academy, he must have a good impression of us. We should really invest in him, provide resources, and help him grow into a new pillar for Shrek Academy. Plus, we need to make sure he knows how much we're doing for him so he feels a sense of belonging here. Just as Yan Shaz was getting into his ideas, Xian Liner interrupted, Humphrey, Yan Shaz, don't you think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself? Do you understand what it means to take things step by step? Even if we want to nurture him, we need to have a method, it can't just be handed to him. It's better to observe first and then decide. Yan Shaz was taken aback by Xian Liner's response. One by one, the elders seemed to side with her, and Yan Shaz felt a bit frustrated. Before he could respond, Muan stepped in. Liner, ordinary geniuses can be treated in ordinary ways, but peerless geniuses need special attention. The children from major powers coming to Shrek Academy are not to be underestimated. If we don't win him over early, and someone else does, it'll be much harder to bring him back. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. Xian Liner nodded, taking Mu Lao's words to heart. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place at the Sea God Pavilion to discuss how to cultivate and win over Chen Feng. The star of the discussion, Chen Feng, was currently enjoying a stroll around Shrek City, happily accompanied by Ling Luoxing. Shrek City was alive with energy, the streets bustling with laughter and joy. As night fell, the stars twinkled, lighting up every corner of the city. On the wide streets, crowds moved about, and vendors showcased their goods, drawing in curious passers-by. There were beautiful soul-guided devices, luxurious soul-beast products, spices, and all sorts of delicious treats. People eagerly picked out their favorites. The grand buildings looked even more majestic at night, with the glow of soul-guided devices adding a touch of mystery to the city. The Shrek military patrolled diligently, ensuring the city remained peaceful. Ling Luoxing and Chen Feng walked side by side, with Ling Luoxing stealing glances at him. The cold expression she usually wore had softened, replaced by a hint of shyness. After witnessing Chen Feng's impressive sword move earlier that night, Ling Luoxing had completely set aside her seniority. What's a 7 or 8 year age difference when it comes to training together? Chen Feng found Ling Luoxing's change in demeanor quite amusing. After all, she was known as the ice girl in the inner academy, and she never showed any warmth to male students. But Chen Feng remembered her boldness during the Sea God Fate event in the original story, where she confidently challenged him after being turned down, and he couldn't help but feel enlightened. Many women in Douluo continent seemed quite fearless, likely due to their own strength, and they certainly weren't shy about pursuing someone they liked. On the flip side, they were often icy towards those they didn't care for, too indifferent to even bother with a response. Chen Feng smiled, and his laughter caught Ling Luoxing's attention. She curiously asked, "What's so funny? Why are you suddenly so happy?" Chen Feng shook his head. "Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about something from the past." The two enjoyed their time together, with Ling Luoxing showing Chen Feng around many interesting spots. An hour later, the street vendors began to pack up, and the Shrek students who had been out in the city returned to their dorms. As the streets of Shrek City grew quieter, Ling Luoxing contemplated whether to say goodbye to Chen Feng or invite him to train together. The outer academy dormitory must be closed by now. Should she just invite him to train together tonight? Was that too forward? But having someone like Chen Feng, with his ultimate ice blue scorpion martial soul, would surely help enhance her ice element martial soul. Soon, Ling Luoxing made up her mind. She nervously pinched the hem of her skirt, feeling a bit shy, her usually cold and exquisite face now tinged with a hint of pink. On the cool streets of Shrek City, a gentle breeze blew, causing her white dress to flutter in the evening air. Her long, slender legs peeked out from beneath the skirt, making Chen Feng pause for a moment. Her knees and ankles were delicate and soft, with skin as smooth and white as fresh snow, making it hard to resist the urge to reach out. At that moment, Ling Luoxing stood on one foot, her legs trembling slightly, like ripples in a lake, stirring emotions in those around her. "Junior Chen Feng, it's getting late, and the dormitory gate should be closed. How about you stay with me for the night?" Ling Luoxing's face was flushed, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Chapter 39. There's something truly charming about a shy girl. Chen Feng couldn't help but notice Ling Luoxing, her eyes darting around and her cheeks blooming like a peach blossom as she invited him over. Feigning a bit of concern, Chen Feng said, "Oh no, the dorm is closed right now. I guess I'll have to find a place to crash in Shrek City tonight." Ling Luosheng's face turned a lovely shade of red when she heard Chen Feng's response. Junior Chen Feng, don't worry. I know Shrek City really well, so I can help find us a place to stay tonight. Chen Feng played it cool, asking, is that okay? I don't want to be a bother. Not at all. Ling Luosheng replied quickly. We're all soul masters here. Let's just find a hotel where we can relax and meditate together. The night will fly by. Come on, let's go. With that, she took the lead, guiding Chen Feng toward the hotel. As they walked side by side, Ling Luosheng couldn't help but admire the handsome guy next to her. She thought to herself, okay, Ling Luosheng, stay calm. Step 2 of the junior brother cultivation plan. Chen Feng, get ready. Senior sister is taking you to a fancy hotel. The dorms at Shrek's outer academy are pretty rough, staying at a hotel will be way more comfortable. We'll have a great time there tonight. Strolling down the wide streets of Shrek City, the duo made their way to a hotel. Before long, they spotted a grand 3-story building that looked like a mini palace, with its stunning decorations and luxurious vibe. As they entered the Vice Hotel, they were greeted by 4 young women in lovely dresses standing at the entrance. While they might not have been as striking as Ling Luosheng, they were still quite beautiful and had great figures. The receptionists wore mid-length skirts and black stockings, and as soon as Chen Feng and Ling Luosheng walked in, their eyes widened in surprise. After a brief moment, they quickly regained their composure and greeted them with warm smiles. Welcome to Vice Hotel. We hope you have a wonderful evening. As Chen Feng and Ling Luosheng continued through the hotel, they were enveloped by an air of luxury. The golden corridor sparkled with lights, and every few steps, young women in golden short skirts offered cheerful greetings. Walking past them felt like stepping into a dream, with each girl radiating charm and warmth. Eventually, they reached the lobby, where the soft lighting created a cozy atmosphere. The tall space was adorned with a stunning chandelier that sparkled beautifully, and the marble floor gleamed like a mirror, making the whole place feel like a work of art. A friendly hotel staff member approached them. Welcome. Vice Hotel offers dining, accommodation, massage, and more. How can I assist you today? Ling Luosheng smiled and replied, we'd like one room on the 3rd floor, please. And could you prepare a table of delicious food in the room? She then pulled out a card from her bracelet-like storage soul guide and handed it to the staff member. The staff member's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly returned the card to Ling Luosheng with a respectful nod before rushing off to make arrangements. Before long, the hotel manager, a kind-looking middle-aged woman, came out to greet them. Miss Ling Luosheng. Why didn't you say hello when you arrived? You could have started enjoying your meal right away. Ling Luosheng waved her hand casually. Oh, just the usual. Please go ahead and prepare everything. Of course. We'll get your special dishes ready right away, and the Blue Flower Sea Room on the 3rd floor is always set up for you, Miss Ling. This Vice Hotel was owned by a senior sister from the Inner Academy of Shrek, and it was a favorite spot for many female students because of its excellent service. Ling Luosheng had a regular room here, just like several other students. After giving the manager a few more instructions, Ling Luosheng turned to Chen Feng. It's getting late, junior brother Chen. Let's head up and get some rest. With a smile, she led the way to the 3rd floor. Just then, another girl in the Inner Academy's red uniform walked into the lobby. She looked pretty ordinary, with short hair and an average figure, but she was actually Zixi, a student from the Inner Academy known for her martial soul, the Lightning Leopard. She was also part of the team representing Shrek Academy in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Zixi noticed Ling Luosheng heading upstairs with a boy and felt a spark of curiosity. After all, Ling Luosheng was known for being quite reserved, especially around boys. It was rare for her to be seen with anyone, let alone a male student. As Zixi watched them, she thought, wow, Ling Luosheng must really like this guy. He's definitely not from the Inner Academy. Just then, Chen Feng caught a glimpse of Zixi looking at him. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and he noticed her surprise at his looks. Zixi's heart raced. He's so handsome. But Chen Feng, noticing she was from the Inner Academy, simply continued on with Ling Luosheng, leaving Zixi to ponder. No wonder Ling Luosheng is so distant with the boys here, she's got a boyfriend. And he's super cute. I didn't expect her to be so flirty with a junior. Chapter 40. As Zai Zai's mind wandered, Chen Feng and Ling Luosheng made their way to the Blue Flower Sea Room. Blue Flower Sea Room. This luxurious space features 3 cozy bedrooms and a lovely living room, all adorned with a stunning sea of blue flowers that creates a dreamy atmosphere. The sweet fragrance of the flowers fills the air, making it feel like a romantic fantasy world. The walls are dressed in beautiful blue wallpaper, accented with elegant golden lines that add a touch of sophistication and luxury to the room. A large floor-to-ceiling window steals the spotlight, with soft moonlight streaming through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow on the plush carpet below. In front of the window sits a beautifully polished desk, scattered with various books. Next to it, a magnificent golden sofa beckons, its backrest and armrests embellished with exquisite jade. The deep blue velvet fabric makes it incredibly inviting and comfy. In one corner, there's a soft mat for meditation, accompanied by some calming incense that, when lit, helps to soothe the mind and enhance the meditation experience. Beside the mat, a blue carpet holds a golden coffee table, which is topped with a lovely blue porcelain vase filled with fresh blue roses. Among the 3 rooms, there's just one bedroom, featuring a luxurious king-sized bed dressed in soft, smooth deep blue silk sheets and blankets. A golden soul-guiding lamp on the bedside table casts a warm, welcoming glow. The other 2 rooms include a bathroom and a washroom. The bathroom boasts a huge bathtub, perfect for soaking and unwinding. The entire room radiates an atmosphere of elegance and tranquility, making it a perfect retreat. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, the night view of Shrek City is simply breathtaking. Not long after Chen Feng and Ling Luoxing settled in, the hotel staff arrived with a delightful spread of food and wine, setting everything up on the coffee table before leaving. Ling Luoxing popped open a bottle of rich red wine and poured it into a glass, saying, "Hey Chen Feng, let's have a toast." After enjoying the delicious food and wine, the 2 found a comfy spot on the sofa. They sat close together, their breaths mingling in a cozy atmosphere. With a playful smile, Ling Luoxing turned to Chen Feng and said, "How about we take a bath together and then do some cultivation?" She slipped off her shoes, revealing her perfectly delicate feet, which were graceful and elegant. Ling Luoxing giggled and said, "I'm going to shower first, so don't peek, okay?" With a teasing laugh, she playfully stepped over Chen Feng's legs and made her way into the bathroom. Chen Feng glanced at the empty wine bottle on the table and then at Ling Luoxing disappearing into the bathroom, a smile creeping onto his face. He knew exactly what Ling Luoxing was up to. If they cultivated together, her ice element martial soul would get a significant boost from his ultimate ice martial soul, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Even if she didn't reach the ultimate ice level in the future, she'd definitely be much stronger than her current chilly -80 degrees. But Chen Feng felt the same way. He was quite taken with this seemingly cold yet warm-hearted, beautiful, and talented senior sister. So, he decided to play along, pretending not to notice her intentions. He chuckled to himself, "I bet this silly girl Ling Luoxing thinks everything is going according to her plan." In the bathroom was a sight to behold, with walls adorned with shells and gemstones, giving it a luxurious feel. The floor was covered in a soft white carpet that felt like walking on clouds. Ling Luoxing stood gracefully by the bathtub, slowly removing her bathrobe to reveal her delicate figure. Her skin was as smooth and white as jade, making it hard to resist the urge to reach out and touch. As she stepped into the bathtub, ripples spread across the water. She gently caressed her skin, moving from her arms to her neck, collarbone, and down to her thighs. Her long hair floated in the water, swaying with the gentle waves. Ling Luoxing closed her eyes, savoring the peaceful moment. The slight buzz from the wine combined with the soothing water made her feel a bit dreamy. She splashed some water, droplets glistening on her skin like pearls. Raising her arm, she let the water flow between her fingers, creating a serene scene that felt like a gentle melody of flowing water and soft breaths. In that moment, Ling Luoxing thought, "Let's see how I can make junior brother Chen Feng fall for me. With me bathing like this, he must be wishing for X-ray vision right now. This little guy won't be able to resist. Soon, I'll have him right where I want him. Now that he's just started school and there are no other competitors, I need to win his heart quickly, hee hee." Outside, Chen Feng sat cross-legged, patiently waiting for Ling Luoxing to make her move. After her bath, she picked up a towel and gently dried herself off, her movements graceful and charming. She slipped into a bathrobe and walked to the mirror to comb her long hair, her beauty shining through, her skin glowing and smooth. Ling Luoxing draped a bathrobe over herself and stepped out of the bathroom. "Chen Feng, it's your turn to wash up. After that, let's practice together." A little while later, Ling Luoxing called out to Chen Feng with a smile, "Come on, don't be shy. We're both ice attribute soul masters, practicing together will help us improve faster." The bathrobe subtly highlighted her graceful curves, with a neckline open enough to reveal her delicate collarbone and soft skin. Ling Luoxing settled in front of Chen Feng, their eyes meeting as they sat cross-legged, their hands touching as they began to practice together. Ling Luoxing's soul power flowed into Chen Feng and back out again. Under the influence of the extreme ice aura, her ice element martial soul would gradually grow stronger. At the same time, the yin-yang formula was deepening her feelings for Chen Feng. Before long, Chen Feng, feeling that just holding hands wasn't enough, pulled Ling Luoxing into his embrace. His magnetic voice whispered in her ear, and the combination of the extreme ice aura and his strong masculine energy left her feeling breathless. "Senior sister, This way of practicing is too slow. Let's take our training to the next level. Chapter 41. Ling Luoxing felt Chen Feng draw closer, leaving her feeling entirely weak. At that moment, her thoughts went blank. Wait, how did junior brother just embrace her like that? Ling Luoxing's mind was racing in surprise. Chen Feng gazed at his stunning senior sister, whose thoughts seemed to swirl around. He leaned down and gently kissed her soft lips. In an instant, Ling Luoxing snapped back to reality, thinking, my first kiss. Meanwhile, inside Chen Feng's spiritual world, the Dream Ice Silkworm was getting ready to open its eyes and witness the scene, only to realize that Chen Feng's spiritual realm had completely sealed off. Chen Feng, don't block me. I want to see. Woo woo woo. The Dream Ice Silkworm bounced around in frustration, eventually deciding to cover its head and drift off to sleep. In a room adorned with blue flowers, Chen Feng kissed Ling Luoxing's tender lips. Ling Luoxing could only let out muffled sounds, staring wide-eyed and allowing Chen Feng to take what he wanted. At that moment, she felt a tingle. Instead of being swept away by junior brother Chen Feng, she wanted to take charge. She thought he felt way too fiery, like he could melt her. After what felt like forever, their lips parted. Ling Luoxing let out a gentle sigh, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you little rascal. Why are you acting like this? Her cheeks turned a deep shade of pink as she shyly raised her small fist for a light punch against his chest. Chen Feng gazed at Ling Luoxing's shimmering, watery eyes, her delicate brows, and her long lashes fluttering gently. Her fair skin, tinged with a lovely pink hue from her emotions, framed her red lips that looked as tempting as rose petals. Chen Feng admired Ling Luoxing's captivating mouth, savoring its sweetness. He grasped her shy little hand that playfully hit his chest, feeling it as delicate as a slender willow branch, smooth and supple, as if it could slip right through his fingers. Her neatly trimmed nails were painted a soft pink, adding to her adorable charm. Chen Feng pressed the back of Ling Luoxing's hand against his lips in a kiss, playfully saying, "Senior sister, isn't this what you had in mind for practice?" Ling Luoxing, feeling shy yet irritated, exclaimed, "The kind of practice I mentioned was serious training. You little pervert, how dare you take advantage of your senior sister? What do you think I should do to teach you a lesson?" With that, Ling Luoxing narrowed her eyes, allowing a surge of ice energy to swirl around her. She expertly shaped the ice energy into binding tools that firmly ensnared Chen Feng. Ling Luoxing lifted her chin and said, "Junior, senior sister is going to spank your little naughty butt." She thought with a smirk, "You better behave in front of senior sister." He Chen Feng looked at the ice cuffs holding him captive, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He mused, playing with ice control in front of an ultimate ice attribute soul master. "Senior sister, you might not realize just how powerful ultimate ice is. While Hueco taught you a lesson in the past, it's my turn now." In the blink of an eye, a flash of ice blue light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul emerged. The ultimate ice energy erupted. Instantly, Ling Luoxing lost her grip on the ice energy. As an ice control soul master, this meant she was utterly helpless, just like a fish out of water. Before Ling Luoxing could process her shock, the bindings on Chen Feng vanished, and the ice energy rushed towards her, ensnaring her instead. Ling Luoxing found herself kneeling, her hands and feet firmly restrained, unable to budge. Chen Feng straightened up, walking behind Ling Luoxing. "Senior sister, what was that you said? You were going to spank me?" Chen Feng playfully smacked Ling Luoxing's pert backside. The sharp sound echoed sweetly in the vibrant room. Ling Luoxing felt a spark of embarrassment flare through her, as her face turned bright red. She glared at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, let me go. If you keep this up, I'll get really angry." In that moment, Ling Luoxing was kneeling, her posture undeniably striking. With her thin bathrobe, her fair skin peeked out enticingly. Chen Feng ignored Ling Luoxing's cries, entranced by how lovely her soft skin felt under his palm. Instinctively, he gave her another playful slap on the backside. He didn't hit hard, it was more playful than painful, but to Ling Luoxing, it felt like pure humiliation. Originally, she intended to take charge of the junior, but now she was at his mercy. Each slap felt like a loss of dignity. Ling Luoxing fumed, her lovely face turning crimson. "Chen Feng. You little brat, you did it again. I'm going to fight you." She tugged at her bindings with all her might but realized she couldn't break free. Attempting to use her soul skills was futile as the ice energy disregarded her completely. Watching as Ling Luoxing flailed about, Chen Feng playfully gave her another slap. The sensation was delightful, and he found himself wanting more. Each time Ling Luoxing put on a tough act, he would respond with a playful smack. Before long, Ling Luoxing sensed something was off. She paused, turning to Chen Feng with a softer tone. "Chen Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said I'd spank you. Please let me go." Noticing the redness spreading across Ling Luosheng's skin, Chen Feng instinctively switched from a slap to a gentle caress. Ling Luosheng couldn't help but let out a delightful sound. Upon hearing that lovely sound, Chen Feng noticed the floor had become unexpectedly slick. At that moment, Ling Luosheng felt utterly embarrassed. She couldn't face Chen Feng anymore. If there were a crack in the ground, she would love to dive right in. Chen Feng leaned closer to her ear, grinning. "Senior sister. You're just too adorable." Ling Luosheng was breathless, her heart racing, her eyes misty as she murmured softly and shifted her body, "It's all your fault, you rascal. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't be in this situation." Chen Feng smiled cheekily. "Senior sister, let me help you out just a little." He gazed at Ling Luosheng's shimmering thighs, his warm breath making its way closer to her. Ling Luosheng's fair hands tightened involuntarily, then relaxed. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed into the room filled with blue flowers. A man and woman lay intertwined, with Ling Luosheng resting her head on Chen Feng's arm. Ling Luosheng used one of his arms as a pillow while the other rested on her slender waist. Chen Feng was peacefully asleep. After becoming a soul master, he'd relied on cultivation to substitute for sleep, making yesterday a rare chance to relax. As the sunlight filtered in, Chen Feng gradually opened his deep-set eyes. Through the window, he admired the scenery of Shrek City. The buildings, streets, and trees all appeared richly vibrant in the morning light, as passers-by filled the bustling metropolis of millions with life. While Chen Feng took in the view outside, he also noticed the charming sight of Ling Luosheng sleeping soundly in his embrace. His big hand moved gently, caressing Ling Luosheng's soft, fair skin. Soon enough, she stirred awake. Ling Luosheng opened her dreamy eyes, adjusting to the unfamiliar ceiling above her. Realizing the warmth of Chen Feng's hands on her waist, she immediately recalled the events of the previous night. In a swift motion, Ling Luosheng bit down on Chen Feng's arm. "Senior Ling, why are you biting me?" Chen Feng asked with bewilderment, glancing down at her before retaliating against her perky backside. As the saying goes, one must protect themselves from the enemy. To avoid being attacked again, Ling Luosheng quickly released his arm with a swift motion. "Chen Feng, do you really want to know why I bit you? You dared to kiss me last night and even spanked me. You. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Ling Luosheng hurriedly dressed and rushed to the door, giving Chen Feng an intense glare. Bang! She slammed the bedroom door behind her. Chen Feng, watching her depart in a fluster, couldn't help but chuckle as he laid back on the soft bed. As Ling Luosheng descended the stairs of the West Hotel, the hotel manager quickly approached her. "Miss Ling Luosheng, breakfast is ready." Her delicate face was icy, and her exquisite features radiated a chilling aura. "I'm not hungry." This cool attitude made the hotel manager nervous, causing him to hesitate in his approach. As Ling Luosheng left the hotel, he muttered, "What a temper, tsk. But the handsome guy from yesterday hasn't come down yet. Is this young couple having a spat?" Stepping out of the hotel, Ling Luosheng projected a cold demeanor, carrying an unmistakable do not disturb vibe as she made her way toward Shrek Academy. Her plans to mentor her junior had completely unraveled, and instead, here she was, taken advantage of by the unruly junior. Chapter 42. Ling Luosheng, who believed she was in control, was feeling a mix of shame and anger. With indignation, she thought to herself, that little rascal Chen Feng may look serious on the outside, quite unlike other men who are often so lecherous. I never expected him to be so mischievous. So good at picking on others, and daring enough to spank a senior. Initially, Ling Luosheng had intended to nurture him gradually as a junior, but after Chen Feng's antics last night, she found herself at a loss for words. With a vow to be more assertive, she said, "I was too passive last night. Next time, I'll show this little brat Chen Feng just how powerful a senior can be." At the West Hotel, Chen Feng was already dressed and getting ready to head to Shrek Academy. As a first-year student, he still had classes to attend. Aware of Ling Luosheng's feelings of shame and anger, Chen Feng believed in being decisive. He didn't want to be a passive observer. Relationships should be actively fostered. If you just go with the flow, things may never progress. After helping Ling Luosheng, Chen Feng felt that the yin energy within him, which had diminished after over a week of cultivation, had increased again, and he happily made his way to Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, Chen Feng quickly drew the attention of male students from all grades, who gazed at him as if he were a monster. In contrast, the female students, regardless of their grade, looked at him with curiosity and admiration. With the fame he gained alongside the renowned twin stars Zhu Sanshai, Chen Feng had risen to become the top genius at the outer academy of Shrek Academy. No matter where he went, everyone recognized him. Even in the cafeteria during breakfast, students in front eagerly made way for him. "Brother Feng is here." "Did someone just say Chen Feng is here?" "Everyone, please step aside." Can't you see Brother Feng is coming? A striking young man with fair skin and light pink blue hair and eyes, who was eating, looked up in curiosity at the commotion. As this young man observed Chen Feng, a faint golden trident phantom shimmered subtly on his forehead. In the divine realm, a gentle halo caressed the clouds, creating an enchanting atmosphere that felt exceptionally real. In the distant background, a majestic palace could be seen. Inside that grand palace, a figure stood quietly among the clouds, gazing at the Douluo star he had been planning. This individual had long, water blue hair cascading to his feet and, despite a somewhat feminine appearance, he boasted a tall and sturdy frame with broad shoulders that seemed a bit mismatched. Clad in a luxurious blue robe, it seemed to ripple like water. A closer look revealed depths so profound they felt like the breathtaking expanse of the ocean. Although he appeared to be in his 20s, his deep-set eyes hinted at a touch of shadow behind them. This person was the sea god and Azure god, the pure and noble Tang San, also known as the Tang God King. Right now, Tang God King furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Strange, why has the fate of Douluo continent shifted so dramatically recently? But I can't quite figure out what's caused this change. According to my plans, Zhaoqi has already started connecting with the new star I previously calculated to be rising in Douluo continent. But why has this child of destiny's fortune suddenly taken a nosedive? Why has everything slipped through my fingers? Has this child of destiny changed? If I can't capture such a lucky child, all my years of monitoring Douluo star will be wasted, ruining my grand plan spanning 10,000 years." Tang God King's expression darkened to a shade of iron blue. "Who is it trying to sabotage my grand scheme of 10,000 years? You have already chosen the path to ruin." At that moment, Tang San noticed a boy radiating an intriguing aura of fortune through the perspective of his daughter, Tang Wutong. He whispered, "Who is this person? Why can't I discern the direction of his fortune?" Just as Tang San was about to break the rules and intervene in the lower realm, a divine thought filled with a sense of destruction warned him. In the divine realm, a figure shrouded in a purple cloak emanated a chilling and formidable aura. Beneath the cloak was a man in his 30s, with short, dark red hair spiking like steel and a pair of glowing red eyes, extremely handsome. He possessed a 9-ringed purple-black halo. "Tang San, you previously obtained a divine position for those unqualified among the Shrek 7 monsters, which was an abuse of power. Now you are meddling in the lower realm time and again. Do you really think you can act as you please? Remember, the divine realm is not your personal playground. If I catch you do this again, Humphrey, I swear I will take away your divine position and bestow it upon someone truly deserving." After stating this, the divine thought of the god of destruction vanished without a trace. Tang San's expression turned grim upon hearing the warning from the god of destruction, realizing that this deity was hindering him at every turn. A cold glint sparked in Tang San's eyes as he darkly thought to himself, "God of destruction. You have already chosen the path to your demise." Despite holding both divine positions of Sea God and Azure God, Tang San had recently ascended to the divine realm and had not yet fully mastered the Azure God's powers. He lacked the assurance to defeat the god of destruction, especially since the god of destruction had a wife, the goddess of life. Gone were Tang San's dignified and profound demeanor, replaced by a chilling aura. "For now, I'll endure. Once I master the Azure God's position completely, I will ensure that the god of destruction regrets crossing me, and then I will reign over the divine realm," making it a solo act for Tang San. Back at Shrek Academy, Chen Feng turned to look at the handsome young man who was so intently watching him, noting the fleeting golden trident phantom on his forehead. After a glance at Wang Dong, Chen Feng decided to keep his distance. He preferred not to get too close to Wang Dong. Anyone who marries Tang San's daughter might have a rough road ahead. Just look at how Huo Yuhao's situation unfolded as Tang God King's son-in-law. Those in the know will understand. As for Tang San, who has a tendency to speak of death, he could hardly dominate everything at this moment. As long as Chen Feng stayed away from Wang Dong and kept his distance from the Qian Winking Valley, it would be quite challenging for Tang San to interfere with matters in the lower realm. Even if he did attempt to intervene, it would only be in limited and indirect ways. Chapter 43. As Chen Feng pondered his thoughts, he noticed a male student at the front of the line offering to let him cut in. "Brother Feng, please go ahead." However, Chen Feng politely declined the gesture, choosing instead to take his place at the back of the line for food. The cafeteria was quite empty, as each grade had its own dining area, and since Chen Feng was opting for the premium dishes, he quickly got his meal. While enjoying his lunch, a striking young man with black hair and blue eyes entered the cafeteria. Upon spotting Chen Feng, his face lit up. After grabbing his food, he hurried over to join Chen Feng, eager to share a meal. This newcomer was Wu Yu, who firmly believed that Chen Feng's future would be extraordinary. After witnessing Chen Feng's impressive victory over the Academy's twin stars, Zhu Sanxi, just the day before, He was even more thrilled. Though Wu Yu didn't fully grasp the significance of Chen Feng's second martial soul, Ultimate Ice, he recognized the power of dual martial souls nonetheless. The match had left Wu Yu exhilarated. His big brother, Chen Feng, had triumphed over the renowned twin stars of Shrek Academy, showcasing both remarkable combat skills and a cultivation level far beyond that of his peers. Wu Yu was certain that being titled Douluo was just a formality for Chen Feng, and becoming a super Douluo was almost guaranteed. He felt incredibly lucky to be in the same dormitory as someone so exceptional. After the competition, numerous girls had crowded around Wu Yu, seeking information about Chen Feng. But Wu Yu, self-proclaimed as Chen Feng's loyal little brother, had no intention of revealing any details. "I can't share anything. Do you know I'm Chen Feng's little brother? You really think I'd tell you anything? No way." He had been anticipating Chen Feng's return to the dormitory to show his loyalty, but was surprised when Chen Feng didn't come back at all the previous night. So when he spotted Chen Feng this morning in the cafeteria, he darted over like a cat attracted to fish, eager to be near him. "Big brother, I'm so glad to see you. Why didn't you return to the dorm last night?" Wu Yu asked curiously. Chen Feng, amused by Wu Yu's excitement, gave him a half-smile but chose not to respond. He preferred to keep his private life to himself. Realizing how he came off, Wu Yu felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to smack his own face in an attempt to lighten the mood. He shook off the feeling, quickly redirecting the conversation. "Ahem, big brother, let's eat. We've got classes soon. Oh, and you won't believe it, so many beautiful girls were asking about you yesterday." As Chen Feng listened, he learned that after last night's soul-fighting competition, it wasn't just some girls from the freshman class who were curious, there were students from higher years as well. Before long, breakfast was done, and Chen Feng and Wu Yu made their way to the freshman teaching building. They soon reached classroom 9 of the freshmen. As soon as Chen Feng stepped inside, all eyes were on him. "Class monitor. You're amazing. Class monitor. The strongest. Class monitor, I adore you." The classroom erupted with excitement. Chen Feng raised his hand for silence, and surprisingly, the room quieted down in an instant. "All right, everyone, we're all classmates here, so let's focus on our studies, especially since we have the freshman assessment coming up in 3 months." As soon as he sat down, before Wu Yu could take his seat, a blonde girl gestured to him. Being the gentleman he was, he relinquished his spot and moved to the back row. Glancing around, Chen Feng saw Ning Tian with her short golden hair sitting beside him, while Nanman Yu'uner was blocked by Wu Feng. Chen Feng felt little interest in Ning Tian. After spending time with the more mature and beautiful Ling Luosheng, Ning Tian just didn't catch his eye. If he were to commit to her given the traditions of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, it would likely mean being tied to her in a serious relationship, leaving no space for other romantic interests in the near future. Naturally, considering the school's strictness, Chen Feng was less than enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Ning Tian was oblivious to Chen Feng's lack of interest, staring at him with intense admiration. Having witnessed his incredible skills the night before, she was convinced he would redefine greatness on the Douluo continent and saw him as the perfect match for herself, planning to pursue him actively. In her eyes, being a prominent figure from the 9 treasure glazed tile school, she believed no one could deny her intentions with Chen Feng. So she spent the entire morning trying to engage with him. "Chen Feng, what are your hobbies?" "Chen Feng, not much." "Chen Feng, what's your favorite food?" "I'm not picky." "Chen Feng, can we talk about what the teacher covered in class?" As the morning flew by, the class bell rang, and Chen Feng alongside many others headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Watching Chen Feng walk away, Ning Tian sighed, realizing that even chasing a genius like him was tough. Yet, human nature is often greedy. What's hard to attain becomes even more desirable. Chen Feng's indifference only fueled Ning Tian's determination. Soon, only a handful of students remained in the classroom, Nanman Yu'uner with her green hair, Wu Feng, and Ning Tian. "Looks like Chen Feng isn't interested in you, huh, Ning Tian?" Nanman Yu'uner teased. Having been turned down by Chen Feng, Ning Tian was understandably upset and coldly replied to Nanman Yu'uner, "It's just a minor setback." With that, they left the new student teaching building and made their way to the cafeteria. Ning Tian vowed silently, "One day, I will make Chen Feng like me. As a young master of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, I am the one destined for him." Meanwhile, Wu Feng, trailing behind, sighed loudly, catching the attention of some male students who gulped nervously as her muscular frame loomed over them. Frowning at them, Wu Feng glared, sending several of the new male students scurrying away in panic. At Shrek Academy, while upperclassmen were prohibited from fighting freshmen, students could engage in friendly sparring amongst themselves, as long as nobody got seriously hurt. Wu Feng's explosive temperament and strength as a level 25 soul master certainly left an impression on the newbies. After scaring off a few timid boys, Wu Feng felt better. She had always thought he was only interested in Ning Tian, but Chen Feng's presence had her puzzled. To Wu Feng, it seemed she didn't entirely dislike Chen Feng. In fact, she had a budding fondness for him. Shaking her head, she mused, I'm still figuring things out, whether it's Min or Ning Tian. I guess I'll came to understand it in a few years. Now that she had resolved her thoughts, Wu Feng felt reinvigorated as she headed to the Shrek Academy cafeteria with Ning Tian. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy on Sea God Island, in Yan Shao's office, he was in high spirits. After discussions with the Sea God Pavilion elders the previous night, they finally came up with a plan for cultivating Chen Feng and, more importantly, for strengthening his ties with Shrek Academy. This plan was Yan Shao's idea, pairing the gifted genius with the ultimate ice martial soul, Chen Feng, with his disciple, Ma Xiaotao. This collaboration would not only help Ma Xiaotao tackle her issues with evil fire but also allow them to train together, enhancing their growth. Moreover, if Ma Xiaotao served as a link between Chen Feng and Shrek Academy, it could foster Chen Feng's affection for the academy. The academy would also be able to offer him resources and support for obtaining soul rings and more. Yan Shao's believed that once she bonded with Chen Feng, he would eventually see Shrek Academy as his home. This plan was based on a mutually beneficial exchange of sincerity, and the elders at the Sea God Pavilion unanimously approved Yan Shao's proposal. Ultimately, they entrusted Yan Shao with this important mission. Having just sent word to Ma Xiaotao to come to his office, Yan Shao took a packet of tea leaves from a box on his table. He added the leaves to a teapot, poured in hot water, discarded the first brew, and poured hot water again to properly steep the tea. Those who understand tea know that the second brew is always the best. Yan Shao leisurely awaited his disciple's arrival, pouring himself a cup to savor. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a slam as a vivid red figure charged into Yan Shao's office. Bang! Yan Shao shook his head. You really need to work on your impatience. Who will want you in the future if you keep this up? Ma Xiaotao seemed to ignore her teacher's advice, clearly irked after coming out of her training session. Teacher, what's up? I'm about to break through to level 64. Yan Shao was taken aback by her declaration. Break through to level 64? He distinctly recalled that his disciple had just achieved level 63 2 months ago. Could she truly make such quick progress? As he scrutinized her more closely, he noticed that she didn't seem to have much evil fire lingering. This was astonishing. After such extensive practice, shouldn't her evil fire have built up significantly? Why was it so low now? Contemplating this, Yan Shao's expression hardened. He crushed the teacup in his hand, staring at Ma Xiaotao. Xiaotao, did you use some other method to get rid of the evil fire? Yan Shao was genuinely worried. If she indeed had taken a different route, he might need to ditch this plan and report to Elder Mu to alter their approach. Hearing her master's misunderstanding, Ma Xiaotao quickly clarified, Master, that's not it. I didn't use any other method. My rapid progress is all because of a junior named Chen Feng, who completely purified my evil fire. I'm no longer troubled by it, so my cultivation has sped up naturally. Yan Shao's eyes brightened. Xiaotao, who purified your evil fire? Ma Xiaotao smiled brightly. Chen Feng did. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yan Shao thought to himself, what a false alarm, you really worried me there. Chapter 44. Ma Xiaotao glanced at her teacher, Yan Shao, who seemed to shift his expressions as quickly as a magician changes masks, and asked, a bit puzzled, Teacher, why did you summon me? Yan Shao smiled, stroking his beard, and replied, I have some delightful news to share, but it seems you might already be aware of it. The straightforward Ma Xiaotao responded with excitement, is it about Chen Feng? Yan Shao smiled but didn't say a word. He thought about pairing Ma Xiaotao with Chen Feng, but as a caring teacher, he wanted to make sure Ma Xiaotao felt positively about him. He wouldn't want to push her into anything. With a playful grin, Yan Shao gently teased Ma Xiaotao, Xiaotao, are you really that happy to hear about Chen Feng? I wonder if that boy has cast a spell on my disciple. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao blushed, her impulsive nature making her voice louder as she exclaimed, what are you talking about, Master? That's ridiculous. We've only met once. Then, her tone shifted to a quieter, slightly glum one as she added, besides, I'm 7 or 8 years older than him. Having experienced similar feelings in the past, Yan Shao could read between the lines and see that his disciple had taken a genuine interest in Chen Feng. He thought, looks like Xiaotao is open to this. If I just say a few good words about Chen Feng, it might just work. And Chen Feng is truly remarkable, even after just one meeting, he's managed to catch the attention of my proud, fiery disciple, who generally doesn't think much of anyone in the inner court. As Yan Shao contemplated, Ma Xiaotao broke his thoughts by looking at him with a neutral expression and saying, Master, I've been waiting here for a while. Could you please tell me what you want without dancing around it? Yan Shao's cleared his throat and, with a slightly mischievous grin, told her, Xiao, your martial soul is the evil fire phoenix, while Chen Feng's is the ultimate ice. You two would make a fantastic pair. How about I see if I can bring you two together? Ma Xiao turned crimson, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured, Master, it's up to you. I'm okay with whatever. With a smile, Yan Shaz encouraged her, Xiao, let's go meet Chen Feng. He not only wields the ultimate ice martial soul but also possesses a twin martial soul. His mastery of martial skills and abilities is truly astounding. Then, with a more serious tone, he added, Chen Feng's talent is something I haven't come across in many years. No, he's even rare in 1,000 years. Both of you have such exceptional abilities that you could become influential figures on the continent, possibly living for hundreds of years. What does a 7 or 8 year age difference matter when considering centuries? Ma Xiao found herself momentarily stunned by her teacher's words. The age difference that once troubled her suddenly seemed insignificant with Yan Shaz's perspective. Her heart warmed, and a rush of energy surged through her, causing her captivating red phoenix eyes to sparkle with new light. Teacher. I get it now, Ma Xiao said, a smile brightening her face. Seeing his disciple's realization and excitement filled Yan Shaz with a sense of fulfillment. This is wonderful. Teacher, let's hurry. I want to find Chen Feng right away, Ma Xiao urged, her impatience evident. Yan Shaz chuckled, alright, Xiao, let's go. Chen Feng is in the new student dormitory right now. With that, the duo vanished from Sea God Island. At Shrek Academy's new student dormitory, Chen Feng had just wrapped up his lunch and was taking a breather in his room. Nearby, Wu Yu was bustling around. Big brother. No need. Big brother. Chen Feng simply sighed at this. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed Chen Feng's mind. He turned to Wu Yu and said, Wu Yu, I'm stepping out for a bit. I might skip class this afternoon, so no need to wait for me. With that, he walked out of the dormitory, leaving Wu Yu looking puzzled. Wu Yu thought to herself, what's going on? Why is he suddenly not going to class? Outside the dorm building stood Yan Shaz and Ma Xiao, the elder being Shrek Academy's principal and the younger, Ma Xiao herself. Chen Feng had just heard Yan Shaz's voice calling him, which prompted him to step outside. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Yan Shaz took a moment to examine him closely. He noted that Chen Feng was quite handsome and striking, with sharp features and eyes that sparkled like stars, deep black eyes that glimmered faintly, conveying a strong masculine aura filled with youthful vitality. Yan Shaz took another careful look and noted that Chen Feng's soul power was round and controlled without a trace of overflow, demonstrating an impressive mastery of his abilities. Yan Shaz could only gauge a general sense of Chen Feng's prowess, without actively probing. It was tough to pinpoint his exact strength. Of course, when Chen Feng fought, his martial soul would reveal itself, and he used his soul power openly, then it was easy to see his level of command, which was indeed rare even among the inner academy's disciples, leaving Yan Shaz quite impressed. At that moment, Ma Xiao spotted Chen Feng coming over and waved to him with joy, Chen Feng. Chen Feng acknowledged her wave, responding, nice to see you again, senior. Ma Xiao huffed playfully, I called you Chen Feng. Just call me Ma Xiao or Xiao senior instead. Sure, Xiao senior, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Yan Shaz observed the charming interaction between Ma Xiao and Chen Feng, noting their complementary energies of ice and fire with satisfaction. He then introduced himself warmly, hello, Chen Feng. I'm Yan Shaz, the 261st Dean of Shrek Academy and Ma Xiao's teacher. Thank you for helping her with the evil fire issue. His gentle tone was like a refreshing spring breeze, instantly making everyone feel at ease in his presence. Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's Sea of Spirit, the Ice Emperor, who had been resting there, stirred awake at Yan Shaz's presence. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor shared a quiet exclamation, what a powerful individual, this must be a super Douluo level expert. Chen Feng assessed the kind-looking elder in white and replied politely, Dean, you're too kind. It was merely removing the evil fire, a small matter that hardly deserves mention. Chapter 45. Yan Shaz glanced at the dormitory building and thought it wasn't the best spot for a conversation. He turned to Chen Feng with a smile and said, Chen Feng, I wanted to discuss a few things with you. How about we find a better place? After that, Chen Feng followed Yan Shaz and Ma Xiao to Yan Shaz's office just outside Shrek Academy. However, the office was more like a lavish and roomy suite, complete with a bedroom and living area. As soon as Yan Shaz stepped inside, the door shut quietly behind him, seemingly on its own. He kindly told Chen Feng, don't be shy, Chen Feng. Please, make yourself comfortable. Ma Xiao chimed in, just relax, Chen Feng, as she guided him to the sofa. Sitting next to Ma Xiao, Chen Feng noticed her lovely smile, which seemed to radiate charm, likely enhanced by her martial soul and appearance. He couldn't help but ponder, it looks like Ma Xiaotao really likes me, and she's not trying to hide it. A quick look at Yan Xiao showed him with a pleased expression, making Chen Feng feel a little more at ease. Now that they were in a more suitable setting, Yan Xiao regarded Chen Feng with warmth and commented, "You truly are remarkable for your age. Achieving level 30 and easily besting Zhu Sanshai, who's a key candidate for our next generation of Shrek 7 monsters, is no small feat." Chen Feng responded modestly, "Thank you, Dean." Yan Xiao's, knowledgeable in fostering relationships, replied, "Flattery? Not at all. You deserve every bit, but remember, while humility is commendable, being overly humble isn't necessary. Young people should shine brightly and not hesitate. With Shrek Academy backing you, you're perfectly safe. There aren't many institutions that protect their own like Shrek Academy does, maybe only the body sect could compare." Chen Feng had chosen Shrek Academy precisely for its exceptional treatment of gifted students. Being one of the continent's elite institutions, Shrek Academy was well stocked with soul bones, medicinal herbs. They had their own special Shrek herbs, noted for helping Xuanzuan reach titled Luo, and various nourishing resources. Although many medicinal herbs can deplete one's potential, Shrek's most talented students rarely relied on them, unlike those from the Sun Moon Empire, which was notorious for overusing herbs in cultivation. As for heading to the Sun Moon Empire, which was hostile to his own Heavenly Soul Empire, that seemed reckless. The Sun Moon Empire likely wouldn't let talents from enemy nations thrive, even if they did invest in their potential, it wouldn't be wholeheartedly. There's no way a lackey would ever hold a significant position. While the Sun Moon Empire might not act against Chen Feng, he didn't want to gamble on that risk. So, Shrek Academy was clearly the best fit for him. Upon hearing Yan Xiao's praise, Chen Feng felt happy as it meant that his talents had caught the attention of Shrek Academy. Before long, Yan Xiao continued chatting with Chen Feng, occasionally gesturing toward Ma Xiaotao, and they enjoyed a lively conversation. After a while, Yan Xiao stated, "Chen Feng, the main reason I sought you out today is to discuss your second martial soul, which is Ultimate Ice, right?" Chen Feng confirmed, "Yes, Director Yan, my second martial soul is the Ice Blue Scorpion." Yan Xiao's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "Excellent. It truly is the ultimate ice. I can say with confidence that only our Shrek Academy has the capability to nurture soul masters with such unique martial souls. Provided you're willing, you'll become an inner court disciple of the martial soul department. My mentor, a peak powerhouse on the Douluo continent, the 99th level limit Douluo, will personally take you under his wing. Additionally, Shrek Academy will provide you with every possible resource. We will make sure the soul bones you acquire are of the highest quality. When you're ready to withstand 100,000-year soul ring, we will send strong individuals to hunt 100,000-year soul beast just for you." Ma Xiaotao was left speechless. She realized that even being a disciple of Yan Xiao's didn't guarantee such treatment. In that moment, it hit her just how extraordinary Chen Feng's talents were. No wonder Shrek Academy rolled out the red carpet for him. Yan Xiao's was unfazed by her reaction, confident that this investment would pay off. At the titled Luo level, living for 300 to 500 years is quite standard. Yan Xiao's believed that with time, Chen Feng would become a legendary powerhouse, capable of taking Shrek Academy to new heights. Right now, Shrek Academy was facing criticism not just from the Sun Moon Empire but also from the three major empires of the Douluo continent, which used to send their royal heirs there for study. The various nations of the Douluo continent were increasingly cautious of Shrek Academy. If it weren't for Shrek Academy's unmatched strength compared to the three kingdoms, it might have faced suppression long ago. That's why maintaining strong top-level powers at Shrek Academy is crucial. Any gap would lead to potential crises. For the members of the Sea God Pavilion in Shrek Academy, Chen Feng represents an immense opportunity for the future. They didn't necessarily want him to stay, but if he could be cultivated into an unbeatable powerhouse, Shrek Academy would enjoy enduring prestige. What do current sacrifices mean when considered against the future of Shrek Academy? Yan Xiao smiled at Chen Feng and said, "I understand this is a significant matter. Take your time to think it over, and don't rush to reply. You won't have to attend classes for the next few days." He then turned to Ma Xiaotao, instructing, "Xiaotao, please take Chen Feng to Sea God Island. The living conditions in the outer court are frankly inadequate." Yan Xiao earnestly added, "Chen Feng, my disciple Ma Xiaotao has the evil fire phoenix martial soul, which has the drawback of the evil fire. She needs a soul master with an ice-type martial soul to help mitigate that evil fire. For now, let's set aside whether you'll join Shrek Academy. This is my request as your teacher. When Ma Xiaotao is affected by the evil fire, please lend her your assistance." Chen Feng had to admit that Yan Xiao's words were reassuring, and it was clear that Shrek was being very gracious to him. He responded, "Director Yan, I will consider this carefully and get back to you by tomorrow." Yan Xiao smiled, saying, "That's fine, I won't interrupt your time together any longer. I'll take my leave now." With that, Yan Shaz exited the office, leaving Chen Feng and Ma Xiaotao to exchange glances. Chapter 46. As soon as Yan Shaz left, the once quiet Dan Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor in Chen Feng's Sea of Spirit sprang back to life. With excitement, the Tang Ice Silkworm looked at the now awake Ice Emperor and darted over, exclaiming, "Bing bing, you're awake. That's wonderful." The Ice Emperor coolly responded, "Get lost, don't come near me." With that, she turned her gaze toward Chen Feng, her expression brightening a bit. Chen Feng is receiving strong support from Shrek Academy. He's going to grow at an even faster pace. The future is looking bright. Tang Ice Silkworm nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We won't need to help him. It won't be long before Chen Feng can stand on his own." While they chatted in Chen Feng's spiritual sea, Ma Xiaotao suddenly had a great idea. She raised her right hand, showcasing her delicate fingers adorned with a large, striking ruby that resembled pigeon blood. With a quick flash of movement, Ma Xiaotao retrieved a piece of men's clothing from her storage soul guide. She extended it to Chen Feng, her face flushing slightly as she recalled how she had soaked it, which only added to her enchantment. In her sweet and charming tone, she said, "Chen Feng, I washed these clothes." Chen Feng took back the garments he had previously draped over her and stored them away. As they both contemplated the clothes, they couldn't help but reminisce about that dark, windy night. The atmosphere between them, a lonely boy and girl, suddenly grew a bit charged. Chen Feng, breaking the tension, quipped, "Xiaotao, I'm going to head back to the dorm to gather my things first, then I'll go collect a debt in the afternoon. Tonight, I'll be staying at Sea God Island. I really don't want to be fighting off hundreds of people for a bathroom." Ma Xiaotao burst into laughter at this, playfully patting his arm. "Ha ha ha. Fighting for a bathroom, so true. The accommodation situation at Shrek Academy's outer courtyard is truly awful. When I was in the outer courtyard," Chen Feng chimed in, "honestly, I think the boys' dormitory is better." Curious, Ma Xiaotao asked, "Why do you think the boys' dormitory is better?" Seeing her puzzled expression, Chen Feng leaned closer and whispered a reply. Upon hearing it, Ma Xiaotao's face turned a bright red, and she shot him a playful glare. Her dazzling red eyes were filled with charm, showcasing that she was still an 18-year-old girl with the allure of maturity. Chen Feng had to admit, some women just have a natural gift for being enchanting. If a young boy were here, he would probably be blushing by now. With a calm demeanor, Chen Feng continued to chat with Ma Xiaotao, getting to know her better as she shared stories about her past 12 years spent training and suppressing evil fire. When she expressed curiosity about him, Chen Feng shared tidbits of his life, embellishing some details as he spoke. Ma Xiaotao, captivated by Chen Feng's charm, found herself wanting to know more about him. This led to a flurry of questions from Ma Xiaotao, with Chen Feng responding leisurely as they strolled toward the new student dormitory building. Before long, they reached the base of the new student dormitory. As it was noon, most students were taking a break inside. "Xiaotao, you wait for me here, and I'll be down shortly," Chen Feng told her. Ma Xiaotao nodded, prepared to wait downstairs. As she casually looked toward the dormitory, her gaze landed on an elderly man in gray clothes lying on a recliner, soaking up the sun, his face lined with wrinkles. Recognizing him immediately as her grandmaster and a pillar of Shrek Academy, Dragon God Luo Muan, Ma Xiaotao was about to greet him when he opened his eyes, smiled kindly, and gestured for her to wait a moment. Meanwhile, Chen Feng regarded Muan simply as an ordinary old man and walked straight into the new student dormitory building. Only after Chen Feng had entered did Muan beckon Ma Xiaotao over. "Xiaotao, what do you think of this young man, Chen Feng?" Muan asked, looking at his granddaughter. Ma Xiaotao, caught off guard by the question, lowered her head shyly, unable to meet his gaze, and her talent prevented her from seeing her own toes. It was quite a funny viewpoint. "Chen Feng seems quite nice," she mumbled. Noticing her reluctance to discuss such personal matters, Muan chuckled and waved his hand. "Xiaotao, since Chen Feng will be staying at Sea God Island, why not let him stay with you? It's convenient for both your training and managing your evil fire." During the Sea God Pavilion meeting, everyone had agreed that pairing Chen Feng and Ma Xiaotao together would be beneficial, and both Yang Shaz and Muan were happy to play matchmaker. Ma Xiaotao was so taken aback by her grandmaster's suggestion that she almost stumbled over her words. "Living together? Isn't that a bit forward?" Muan smiled knowingly, adding, "You can handle this, Xiaotao. Sea God Island has plenty of vacant rooms for Chen Feng, but of course, there are also many single female disciples in the inner courtyard you should be aware of." With that, Muan closed his eyes once more, enjoying the warmth of the sun while observing Ma Xiaotao and the vibrant young man, Chen Feng, a satisfied smile gracing his aged face. Realizing what her ancestor had implied, Ma Xiaotao became alert. Those older women in the inner courtyard could be troublesome. With Chen Feng's good looks and talents, no, she needed to protect him from their advances. A serious expression took over her face, her bright eyes sparkling with determination as she unconsciously tightened her pink fist. Ma Xiaotao decided to take her grandfather's advice, letting Chen Feng stay in her room. It wasn't out of personal desire, it was a way to follow her grandmaster's orders to aid in her cultivation and protect her junior brother from the single ladies looking to swoop in. As Ma Xiaotao quietly made her decision, Chen Feng, blissfully unaware of the help he was receiving, returned to his dormitory. He pushed open the dormitory door and looked at the room he had only occupied for a few days, smiling as he began to pack. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yu heard the door open and looked up to see Chen Feng. "Big brother, you're back," she exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Before she could start showering him with praise, she noticed him packing his belongings. "Big brother, why are you suddenly packing?" Wu Yu asked, puzzled. Chen Feng replied, "I'm not going to stay in the dorm anymore." "Not staying anymore?" Chapter 47. Wu Yu was completely confused by Chen Feng's statement. "Big brother, why did you suddenly decide to stop living here? Did I do something wrong?" Wu Yu anxiously asked Chen Feng, who had abruptly chosen not to stay in the dormitory. Chen Feng paused his packing, turned around, and smiled at Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, I'm going to reside on Sigad Island." The mention of Sigad Island struck Wu Yu like a heavy blow. Shocked, Wu Yu sat down on the bed. Sigad Island. A place exclusively for the inner courtyard disciples of Shrek Academy to reside. Chen Feng is going there to live. Wu Yu gulped. He was aware that Chen Feng would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future, but he never anticipated Chen Feng's rapid ascent. It had only been a few days, and he was already moving to Sigad Island. He hadn't even had the chance to flatter him yet. Sob sob sob. Wu Yu even wished to say, "Big brother, slow down a bit, let me flatter you a bit more, boo-hoo." With a sorrowful expression, Wu Yu watched as Chen Feng packed his belongings into the storage soul guide, his eyes filled with reluctance. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Chen Feng was ready. Observing the pitiful Wu Yu, he patted Wu Yu's shoulder and said, "Train hard, don't dwell on those pointless things, perform well in the new student assessment." Upon hearing Chen Feng's comforting words, Wu Yu felt somewhat reassured and thought to himself, "Big brother's comfort shows that I still hold a place in his heart, my flattery wasn't in vain." Chen Feng, of course, was unaware of Wu Yu's thoughts. After reassuring his roommate, he turned and exited the dormitory. After tidying up the dormitory, Chen Feng intended to find Zhu Sanshai to collect his debt. Yesterday, Chen Feng had put Zhu Sanshai through a tough time, and according to their wager, Zhu Sanshai was supposed to give him 5,000 gold soul coins. However, Zhu Sanshai had been seriously injured the previous night and had been sent for treatment, which delayed the matter by a day. Even though Chen Feng had already received strong backing from Shrek Academy and didn't care much about the 5,000 gold soul coins, what belonged to him should be taken, and what was owed should be repaid. As Chen Feng stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted Ma Xiaotao, full of energy, her red eyes sparkling with excitement, looking at Chen Feng with a hint of enthusiasm. Seeing Ma Xiaotao suddenly so spirited, Chen Feng was instantly puzzled. "What happened to Ma Xiaotao while I was away for just a moment?" "Chen Feng, Jr., are you ready? Didn't you say you were going to collect your debt this afternoon? Let's go. If he dares not to pay, just watch how I handle him." After saying that, Ma Xiaotao vigorously waved her pink fist. After a cup of tea. In the infirmary. At this moment, Zhu Sanshai lay on the infirmary bed with a pale complexion. Yesterday, during the soul fight with Chen Feng, Zhu Sanshai's martial soul, the Xuan Wu shield, was directly sliced open by Chen Feng, leaving him severely injured and unable to use his martial soul to fight for a while. He would need at least 3 months to recover. Moreover, after losing to Chen Feng, who had stepped over Zhu Sanshai to become the most brilliant new star of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, Zhu Sanshai's reputation suffered greatly, which made him even angrier. While Zhu Sanshai lay in bed feeling dejected, creak. The sound of the door opening echoed. A man and a woman entered the infirmary in succession. Zhu Sanshai thought it was Bai Bai when he heard the door open. Turning around, he saw the one who had severely injured him, Chen Feng, walking in. Upon seeing his adversary, Zhu Sanshai's eyes filled with rage as he shouted, "Chen Feng, what are you doing here?" "Zhu Sanshai? So it turns out you owe Junior Chen Feng money, why don't you hurry up and pay?" Ma Xiaotao said with a fiery temper. At that moment, Zhu Sanshai noticed a fiery figure behind Chen Feng. Squinting, he exclaimed, "Senior Xiaotao." Before Zhu Sanshai could inquire why Senior Xiaotao was with Chen Feng, he was interrupted by Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at Zhu Sanshai on the hospital bed and said, "Zhu Sanshai, you lost the soul fight. According to the bet, you need to give me 5,000 gold soul coins." Zhu Sanshai angrily retorted, damn, you were so ruthless, and you still have the nerve to come collect your debt? Do you know how long I have to lie here? Want money? Not a single cent. Just as Zhu Sanshai finished speaking, Ma Xiaotao beside Chen Feng erupted with flames, and under her excellent control of soul power, the infirmary remained undamaged. Ma Xiaotao clenched her fist, her fiery red eyes fixed on Zhu Sanshai. The meaning was clear. Zhu Sanshai saw that Ma Xiaotao looked like she would beat him up if he didn't pay. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead and chuckled nervously. Senior Xiaotao, I was just joking. Am I the kind of person who doesn't admit defeat after losing? I'll pay right away. Zhu Sanshai tentatively asked, Senior Xiaotao, what is your relationship with Chen Feng? Ma Xiaotao replied coldly, Zhu Sanshai, Chen Feng is my junior. Hurry up, if you don't take it soon, I'll do it myself. Upon hearing that Ma Xiaotao was going to take action herself, Zhu Sanshai quickly said, No, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. Zhu Sanshai thought to himself, if I let you take it, wouldn't you empty me out? Gritting his teeth, Zhu Sanshai opened a storage soul guide and retrieved a small white jade porcelain bottle, tossing it to Chen Feng. Zhu Sanshai said with reluctance, Chen Feng, this small bottle contains Zhuanshui Dan, which is definitely worth more than 5,000 gold soul coins. Chen Feng opened the porcelain bottle and poured out the pill to examine it. The Zhuanshui Dan was a deep blue pill, about the size of a cherry, adorned with many white patterns of varying shades. After pouring it out of the bottle, a faint layer of mist surrounded the pill, and a refreshing fragrance lingered in the air, making it quite pleasant to smell. After inspecting it, Chen Feng said to Zhu Sanshai, if you want revenge next time, feel free to come find me, just remember to bring the pills. Upon hearing Chen Feng's arrogant taunt, Zhu Sanshai was about to curse but glanced at Ma Xiaotao beside him and immediately swallowed his words. Zhu Sanshai thought to himself, I endure. With a twisted smile on his face, Zhu Sanshai said, Junior Chen Feng's strength is remarkable, how could I be your opponent? Since the debt has been settled, please take your leave, I won't see you off. Seeing the debt resolved, Chen Feng no longer lingered and exited the treatment room with Ma Xiaotao. As soon as Chen Feng and Ma Xiaotao left, Zhu Sanshai, who was furious, inwardly cursed, that Ma Xiaotao clearly has her eyes on Chen Feng. Why is the heavens so unfair? Allowing that little thief Chen Feng to be so arrogant, surrounded by beauties, it makes me furious. Due to being heavily injured and extremely angry, Zhu Sanshai couldn't catch his breath and collapsed back onto the bed, fainting from rage. At Sea God Lake, Ma Xiaotao joyfully walked with Chen Feng towards Sea God Island in the center of the lake. Along the way, Ma Xiaotao hesitated, thinking to herself, what's there to be shy about? This is what the master said, to let Chen Feng live with you for convenience in cultivation. Looking at the handsome young man beside her, Ma Xiaotao, suppressing her shyness, spoke up. Junior Chen Feng, our martial souls are very compatible, how about you and I live together? Chen Feng. Ma Xiaotao quickly clarified, it's just for the sake of cultivating together at night. Our ice and fire complement each other, it's very suitable for cultivation. Chapter 48. On the sparkling eyes of Sea God Lake, a man and a woman stood side by side. After sharing her feelings, Ma Xiaotao found herself a bit dazed. Her lovely face was flushed, and she felt a warm flutter in her chest. With her striking red eyes locked onto Chen Feng, she asked, Chen Feng, what do you think? Just be honest with me. Chen Feng was a little taken aback by Ma Xiaotao's boldness, but seeing her like this made him realize that if he didn't agree, her reaction could be unpredictable. He didn't want to risk turning her feelings into resentment, that would make all his efforts feel wasted. Plus, with Ma Xiaotao helping him train, he'd improve twice as fast. How could he say no to such a fantastic opportunity? As he looked at her enchanting face so close to his, Chen Feng didn't say much. He gently took Ma Xiaotao's delicate hand and reassured her, all right, Senior Xiaotao, I'll come to your room to train tonight. With that, he held her soft hand and stepped onto the ice crystals, leading them towards Sea God Island. With Chen Feng guiding her, Ma Xiaotao felt her spirits lift as they walked together on the ice he created. Under the warm sunlight, Sea God Lake sparkled beautifully, its deep blue waters calm and inviting. The surface of the lake shimmered like blue satin, gently rippling like a playful young girl, reflecting the clear blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and the lush green trees lining the shore. As Ma Xiaotao admired the lake and then glanced at Chen Feng's handsome face, her shyness began to fade. She found herself intertwining her fingers with his, feeling a warm connection. Before long, they arrived at Sea God Island. The island was about 2 square kilometers, not flat but hilly, adorned with charming pavilions and buildings. Come on, Chen Feng. I'll introduce you to my senior sister. The inner courtyard has some amazing perks. Ma Xiaotao said excitedly, pulling him toward the area for inner courtyard disciples. As they strolled, Sea God Island felt incredibly peaceful, almost like a hidden paradise. The pavilions nestled among the tall trees were stunning, and the ancient plants, some towering over 100 meters, made the air feel fresh and invigorating. Soon, they reached a cozy two-story building, and Ma Xiaotao eagerly pulled Chen Feng inside. As they entered, Chen Feng spotted a beautiful woman sitting gracefully in a chair. She looked to be around 25 or 26, with long black hair cascading down her back. Her flawless complexion and serene demeanor were captivating. As soon as Chen Feng laid eyes on her, she met his gaze with her bright, intelligent black eyes. "Xiaotao, you're here. This must be the new junior brother who just joined us, right?" "Hi there. I'm Zhang Lexuan, but you can call me senior sister," she said with a warm smile. Before Chen Feng arrived, Elder Mu had already filled her in on some details. He mentioned that the academy might be grooming Chen Feng to be the next Sea God Pavilion master. It's worth noting that Zhang Lexuan was once the heir to the Sea God Pavilion. If someone less gracious had found out their position was taken, they might have felt bitter. But Zhang Lexuan was genuinely happy that the academy would have a more talented successor. "Junior brother Chen Feng, I've got a room ready for you. It's in the second pavilion on the eastern side of the Sea God Pavilion. Here's a storage soul guide with the key to your room, your academy uniform, identity badge, VIP card, and some medicinal pills for your training," Zhang Lexuan explained, handing him a blue crystal ring. Chen Feng listened intently, nodding along. But then Ma Xiaotao chimed in, looking a bit puzzled. "Senior sister, why did you set up a place for Chen Feng?" she asked, her brow furrowed. Zhang Lexuan glanced at Ma Xiaotao, equally confused. Shouldn't she be the one arranging accommodations? Clearly, Elder Mu hadn't mentioned the matchmaking plan between Chen Feng and Ma Xiaotao to Zhang Lexuan. After all, such matters were usually kept under wraps. Ma Xiaotao, being straightforward, hadn't thought it through and just blurted out her question. Zhang Lexuan was about to ask for clarification when Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's all right, senior sister. This is something I agreed on with Sister Xiaotao. I might not be there all the time." Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao shyly lowered her gaze. Zhang Lexuan noticed Ma Xiaotao's unusual shyness compared to her usual bold self and quickly pieced things together. The gentle smile on her face turned into a look of surprise. Could junior brother Chen Feng really handle the fiery spirit of the evil fire phoenix Soul Emperor? Feeling the weight of Zhang Lexuan's astonished gaze, Ma Xiaotao shyly tugged on Chen Feng's hand and turned to dash away. Before they disappeared, Chen Feng waved back, "See you later, senior sister." Zhang Lexuan couldn't help but chuckle as she watched them flee. Ma Xiaotao was known for her fiery temper in the inner courtyard. Her stunningly beautiful face was usually cold toward male students. If she didn't like someone, she wouldn't hesitate to throw a punch. Today's shy demeanor was a delightful surprise. Zhang Lexuan smiled to herself, thinking, looks like Xiaotao has a crush. Seeing Ma Xiaotao, who seemed to bloom like a flower, embracing her girlish side, Zhang Lexuan felt happy for her but also a hint of bittersweet nostalgia. After a little sprint, Ma Xiaotao finally came to a stop.